and will end the game with a win.
And they win against Pacific Magna.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Magna will be your 3-time champions of Cfs Ph Masters.
Isang bakbakan na naman ang magsisimula kung saan apat na teams ang ngayon ang maglalaban-laban upang malaman kung sino nga ba ang master ng Filipino Crossfire. It's an honor to be again here sa ating panel. My name is Bipolar with the one and only Sneaky Frog. Kumusta po? This is Cfs Ph Masters 2025.
Ayun nga, day number 5, very hype already. Yung standings natin dito sa Cfs Ph Masters, it has already kind of settled, no? And it is gonna settle a lot more after today's games kasi we have two very polarizing na series dito pare considering yung circumstances natin.
Yeah, sobrang maganda ang ating lineup for today, and with everything na naka-align after week number 2, mukhang maganda ang ating simula ngayon for the week number 3 because these 4 teams na magsisimula sa ating day number 1, medyo mabigat talaga kung titignan natin in terms of standing.
In terms of standing, ayun nga no, in both ways, obviously we do have Team Acceptance versus Gaon. Both teams kind of at the bottom of yung standings natin with Gaon 6th and Acceptance sharing 7th with Fervid, no. So ayun nga, gonna be a very interesting one considering meron ding ibang players that will be swapped which will be revealed later, no, dito sa stream natin, and definitely could change the tides ng kanilang series, no.
Yeah, very much so, Sneaky Frog. And with that said, you know what, everybody at the tournament format right now para malaman natin, and mag-look back lang tayo kung ano nga ba at stake or what is the flow of the entirety of Masters Cfs Ph. Of course, meron tayong qualifiers wherein dalawang open qualifier legs ang mangyayari. It's a best of 1 and best of 3 series. Open qualifiers number 1 is the top 2 teams. Open qualifiers number 2 is gonna be top 3 teams on that side. Pero a total of 5 teams will join and 3 invited teams in the group stage. After that, speaking of group stage, meron tayong single round robin best of 3 series na mangyayari. Top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs, and of course, top 6 team will secure a slot to the Cfs Ph regional final. The playoffs and prize pool, ikaw na bahala dyan, Sticky.
Yeah, playoffs, of course, it is a single elimination best of 5 series. So, yeah, if you lose a series, you're out for contention to qualify para dito sa Esports World Cup, which the top 2 teams in the grand finals will go to. Prize pool, of course, first prize is going to be 10,000 USD. Second is 4,000 with a total prize pool of 20K. Runoff para dito sa mga teams natin, men. And ayun nga, it's another set of Cfs Ph Masters, but a bit different this time considering yung EWC slot, pare.
Yes, tama ka dyan. Sobrang sarap na makita na ito yung mga pinaglalaban nila, EWC slot, and also a massive prize pool. Pero mas masarap kung makikita na natin ngayon ang ating match schedule from week number 1 to week number 8. Pag-usapan natin to because so far, it's been so good. Kasi week number 1 natin, nakita naman natin, it's a 2-1 all across the board except for the glorious UBECMANIAC. Pero sa week number 2 naman natin, it's a lot of 2-0s. Parang kabaliktaran to ng week number 1, and what happened at week number 2, it was a total domination. Everybody played out of their minds, at dahil doon nag-iba-iba yung standing natin. Pero syempre, it's week number 3, Sneaky. Mukhang yung mga laban natin dito napakita na natin sa wakas sa ating mga viewers.
Yeah, for sure. Yun nga, first day dito sa week number 1, all game 3s, and it slowly started to sort, no, para sa ibang mga teams dito. And Team Secret obviously beating itong Gaon 2-0 going into week number 2. It was a pretty fast day actually. Tamang pandagdag lang ng wins ng mga teams natin dito. And for week number 3, what they have to offer as well, I'm taking a look at yung second series natin dito of today actually, Mr. Bipolar, na that could be a banger, as people like to say, pare.
Alam mo, that's a banger indeed. Ako po, hindi ko lang ba't ako natatawa. It's a banger talaga kasi syempre, with a lot of things happening sa ating Crossfire world, it's really something to look forward to right now. After that, of course, mas maraming bakbakan pang mangyayari as week number 4 indulges sa ating mga screens, and also up to week number 8, marami pa tayong makikita. But after that, of course, I think we can move on to our matchup for today, or basically our team standings muna pala ang ating titignan dito as we look here para makita natin kung ano nga ba ang sitwasyon natin. Kasi nung week number 1, Sneaky, sinabi natin na hindi pa to magsi-stay put, na pwede pa talaga pwede pa magbago yung standings natin since it is week number 1. Pero ngayong week number 2, after that, nakita natin at the top of the world right now, it's still EVOS Esports, UBECMANIAC, Pacific, and of course, Execration. They're still in the top 4 pero nagpalit-palit na tayo ng mga spots. And I think Gaon Gaming was also at that top 4 spot last time, Sneaky.
Yep. And Gaon, of course, still having yung kanilang reputation as the playoff gatekeepers, pero Team Secret kind of fulfilling that 5th spot at the moment. Just like how I said, dun sa last week, I think that 4th spot is going to be highly contested, no? Actually, could go all the way up to 3rd, considering Pacific was also having a hard time against itong EVOS in their series despite the closeness, no? Pero, ayun nga, man. I mean, I feel like hindi pa to yung last version ng standings natin. Considering na UBEC EVOS, granted, expect ko na nandito sila sa 1st and 2nd spot, pero yung 3rd and 4th slot, pare, that's still in debate.
Yeah, it's still early. Sobrang aga pa, early game pa lang. Kaya never pa natin malaman. And I know na habang tumatagal ang ating Cfs Masters, habang we're going through towards the next few weeks, a lot of these teams talagang ibibigay na nila yung full potential nila. So basically, magbabago pa talaga ang ating team standings. Pero with that said, right now, it's today's matchups ang ating makikita. Let's look at ano nga ba ang ating mga labanan for the very first matchup. Mamayang 4 p.m. It's gonna be Team Acceptance versus Gaon Gaming, at magandang laban to, especially na they wanna go and climb up the leaderboards.
Yun nga, both teams looking for redemption dito sa group stage. Team Acceptance obviously hasn't been the best start para sa kanila dito, starting the group stage with a 1-4 in terms of the map scores, tying itong Fervid, no, and the 0-2 part of the bracket. Para naman sa Team Acceptance, or para naman sa Team Gaon rather, it is 1-1 para sa kanila with 2-3. I think that includes a big win up against itong Fervid in week number 1 noong May 25. So, ayun nga, all over the place yung first series natin, men. Hindi ko talaga alam kung anong level yung Team Acceptance maglalaro, considering na, ayun nga, Red is possibly coming back dito sa roster natin and could be playing today. And there's also, could be changes, no? Galing dito sa Gaon, as they did announce recently dito sa kanilang page.
Yeah, sobrang it's a big news actually na Red is coming back. It's gonna put up a little bit of spice, at lalo na they're playing today. It's gonna affect more in terms of their gameplay. We're going to be seeing him in the spotlight. But right now, let's talk about Team Acceptance as we introduce their team and as we introduce their players. It's going to be the squad coming in from Cebu and also Davao. So, pag-usapan muna natin ngayon to, Sneaky. They've had a rough start, basically. But hello muna tayo dyan, Ared, CJ and Heck, NL and Zenny. Mukhang hindi sila kakaway ngayon, Sneaky. Mukhang ready sila makipagbakbakan. Never mind, ayun na pala.
There we go. The timing couldn't be any better dito, pare. In my opinion, I'm really glad that Red is back in the roster, pare. Granted, AMG didn't have the best go at it up against itong Pacific Pacta. Pero granted, kasi Pacific Pacta yung usapan dito. And Team Acceptance, obviously, ay nga, no, a lot less tenured, a lot less experienced kumpara nga dito to the former kings of Cfs Ph. So, ay nga, obviously, they were gonna have a hard time and hindi pa rin na matutulungan na wala si Ared nung time na yon. And Team Acceptance, obviously, pretty strong map pool para sa kanila dito, aka they have a very good sub base and okay-ish na mga ibang mapa, pare. Pero let's see what tricks they pull out, no? Kung even I was actually thinking, even if you're gonna see itong sub base, are we even gonna see that map, pare?
Yeah, yun nga talaga eh. Parang it's a shot in the dark kung makikita nga ba natin yung mapang yun. But hopefully we can. Lalo na after the next few after their first 2 matches, which was both a loss, mukhang mas mabigat at bibigat pa yung mga laban nila. Looking at this, ngayon, Gaon Gaming ang kanilang kalaban on match number 9. Per match 16 on Sunday, sa 6:15 natin or on June 15th, UBECMANIAC na kalaban nila. Mukhang talagang team acceptance is, you can call them as one of the team dito sa ating Cfs Masters PH 2025 na they have a rough patch to go through para mapakita nila yung galing nila, and I think they really need to step up in the next few weeks, lalo na pabigat na lang ng pabigat, they need to adapt even more. But good thing Red is there to maybe spice things up, and of course positivity ni Heck. Even nung na-interview natin siya, it's gonna be one hell of a show pag lumapit ng team acceptance. But right now, I think it's gonna be the team substitute. May kita na natin ngayon sa wakas. AMG will go out, but a red in, yung namumulan niyang buhok. Mukhang may kita ng mga kalaban niya mamaya.
Yeah. And especially dun sa game ng team acceptance, no, pagdating dito sa subbase, I really thought na they needed itong si Red on that subbase specifically. They needed his entry prowess, his synergy, kasama nga dito si CJ, no. Without itong si Red nung Pacific Pacta game, I felt like they couldn't do anything, man. BL side, GR side, they just couldn't take yung pressure dito ng PM. So, you know, having itong si Red on the squad, alleviating a bit of the pressure off para sa mga ibang players. Maybe now's the time for them to perform, no? Especially up against a team na is in similar of a spot, pero yung Gaon just doing slightly better kumpara nga dito sa acceptance, pare.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting on paano nga ba mapupunan ni Ared mamaya yung butas na napakita nila on week number 2. But definitely so, with all of the insights na sinabi mo kanina, we're expecting a lot coming in from Ared, but I think he can deliver. That is what we know him from the past few weeks, even from the past tournaments na nakita natin sa Crossfire Philippines, na he's that guy na makikita natin can fill the hole, can tank the damage, but can also give back what the enemies are giving him, and as well as to his team. So that's gonna be something to look forward to. That is team acceptance. It's gonna be one thing to look out for kung makakaangat pa ba sila sa ating leaderboards. But one thing is for sure na narinig natin sila sa kanila last week na direkta mula kay Heck na they are here to play. Hindi sila nakikipag what they call this, hindi sila nakikipaglaro. They're here to fight and they're here to win, and I think that is something to really to check out dito sa ating game na ngayon. Sneaky, ikaw ba, any more words about team acceptance?
Yeah, I mean, if they can get something going dito sa map number 1 and then get some early momentum, why not, right? Pero I think we're gonna go straight into an interview, pare, with the one and only Mr. Ared, galing dito sa team acceptance, pare. Welcome
Hello
dito
po.
sa podcast namin, man.
Hello po.
Yun. Hello, Ared, kamusta ka dyan? Coming all the way from not being in week number 2, anong preparation natin ngayon sa week number 3 na bumalik ka na ulit dito sa Masters natin?
Same pace lang, yan lang yung palagi ginagawa namin. Walang magbabago doon.
Okay. I mean,
Kalmado lang.
obviously, pare, Gaon Gaming, I wouldn't say next door neighbor para dito kay Red, considering yun nga, no, the man could be in Davao. Pero, ayun nga, men, Gaon Gaming, obviously, feeling ko madalas yung kalaro yung team na to. Maybe sa scrims or maybe sa pubs, pare. Meron ba kayong specific na target siguro para dito sa Gaon Gaming na isa-shutdown nyo, pare?
Siguro yung main problem namin sa Gaon si Ellison.
I mean, understandable, men. Nakita mo yung eagle eye namin. In bipolar.
Yeah, I mean, feeling ko naman na everybody's eyes are always there onto Ellison. So, feeling ko tama rin naman na ang decision nila Ared dito coming into their matchup. Pero Ared, a little bit more questions bago ka namin ibigay sa buong team acceptance para makapag-ready. What are you feeling today? Ano nga bang any more preparations na naisip natin? Ano bang adjustments na i-apply natin today?
Siguro yung mga error namin. Siguro yun yung number 1 na i-adjust namin yung mga error. Kasi nagkasiraan sa comms eh. Yun yung... nagkasiraan sa comms. Yung report mali-mali na. Yun yung inaayos namin ngayon.
Go Sneaky, any more questions?
Keep it steady sa comms. Wala na, pare. Red, any messages para sa baka sumusuporta dito ng team acceptance, pare?
Sa lahat po ng sumusuporta sa team acceptance, maraming salamat po. Gagawin po namin ang lahat para manalo. Thank you.
Yun.
Yun.
Saktong-sakto.
Yun
Red,
nga.
thank you very much, man. We'll give you off to your team. Makakapagpahinga ka pa ng onte and magkikita-kita na tayo sa mapa na pipiliin nyo later. Thank you very much, Red. Maraming salamat.
Thank you po. Thank you.
Yun nga. I mean, he was definitely right, no? Pagdating sa targeting dito sa Gaon Gaming. I really feel like itong si Ellison, especially, man, after yung kanyang Eagle Eye game and any other game as well, when Ellison gets going, no, it's really hard to stop. Itong si Ellison, to be specific, pare. I mean, him on the sniper, when he is confident, no, just speaking all over the place and challenging actively yung mga players natin on the other side of the server, that's a really tough puzzle to crack, pare, kasi you really have to shut them down early or else you face the Ellison storm.
Yeah. And mukhang isang bagyo talaga ang abangan dito ng ating team acceptance. And with that said, let's go on to the side of Gaon Gaming. Oras na para pag-usapan natin ang side ng ating mga squad from here. Let's introduce our teams para mapakita naman natin kung gaano sila kapogi at gaano sila ka-ready on going towards our very first matchup sa ating week number on Gaon Gaming, everybody.
Yun nga. Gaon Gaming.
Yun.
On your screens, wait, hold on. And
Yan!
there we go. Ayun na nga. So it is gonna be Jackpan, Ellison, Vincent, Ray, and si Frey. That's gonna be a mouthful para sa casters.
Yes.
Yeah, thank God you're not casting today, no? Bipolar, or else you're gonna have a nightmare dito sa laruan natin. Pero yun nga, obviously, Dre not gonna be playing as of today's games. Di siya kita dito sa mga webcam natin. And that's a huge loss para dito sa Gaon, considering na he's probably their best player, second best player every time na mag-show up sila dito sa Masters.
Yeah, very much. Alam natin na si Dre yung backbone basically ng Gaon Gaming every time na sumasalang sila dito. Every time they're playing, si Dre yung nagbibigay ng onti pang oomph sa mga labanan nila. So seeing that wala siya ngayon sa ating roster para lumaban, I think Team Acceptance definitely has something in the bag against on focusing just Ellison alone. Di nila kailangan problemahan si Dre. It's all just Ellison and yung red dot sight nila kung meron man yon, kung isipin mo may tuldok na yan sa ulo ni Ellison, hindi na kailangan i-divert kay Dre kasi wala naman siya dito sa labanan natin.
For sure. And the thing is, pag na-shutdown mo na dito si Ellison, no, para sa Gaon Gaming, now you have to deal with itong si Checkpan trying to make plays happen dito sa mapa. And if you can contain those two, no, that could be the beginning of the end para sa kanila dito. But of course, we're gonna take a look at yung kanilang team data with 2-1 against Fervid, which obviously surprised us all, no, considering yung expectations natin dito sa Fervid Esports, and Team Secret with a 0-2. Yun nga, swift one para dito sa Team Secret to get that win.
Swift series coming in from them. It's gonna be basically a 50-50 coming into our week number 3 para sa Gaon Gaming. But right now, let's finally formally show everybody kung sino nga ba ang team substitute at ang pagpalit ng players dito for Gaon Gaming. Of course, pasok na si Ray, pero haalis si Dre. So talagang dito pa lang sa panel napaparaming scheme na tayo dito, sneaky. Parang kailangan natin magtawag ng isang loony or something para lang masabi natin mga player names ng Gaon Gaming.
Yun nga, men, isang mala-impactong substitute para dito sa Gaon Gaming as Ray now coming in to the roster as of today's games. Yun nga, it's gonna be very, very big responsibility para sa mga ibang players na mag-step up dito. Especially para kay Vincent na who has had very, very good games but he has had very, very bad games as well, no? So hindi pwedeng lumabas dito yung bad games kasi opportunity to para sa Gaon Gaming to further bolster yung kanilang standings. Pero opportunity na rin to para sa Team Acceptance to finally get a notch on the board, no? So yung dalawang teams natin kind of sharing visions right now, men.
Yeah, pero parang same lang sila ng outlook right now for the entirety ng kanilang matchup for today. Kasi syempre, they wanna go up, but but right now, medyo masasabi pa natin na they're really not on their best shape. They're not entirely 100%. So we're expecting a lot from them, but we know naman na with these veteran players, with these young players coming in from these two squads, we can see something out of the bloom kapag nag-pop off si Vincent, just like what you've said, or even si Ray coming into the limelight for Gaon Gaming, and even for Team Acceptance ngayon na si Heck is here, and even a substitution for their side, we're gonna be seeing a lot of things happening and mukhang hindi natin may expect kung ano nga ba yung labanan mamaya. We're just gonna have some great CFS Masters gameplay. But right now, let's have our interview coming all the way from Gaon Gaming. Mukhang sino nga ba itong pumasok dito, Sneaky Frog?
Ayun nga, who else?
Uy, si Ellison pala to.
Ellison pare, Ellison. Rinig ba kami, men? Hello.
Yes, rinig pa.
Ayun yan, rinig kami, men, on stream. Welcome, Ellison, na naman dito sa stream. Every time na may Gaon Gaming related na thing, of course, yan, dapat si Ellison yung sasagot dito, pare. Ellison, ano, men? Nawala si Dre, unfortunately, para dito sa games natin as of today. May ready ba kayong maglaro kasama yung substitute nyo, pare?
Yes po, Snake, ready naman po. Nakapag-practice po kami ng 2 araw at yung 6 man po yung nasub po namin. So, tingin ko ready naman po.
May ano ba? May... Sige, go lang, Sneaky, go lang.
Sige, go lang.
Okay.
I'm just
nahihiya ako. Ang cute kasi ng ngiti ni Ellison man. Pagpasok niya dito. ang haba ng ngiti ni Ellison. Kinilig ako na onte. Pero Ellison, seeing that may substitute tayo mula sa buong Gaon Gaming, may onti ba tayong change of strategy or same pa rin ba tayo ng tahak dito sa week number 3?
Ganun na po yung parang yung gagawin namin, parang maiba na naman kasi iba yung laruan ni yung 6 man namin po yung substitute. So may changes po talaga.
Yun nga, obviously, no, may bit of changes happening. Ayun nga, Ellison, meron ka bang sasabihin dito sa mga sumusuporta ng Gaon Gaming at sa, ayun nga, no, just a general fan nga dito ng ikaw nga, Mare?
Sa mga sumusuporta po sa Gaon Gaming, salamat po sa inyong lahat. Dagan salamat sa inyo. Sa inyo po kami kumukuha ng lakas po. At kay Gaon March po. Salamat kayo doon sa suporta. Yan lang po.
Shout out to Gaon March, pare. Yun nga, hopefully paldo naman ang tropa natin this time. Thank you, Boss Ellison, sa pag-join dito sa ating pre-match interview. Mukhang confident ka naman.
Thank you po.
Na dito sa today's games, pare. Pero yun nga, as we go back dito sa matchups natin, Gaon Gaming, obviously the man who is gonna have to be watched out for, no, is itong si Ellison. Ellison obviously has been around dito sa CFPH for a while now. I mean, he was in yung first iteration of matches even bago dumating yung now secret rosters or now secret now matches roster from now. And ayun nga, even back then, sobrang laki ng impact na nagagawa dito ni Ellison, even contesting, no, yung mga top teams natin dati. I think even before lumabas itong SCJ, there was a matches kind of shadowing second itong Pacific, pare.
Yeah, malaki ang nambag talaga ni Ellison, and looking towards this, mukhang siya na ina-expect ko as we welcome here sa ating head-to-head ang ating mga key players. Sino nga ba ang dalawang players na ito? I think it's gonna be possibly Ellison and no, it's never mind. It's gonna be CJ and Dre on our key players matchup. Nakikita mo naman yung KD natin 1.02 para kay CJ and 1.21 para kay Dre. Pantay nga ba yung labanan na to, Sneaky?
Well, considering that Dre is not playing, pare. So, ayun nga. Baka ito yung sub, man. They subbed him out just to put him on the key players natin.
Para mapakita dito, no?
para mapad yung stats on it. Pero yun nga, what I wish would have been the matchup para dito sa key players natin with CJ going up against itong si Dre. Both very, very aggressive fraggers. Both very unafraid, no, to play face-to-face with ang kanilang kalaban dito. But, yeah, let's see what itong si Ray can offer, man. Malay mo, he could produce the same output, pero kagaya na sinabi ni Ellison, might not be the same.
Yeah, pero might even be better, seeing that baka siya na yung makita nating key player next week. But right now, finally, after introducing all of the teams right now sa ating match number 1 and pati na yung mga key players, let's introduce our casters for today. Walang iba kundi ang ating duo na si Mochi and Daydom. Kamusta kayo dyan?
Ayun, thank you so much, my followers, Sticky Pug. Siyempre, sobrang excited para sa mga laban natin for the day. Lalong-lalo na, I'm pretty sure na lalo lang pag-iigtingan ng kanilang performance since meron silang kanya-kanyang kailangan patunayan. Not to mention, meron ata tayong 4 na teams na 1-on-1. Like, 1 win, 1 lose. So, kailangan talaga nila galingan. Like, all in na talaga. Ito na yun.
Ikaw, Daydum, anong mga thoughts natin dyan? Mukhang speechless ka pa ng onte eh. Habang ipapa-unmute muna kita. Kaya kailangan kita ipa-unmute. Wait lang. On ko muna yung mic mo, Daydum. Ayan!
Yun!
Ayan!
Okay na pa. Oh. Ito na. Oh, he froze. He did the Salvatore, pare.
Oh my God, he did the thing. Ayan na.
Okay, I'm back. Ito, men, sabihin ko lang, sobrang excited ko for this first series. We were talking kanina sa mga matches natin. I think you guys know how much of an acceptance fan I am. And I'm excited how they're going to face against Gaon. Nung first week natin, yung sinabi nila sa interview nila, kung tandaan yung may interview, nape-pressure sila sa Gaon Gaming. They waited weeks to face up against them. And these two teams, sila yung 2 of the last 3 teams na nag-qualify sa Masters. So I'm excited how they're gonna face up against each other talaga dito.
Nararamdaman ko yung sobrang saya mo, Daydum, kasi kanina parang you were speechless for words but right now you finally said it. I think tama ka naman talaga. And especially may added factor din na medyo kabado ang ating mga teams. They want to do something, they want to prove themselves, and feeling ko week number 3 is their week para mapakita talaga yung galing nila and to finally show kung ano nga ba ang 100% ng team acceptance, ano nga bang 100% ng team Gaon Gaming. Pero we will definitely see once na pumasok na tayo in game. Pero Sneaky, how about you? Ano pa bang mga onti nating expectations for this matchup specifically?
Ayun nga, I'm expecting maybe an open sub base, pero fully knowing kasi yung Gaon, no, and they have been playing a lot more careful considering yung mga Visayas and Mindanao teams natin. I guess we might see an eagle eye, pero knowing team acceptance, they might ban that first. So siguro yung ballpark na guess ko para dito sa veto natin is most likely gonna be Ankara, Port at some point, siguro for map number 3, and Black Widow somewhere din sa veto natin. So let's see.
Oh!
Well, I'm right with 2, pero yung compound hindi ko in-expect actually.
Medyo unexpected tayo dito sa compound, especially for these two teams. We were expecting a sub-base possibly, pero GG just definitely banning that out. Sa pangalawa naman nating ban, team acceptance, taking out Eagle Eye 2.0. They don't want to play it. They don't want to show na magulo ang labanan natin for these two teams. Pero Ankara on the first map, ikaw ba, Mochi, anong nararamdaman natin dyan? Gaon Gaming picking this map up, so they have the advantage here.
Yeah, pretty interesting, no? I feel like they will capitalize more on the explosivity na meron sila dito in terms of their playstyle. But however, medyo curious ako sa kung ano yung may offer ni Team Acceptance dito onto the table. Most especially na they're more on the support na kailangan nila dito sa isa't isa. And since we see that sometimes, tulad nga ng sabi nila kanina, may kakulangan sila in terms of communication. Well, mukhang doon talaga sila magkakatalo.
Pero naman, Daydum, coming in towards the second map up, it's gonna be Team Acceptance picking out Compound, which is something that we also somewhat expect with them. Pero just like what Siki said, mukhang it's not gonna be in favor of both of these teams pagdating ng Compound, or it's not really the usual thing that we see. Anong thoughts natin dyan seeing that Team Acceptance picked out Compound para kalabanin ng Gaon Gaming?
You know, Polar, definitely agree na hindi ito yung top priority for both teams, particularly for Gaon. I think that's the reason why Team Acceptance picked this map, because Gaon as a squad refused to play the double setup. Yun yung meta ngayon dalawang sniper. Gaon, we haven't seen them play the double sniper, which is really, really good in this map, and Team Acceptance, they have to leverage that somehow.
Yeah, very much so. Alam mo, I have to agree with you on that. Kailangan nilang hanapin lahat ng pwedeng butas na pwedeng pasukan, and they need to solve every problem that they need to that they will encounter sa ating mga 3 maps na ito. Tulad nga na sinabi ni Sneaky, 2 lang yung nahulaan niya dito. So, kung 3 nga lang yon, siguro pwede natin siya sabing mastermind, but unfortunately not. Next time na lang muna, Sneaky, after this map veto or map veto natin next round. Pero yeah, it is what it is. Alam mo, yun talaga. Pero let's see. I think we have a lot of things to maybe expect, especially na nakita natin ngayon na the map veto is definitely something na can tell a lot towards the map, towards the game na makikita natin. Pero isang mabilisang prediction lang tayo dito, everybody. Coming from my side naman, coming on to these two teams, Team Acceptance versus Gaon Gaming, it's kind of a 50-50, pero I'll go for Team Acceptance 2-1.
Damn. Team Acceptance 2-1. I would actually go Gaon 2-1. dito sa series natin. So, I love acceptance in the homies, pare. Yun nga, Red. And then is the homies. Pero feeling ko, despite, losing itong si Dre, pare, Ellison and Jackpan can still hold it down.
I would go Gaon 2-1 as well. I mean, there is this certain aspect din na may mga times na Gaon Gaming, they would go super, super all-in yung mga unang matches. Pero pag tagal, medyo mauubusan sila ng, what do you call this? Mauubusan sila ng power, I guess. Or in terms of consistency, it will gonna be lacking. Pero, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt since mukhang looking forward sila nakalabanin si Team Acceptance tulad ng sabi nila from our previous pre-show.
Ako naman, I've already predicted yesterday dun sa pre-show, no? It's 2-1 Acceptance. I think that compound is gonna be the bane of the existence of Gaon dito, no? Ankara is medyo hindi to favorite ng Acceptance, eh. Not gonna lie. They prefer Black Widow port. And yun nga, sub-base, no? Unfortunately, banned away yung isang mapa doon, yung sub-base yung favorite nila. So I think Ankara might go the way of Gaon, compound Acceptance, and then port Acceptance din tayo, 2-1.
And there you go. That's the prediction ng ating panel and ng casters. Alam mo, akala ko muntikan pa maging 3-1 yung favorite, pero yun nga pala, isang Team Acceptance fan si Daedum, so medyo nagpantay. Akala ko just like yung pictures natin na tatlo yung medyo maluma na, yung isa baguan pa lang. Pero let's see kung ano nga bang mangyari sa ating laban. Everybody, it's a 2-1 prediction all across the board. 50-50 tayo for Team Acceptance and Team Gaon Gaming. Pero let's go towards a quick break muna before we get into the games. This has been your panel and your set of casters. Never mind, hindi pala. Mukhang akin pala yun. Mali pala na we'll go for a quick break kasi gusto natin, diretso tayo sa bakbakan. Gusto natin, makausap muna natin mga casters. Sneaky, Sneaky, wag muna. Mamaya tayo patawaran, mamaya tayo mag-uusap kasi it will throw it to the casters. Smoke Chat Daedum, kayo muna ang bahala.
Medyo natawa ako doon kasi nakita mo, tinatawanan na lang ni Sneaky Frog itong si Bipolar. Pero anyways, maraming salamat sa ating panel, no? Bipolar and Sneaky Frog. And guess what, Daedum, tayo na naman na magkasama dito.
Yes.
Parang last Sunday lang ang nag-cast natin ay EVOS and Fervid, if I recall correctly. Pero ngayon it's a new, we're turning a new leaf here. Bagong page tayo ngayon.
Yeah, it's gonna be an absolutely amazing series to witness dito, no? I mean, itong dalawang team na to, Sneaky basically said it kanina, no? They're basically neighbors slash brothers kasi magkakalala sila. Some of the players know each other. Some of the players, a majority of our players galing sa Cebu, no? Most of them from the southern parts of the country dito, and you know that they know a lot of things about each other that we don't. And there's a lot of stories between these two just this year alone. Silang dalawa yung nagbabakbakan nung day 2 qualifier natin for the last 2 slots in Masters, no? And silang dalawa nga yung nag-qualify along with Team Secret. So, super excited for these two. And Mochi, ito, matanong ko sa'yo, Dre, one of the MVPs, one of the strong points last week ng Gaon won't be able to play this week. You think that's gonna be a big factor? You think Gaon can make it without Dre?
I feel, sinabi naman nila that they are gonna be having these sort of adjustments nung nakaraang araw-araw. Sabi ni Ellison na napag-prepare na nila yung integration dito ni Ray, most importantly na parang anticipated nila yung swap out. But ang magiging challenge dito kay Ray do is how would he be able to cover up yung capacity dito ni Dre na makapag-entry but at the same time be one of the key impact players para sa Gaon Gaming. And given that, well, it's a challenge but at the same time feeling ko kaya niya naman.
Well, tingnan natin, no? Frey of course has big shoes to fill. Medyo nakakalita yung mga pangalan nila dito, no? Dre, Frey, Ray. Pero yeah, definitely Frey has a big task in his hands. Last week, Ellison had a field day against Fervid. Ang daming magandang sniper angle na nahanap ni Ellison, no? Especially in port, which is our third map for the day. So medyo kinakabahan ako doon para sa Team Acceptance pag dumating tayo sa map number 3. Pero baka naman hindi tayo mabot doon. Ito na, simulan na natin. Set number 1, Gaon Gaming versus Team Acceptance. It is GG Gaon on the BL side, Mochi.
Same. And I guess same drill dito. Pero may mga naririnig na tayo mga gunshots this early, which is really interesting for us. Tama nga Chinese cartel lang sa bandang yellow natin si Jack Ban at that time. While they're gonna be clearing out every single nook and cranny na meron dito sa ating A site. Nakaantabay lang din, syempre, ang ating mga sniper gear, Ellison, and as well as itong si Heka for whoever will be crossing down their line of sights. But also, siguro i-mention na rin natin, no? There are some moments that Gaon, they're pretty careful dito sa mga pushes na ginagawa nila on BL.
Yeah, of course. There's a lot of experience under that wing ng Gaon. And of course, this year, there's a lot of pressure, no? Ilang beses na natin nasabi, it's one of the closest, the competition, or one of the few times the competition is so close. And Gaon, medyo mataas. For both teams, no? Medyo malayo yung tatahakin nila to get into the playoffs na top 4 teams na yung makuha. Hotel push coming through from Gaon.
Naku, yun nga lang nga, nakita
not
ata
hitting
ni
anyone. Frey going down early. So that's Team Acceptance with the first kill. CJ makakapasok mula sa mid, and that's Hotel being held down by Zen, pero Vincent answers back. 3v2. Team Acceptance, 1 man up. Pero yung C4 medyo malayo pa, Moji.
Parang yun ang pagkakamali, no? Makita ka lang sa bandang akyatan, Matic. May mga madadamay din sa mga kasama mo on that depot position. But now, heck, tamang tingin lang kung mayroon dadaan. Medyo pressure, pero tatama! Ay, kaganda naman ng flick dito ni Heck. But with immediate trade dito from Ellison as they try to put themselves dito sa B-site natin. Saktong-sakto ang pagkakatama dito kay Ared. Ellison would just wait, take his time. Day na timingan ata, mababawasan pretty low in HP, and CJ would be able to seal the deal sa ating unang round. Syempre, para sa Team Acceptance.
There you go. Good timing mula kay CJ. And Ellison almost with the clutch, but CJ challenging the angle nonetheless. This is classic Team Acceptance aggression. This is one of the things I love about this team. They're so aggressive. And Team Acceptance, they just really have to work on consistency. You saw that round, Mochi, di ba? Last man standing pa rin, no? So medyo mahirap i-replicate yung win na ganon. Team Acceptance have to find a way to be a little bit more strategic.
Structured.
Yes, exactly. But still, first round, napunta din sa Team Acceptance, and Gaon slowing things down a little bit.
Well, it's the same drill all over again. But I really do wonder what's going to be the adjustment dito from Team Acceptance, because you can see someone quite a bit heavy and deep dito sa bandang hotel entrance natin. Heck, though, we'll be seeing someone here in vents, but not gonna be connecting that shot sa ngayon. At papaulanan lang din ng mga granada itong entrada natin for A site, while there is no signs of commitment naman. I feel like they're really using up the utilities na meron dito sa Team Acceptance.
I love the discipline as well. Hindi nagpupush masyado yung Team Acceptance. NL, lot of noise or a lot of presence seen just outside the hotel. CJ, good shot onto Jackban as the lurk down. Good start for Team Acceptance dito, no? Enables Zen to push up a little bit further. And with 1 minute left, they have, I think, a good idea kung saan mag-push dito ang Gaon. That's in LB. Nades coming through. NL backing off, playing around the site. Pero Zen goes in, takes a kill, runs away. Ray gets in for the trade. 3v3 now. Andito na si Ared coming through. And the hold is really good for Team Acceptance. 36 seconds left para may tanim ang C4 dito. Ared still has a lot of nades to play with. Good flash coming through from Team Acceptance. They're buying a lot of time. Ared with the swing out. Ellison with the trade. There is a 2v2 left. And this is got to be a good kill. And Ellison gets all of the players of Team Acceptance. The fragging prowess. Ellison with the triple, and Gaon taking the round.
I mean, it's Ellison. Alam mo bang masasabi nating iba? Pero not gonna lie, I feel like Team Acceptance have been able to start that round well. They found someone dito sa CA area natin na pick off nila yun kaagad. I feel like medyo nagkaroon lang ng konting pagkakataranta sa B-site natin. Pero heck, trabaho na naman as he secures one of the key players here of Gaon Gaming. Ellison will be falling down from the yellow area while they would be seeing if meron bang mga possible trade na manggagaling dito sa Gaon Gaming. Pero, Ared, mukhang meron na naman mamamataan. Zen 1 will be able to take Ray from that mid area as yung C4 ay hindi nila hawak dito.
Still, I think pretty easily recoverable naman, no? Medyo maraming smokes na nagtatago dun sa C4 for now. Vincent just has to push up a little bit further. Pero mukhang si Ared, gusto niya i-challenge yung angle, no? Nandun sa may hukay. C4, medyo mahirap nga. Gaon have to risk one of their players at least to retrieve the C4. Frey lumapit just to aid Vincent and they will retrieve the C4 successfully, pero there's a big lurk coming through.
Oy!
NL? Uy! Uy!
Naku!
NL!
No! Parang nawawalang bata si Fremen. Hindi niya alam kung saan siya titingin. And he's been in so deep and quite unfortunately nakuha siya doon and stuck in its traps. But all that time, and here it's a B site. It is gonna be Zen 1 being eliminated. And they are yet to see if there will be a possible retake na manggagaling dito sa team acceptance natin. Red and Heck, malapit sa isa't isa. I'm not quite sure how the will benefit them well dito sa retake na ito. At kung i-anticipate nila yung possible swing na manggagaling kay Vincent. Pero, they really have to think this through. Paano nila masasegregate? Hindi ata nila yun magagawa dahil ipipik sila dito agad and Vincent will be taking both of them.
Yeah, ito yung problema ng team acceptance, when it comes to raw dueling strength. No match talaga sila. It feels like against Gaon. We saw that clutch from, or that 3K from Ellison a couple of rounds before. This time naman, it's again Gaon winning by the duels. By the rifle, that is. And when it comes to just plain dueling, hindi pwede. Lakas ng Gaon sa ganun. Team acceptance have to resort to, as we said kanina, a little bit more structure. And heck, with the double man push, good shot down in mid. And that's a good start for team acceptance, taking down one of the players of Gaon.
Real. And I feel like they're pretty good in these types of pickups, no? It's all a matter of how would they be able to continue after securing those objectives. Pero Ared, pretty low in terms of HP. Pero si CJ, mapapatulog lang din naman ni Jackban. Lahat sila narito na sa A-site natin at maraming mga balang uulan. Jackban, we taking out the red once again. And we are yet to see if the objective will be secured. Mapaplant ba nila ang ating C4 dito? Yes na yes naman. As the 3 remaining members here from Team Acceptance will be waiting for the best time to strike.
2 players from Exit. Actually, 3 players from Exit. Flashes being set up. Papasok na si NL. Zen goes down. Frey with the double. The Colt comes out. And Heck can't even get away. He just goes down to the hands of Ellison. A good takeaway mula kay Tech, pero still, it's 3 people left standing for Gaon Gaming who takes round number 4 for themselves. 2 na ang lamang dito ng Gaon.
Man, ang ganda ng simula ni Team Acceptance. It's just that kung anong mangyayari pagka nandun na sila sa gera session. Alam mo yun? Pagka oras na ng gerahan, dun sila natataranta, they weren't able to cover up for each other, which is something that they should really address. Once again, the communication and the pressure, how would they be able to withstand and improve? That is a question para sa kanila.
And yun yung sinabi kanina ng in-interview sila, no? A lot of errors being made that they have to address. On top of that, consistency. Hirap maging consistent dito ang team acceptance. And if you take into consideration as well the storyline between these two. Teka lang, Ray taking down CJ. So that's one of the players in Hotel going down for team acceptance. And again, Gaon Gaming off to a better start dito, Mochi.
Yeah. Oh my, this is gonna be quite of a struggle para sa team acceptance. But on the bright side, Gaon Gaming is finally understanding or getting a bit of a hint kung paano sila nag-work. Pero heck!
Huy!
Imposibleng wala daw silang sagot dyan. Heck, even securing all of the really important pickups na meron dito sa mga umpisa ng mga round natin so far. Jackban will be falling down. Although, there's still quite a good minute para makapag-secure sila ng objective dito. I feel like their call might possibly putting themselves dito sa A-site natin wherein the rest of team acceptance nakaantabay lang sa B-site. I feel like maganda ang choice nila na pumunta dito sa A site, Dado.
You gotta remember, may isa pang tao dito. That's Zen.
Zen 1?
Sa loob ng site. Flash is coming through. Frey pushing up. Di pa rin nakikita kung nasan si Zen dito. Shots connecting and Zenny gets the first kill. Good trade mula kay Ray, but that leaves Team Acceptance in a 3v3 retake. C4 plant na nga dito in that site. At si Ray finding a good position for now. Team Acceptance, we've seen this retake before, but this time they have the 3v3 advantage. Yan natin kung makakapag-retake pa sila much.
At ang tayo din utilities na meron dito sa Team Acceptance ngayon. On the bright side, hindi nila ito nagagamit 20 seconds on the clock. They are yet to put themselves or put their feet down dito sa ating site. And this is gonna be all-out pressure. All of the shots just raining up upon them. Arad will be taking out Ray. Allison was also gonna be spotted out as well. Vincent will be able to offer the trade here. Nakatago lang dito sa ilalim. Pero yun nga lang nga, Arad will be able to take him out. That is a wonderful retake galing sa Team Acceptance. And Dado, I really like their adjustments here so far. I feel like naintindihan nila, okay, wait lang, parang bubungos ata tayo ng utilities from the last few rounds na meron tayo. What if tipirin natin, reserve natin for retake? And look at that, a successful retake for them.
Yeah, I love the call as well to split up that retake, no? Kanina kasi, Uy!
Wait! Huh?
What a shot from Ellison. Ridiculous. Last week pa tong sniper na to ni Ellison This time, ringing through once more, taking down the Heck. And Heck, I believe, the MVP of Team Acceptance last week. So that's another head-to-head for you, Mochi. Ellison versus Heck. This time, Ellison taking the cake on the sniper battle.
Actually, nakikurious ako kung sino dito sa mga plays na tayo magpapalabas ng British in us Alam mo yun?
British?
Parang yung mga what a bloody shot! Yung mga ganong moments, pero
Bloody ridiculous, that.
Diba? Pero so far, Gaon Gaming is definitely making the most of their time here. They're creeping up here from mid and putting themselves dito sa B side natin through the bypass area, which is a good call to do as well. They better be careful though, as CJ is just gonna be chilling here once nawalag pa sila dito sa bypass natin, possibly.
CJ still holding on to the exit dito ng bypass into B entrance. Papasok na rin si Red inside of the site.
Weapon time.
Actually, a very interesting angle mula dito kay Red. CJ, good pick. Takes down Frey. Ray for the trade. Papasok na dito si Red, who will take down two players. Immediate double kill, and that is the C4 in the middle of the site. Vincent is too far away to take control of that, and Zen will take him out. Team Acceptance slowly adapting. Equal na yung score natin dito.
Love the fast responding nitong Team Acceptance during that moment And just as you mentioned na sobrang interesting nung angulo ni Ared, they didn't necessarily expect it at all. Parang inisip niya na, what if dito lang sila umakyat, no? What if I capitalize up the situation habang busy sila umakyat at pumasok dito sa B-site Doon ko na silang Jose Rizalen, if I may say. Pero I feel like Team Acceptance has been doing a great job of adjusting so far. Honestly.
True. And you could see na when it comes to high-level crossfire talaga, fragging is just a part of it. It's not everything. It's just why Gaon is the ones that are having to adjust now because Team Acceptance, they played around. They played away from the isolated duels. Mo, walang kahit isang player sa kanila na isolated. They're all playing together in LA. And the flashes are now making a little bit of noise. Gaon, they have to guess. Wala silang masyadong information apart from that one nade thrown by Team Acceptance. And, hindi na alam, lahat ng players nandito sa LA.
Yeah, I'm pretty curious if the Zen 1 and NL tandem we have here on A side would be the defense that they need. Most importantly, lahat ng mga players natin from Gaon nakakumpul dito sa entrada. May dalawa nang tumatao sa vents. So, better be careful. Just preparing. Seeing really good angle. Patalon-talon lang itong isang kumpare natin dito. Pero down dito na sila sa ibaba. And they are yet to put themselves dito sa itaas natin as they have that really crispy shot dito kay Frey at nasusundan pa. Oh, they're not going down without a fight. Meron silang isasama sa hukay dito, Dadom. And before we even know it, si Ellison na lang naiiwan. Arid to the rescue from the backlines. a really clean slate here galing sa Team Acceptance.
Good D coming through mula kay Zen 1 at NL. Yun na nga, sakto yung tanong mo, Chino. Can they hold it? And the answer was yes. NL taking down 2 before going down, and then Zen coming up before the rotation comes in for Team Acceptance. And tama-tama lang, no? The moment Zen 1 goes down, andyan na yung players ng Team Acceptance for a beautiful defense. And Gaon Gaming, naubos sila doon, no? That take is a lesson for Gaon Gaming. Tignan mo, hindi na sila lumapit sa LA. Yung C4 is very far from LA. Very far from A-site.
Yeah, medyo napatigil na sila rin. Parang what if we don't? Wag na natin gawin yun uli, no? Let's try to think this through. Ito naman tayo. Pero what's interesting here is we have 3 people, actually already all of them, no? We have 2 people here dito sa events natin. They're trying a different approach. I'm not quite sure how this is gonna end, but I am pretty sure that this is gonna catch Gaon off guard. Zen 1 and as well as NL once again, just gonna putting themselves dito sa entrada ng events natin. But it's a 1-for-1. It's a good trade. I'm not quite sure if they know that NL is also there, but he's just gonna be retreating back into safety, at ang kasamahan niya na dito ngayon ay si Arit.
Yeah, a little bit too deep para kay Zen 1 doon. Should have tried to run away after that 1 kill. Pero sinugal niya, no? He went in and the wrist finding another kill. Nakita niya, 4 na tao. So he just went down. That leaves us with a 4v4. Team Acceptance, still a stronghold of the defense dito, no? But their mid, a little bit lopsided. Medyo malambot yung defense nila sa mid. And I think Gaon have caught a whiff of that. So mag-split sila dito towards Hotel and LB with 30 seconds to spare.
Medyo nauubusan sila ng oras dito. Mape-pressure sila ng bahagya. But what's important is they would get the kill dito kay CJ. And there's more than enough information for Team Acceptance to put their attention sa B-site natin. Lalong-lalo na marami nang nagbabatuan dito ng mga bomba. And they are yet to put the C4 down. Ellison being able to take Arid out as well in that situation. But pretty low na. Heck and NL not quite sure how would they be able to retake this one. I guess they got no chance at all.
Yeah. And Team Acceptance, they're falling back to their old habits, so they really have to minimize mistakes. Dito, play a little bit more towards the discipline side. And adjust to the Gaon Gaming playstyle. Kailangan nila i-minimize talaga yung chances of fighting dry, fighting without utility.
Yeah.
Kasi mahirap na Mahirap na mapasabak sa Gaon.
Totoo. I mean, they've been able to do that adjustment earlier on, and I just hope na they can polish that more this time around or be more firm about it. Tulad ng sabi mo, they need a bit more structure heading on to this fight. And given their current positioning as well, Ray will be able to take heck out every single one of the Gaon people. Just gonna be marching here, securing, wrecking havoc dito sa B-site natin. And all the while, naghihirapan humanap na magandang posisyon ng mga miyembro natin from Team Acceptance. But what's really interesting here, Ellison from the bridge area, we actually just gonna be another menace para sa kanila with some shots and trades-offs happening here. NL taking a couple. What a big play for him, but CJ will be prepared sa sinusubukang wrap around dito ni Ellison.
With 12 HP to spare, NL with the crucial kills, enabling CJ to go for the defuse. And just like that, Mochi, Team Acceptance pull on ahead as we head into our second half. Dito, 5-4 in favor of Team Acceptance. And I'm smiling. My Team Acceptance fan heart is happy. Pero kalma lang tayo, guys. Kalma lang tayo, Team Acceptance. Ito yung hurdle para sa kanila. This is a turning point for them. Sila na mismo yung nagsabi, Gaon Gaming gives them a lot of pressure. Kasi itong dalawang team na to, they put each other in a high pedestal. Kaya medyo high stakes tong game na to for personal reasons para sa dalawang to. In Team Acceptance, they have to try not to crack under the pressure.
I mean, if Team Acceptance would win against Gaon, well, it's gonna be a crazy point para sa leaderboards natin kasi that would just diminish all hopes na meron dito for Gaon, considering that they're competing with Team Secret at the likes of it would had the 1-1 na scoreline natin. Pero for Team Acceptance. It's gonna be new news. It's gonna be their first win. Pero sinusubukan na nila pumasok dito sa ating B-side. Sunod-sunod na nga mga damage through ni Zen1 ito. Oh my, that's just crazy. Alongside with NL, napakatindi na kanilang pagka-entra and they are yet to secure the objective of this one. Not quite sure if there is going to be an ample amount of defense na manggagaling sa Gaon Gaming, pero they're just diminishing that. Ayaw nilang bigyan ng chance ito si Gaon Gaming, and now it's all up to Vincent, and through the smoke, he's just gonna be gone down. Ewan ko kung paano makaka-recover si Gaon from that one.
Beautiful entry mula kay NL Don. Getting a lot of space and getting a lot of the kills as well. Zen1 as well, rocking the top of the scoreboard dito, no? 10 kills for Zen1. And Team Acceptance, 2 rounds ahead. 6-4 ang score natin dito. Zen1 again starts off strong. Ellison with a good trade, but Heck answers back with that AWM. And LA is a battlefield. Tinan mo yung mga players dito ng Gaon. They're gonna be pushing up to try and fight this LA battle. Flash is still available. CJ gonna go for the swing. Pero si Jack Ban handa. Nice high-low setup. And L papasok. Vincent going down! And a red comes in for the kill as well. Team Acceptance, 7-4.
Ang lalala ninyo, Team Acceptance. Napakagaling nyo mag-crossfire dito sa Ankara ngayon, I'm liking your shape right now, Parang tuwan-tuwa itong kasama ko ngayon dahil sa pag naggagagawa nyo. Alam nyo yun? Solid,
Yes, sir. Team Acceptance. 3 rounds ahead, and yung BL side looking absolutely deadly. And this is one of the things as well that is scary from them last week, no? They start off strong when they are on the BL side. This time, they start off good in the GRs. CJ picking off Ellison. That's a big pick-off, taking down the sniper GR side. And there is again the quick push from Zen1. Pamipigil ni Ray, but a red with the double. And it's another blacklist win, another score for Team Acceptance.
Man, dito na pumapasok yung Gaon should take a chill pill in some sort of way. Masyadong mabilis yung mga rounds natin so far. Kailangan nilang mag-re-evaluate, try to take a step back kung nakikita nilang medyo alanganin sila in terms of their positioning, and once that they hear na meron ng mga tumatao dito sa Team Acceptance, pero it seems like the pickups are just pretty strong galing sa kanila. But Jack Ban would be able to take CJ out, and that might actually hinder or lessen yung speed ng commitment dito sa Acceptance for the time being.
Yeah, Gaon. Still that dueling prowess, no? I mean, Team Acceptance, nag-try silang iba ng pace ngayon, And Gaon, they just took the fight anyway. Won against CJ. And now Team Acceptance pick up the tempo once more. The push-up, not working anymore. Zen goes down. A red for the trade, but Ray is there to back up Gaon Gaming. Heck with a pistol. And NL turns things around. 2v2 with that kill from NL. Pero the exit play coming through from Vincent. And Jack Ban gets them 1 kill apiece. And Gaon Gaming are back into this game.
Ang tanong ay, would they be able to continue and carry over yung composure o yung kompositura na meron sila ngayon, lalong-lalo na kompositura, char. Pero parang hihirapan sila in terms of the, what do you call this, yung duels na yung mga close quarter combats natin. Pero let's see if there's gonna be some changes. I mean, they've got the round earlier on, which is great, but until when?
Until when? Pero so far, Gaon, they don't really need to do that big of an adjustment, no? Just play to your strengths, the duels, the early picks, and then the standard default dito sa defense natin. Don't need to push up.
Of course, yeah.
And Team Acceptance, the only thing that Gaon has to adjust to is that very quick run-up, very quick rushes dito ng Team Acceptance that so far they've dealt with in the last round, no? Oh, heck with the peak. Anticipating Frey. And that's a good punish. Di mo i-expect kasi yung angle na yun sa Vents na may om.
Yeah. Parang makita lang ulo mo, tanggal ka agad no? Tatalsik na lang before you even know it. But I feel like meron na ring idea dito ng bahagya si CJ just in case nasusubukan ni Ray na mag-push dito sa Vents area natin. And I believe that their support existing from Team Acceptance series gonna be more than sufficient. Vincent though, napakalalim na, or rather, kay NL, may ba siyang balak doon sa B-site natin, but Trey will be able to take out Ared as they commit and try to rummage through the rest of the membership from Gaon Gaming. Oh, that's gonna be bad news para sa kanila. Hindi pa nila nadi-discover that NL is gonna try to flag them up all the way to spawn. Napakalalim na, pero hindi na raw nila kailangan yan. Because as NL tries to go through, well, definitely, both of them were just gonna fall down. And before we even know it, 9-5. One round away from victory. Itong si Team Acceptance.
Team Acceptance, I love that setup from that round. 4-1 split sila, nag-push ng vents, and then NL for the lurk. Set up smokes as well as Jackban pushes up Hotel. CJ finds Jackban for a trade, so that's a 4v4. Hotel in control dito ng Team Acceptance for now. But Gaon Gaming, nag-rotate agad sila dito, Mochi. Oh, Acceptance have a chance to go to the other side of the map.
Pwede, no? Pwede. Pagka natimbrehan ni Hectong mga kasama niya na, uy, wala atang tao dito sa mga men. Di ba? May possibility. But, at the same time, Ellison will just gonna try and see kung meron nga ding manggagaling dito sa bandang bypass natin. But parang wala eh. The coast is clear for the mid area to say the least while the rest of the squad will just gonna hold their specific angles until maybe they find a bit of intel.
Still a lot of LB presence. Team Acceptance, flashes coming through. The question is, Gaon, mababasa ba nila na magko-commit sa B site to? Last time na nag-smoke sila sa B, they committed in A sites. Vincent anticipates CJ, gets the kill. C4 mga galing sa mid, but NL finds Ray in trade. It's a battle in RS, and Heck enters the fight with that shot onto Frey's cranium. And now it's a 2v2, 1 minute left. May oras pa ang Team Acceptance na mag-decide, but they will commit to that B site, Moch.
Cranium? Pero, 45 seconds of the clock here. Siyempre, kahit na lang maghanap ng way kung anong site ang secure nila dito. Pero wait lang! Gusto mo hindi in-expect ni Ellison na nandoon si Heck with the pistol. Even is just gonna be taken down. But also, Vincent, prepared na rin ata si Heck dito. And he is dead. Just easy as that. And what's wonderful here, Dadom, is the fact that Acceptance are so true to their name. They accept what they have to change, reflect what they have to do, and just reenact kung ano yung kailangan nilang gawin, resulting to this first win of our first series for today. Congratulations kay Team Acceptance. And I wonder, ano yung magiging sagot dito ni Gaon Gaming later on?
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting to see, especially in compound. Na remind lang kita, Mochi, Team Acceptance yung pumili ng map number 2 natin. And I gotta say, Mochi, I am a fan of Team Acceptance. I'm not hiding that. I was a bit scared going into Ankara, no? Because it's not a map that they favor generally. Gaon Gaming, of course, are the ones to pick that up. But what a dominant showing mula sa Team Acceptance. They refined their playstyle, minimized mistakes. And yung pagiging volatile nila, nagamit nila dito no? Yung last round in particular, hindi nila in-expect na nanggaling yung players ng Team Acceptance because of how random the positions were of Team Acceptance. Pero ngayon, it's a good kind of random. Hindi na, nagagamit nila to their strength how volatile their playstyle is.
And as much as you guys can say dyan sa comment section, baka may nagsasabi nila, bakit bias yung mga casters natin? No! We're just noticing din kasi kung gaano kaganda yung improvements nila all throughout the whole duration of that match. And I am pretty sure that Gaon would find a way to try and clap back sa kanila. Pero kasi at this rate, I feel like sobrang tindi rin ng naging pick-off potential na nagkaroon dito kay Heck. I believe that some of the crucial rounds that gave them or boosted them for the most is because of the pickups na nagagawa niya. And all throughout, they've been able to mature and try to use that, like what you've said, randomness to their fullest potential, resulting to this win, which is really awesome to see.
Yeah, and the biggest improvement I saw, Mochi, in this game, though, was in the first 4-5 rounds. Nakita natin, Gaon talaga yung mas refined yung playstyle.
Yes.
No? And what happened was, the difference in this map performance compared to the last week, 2 weeks ago performance ng Team Acceptance is they bounce back. Hindi sila na-tilt, hindi sila nag-downslide, no? In fact, they adjusted in a positive manner, and they didn't look back. Team Acceptance, ito yung the biggest issue that they faced a couple of weeks ago going up against Execration as well. And yung hindi sila pag na behind na sila, hindi sila makabawi. Ngayon na-address na lang yung issue na yon in a map that their opponent picked. And that's mighty impressive from Team Acceptance. In a span of a week, of 2 weeks, ang laki ng improvement nila. And one more thing na ipo-point out ko, hindi sila nagpadala sa pressure ng Gaon Gaming. One of the teams that they look up to really, really high, and one of the teams na tinatarget talaga nila dito, no? Can't wait for Compound, but that is a very strong start for Team Acceptance.
Indeed. And you can finally understand bakit gusto nung mga teams na kalabanin or why they hold Team Acceptance on high regard from the previous pre-shows, or at least yung mga tanong, sino yung gusto nyong makalaban? Sino yung nire-respeto nyo as a team? Usually you would hear the name of Team Acceptance pop up from time to time, and that's really awesome.
We gotta ask Gaon Gaming ano yung adjustment na gagawin nila dito, no? Of course, with one of their subs coming in, sabi nila they've molded really well. They practiced with Ray as well. Pero Compound as a map is actually not necessarily the favorite dito ng Team Acceptance, no? But I think they have something cooked up here in Compound. Of course, I already mentioned Gaon as one of the more experienced teams that don't play the current meta, which is a double sniper, particularly in Compound. No? Team Acceptance can leverage that because, as you saw, Mochi, this team loves playing close quarters. Pagka nag-close quarter combat tong mga to, they are going to roll in and they're not gonna stop. They remind me of a certain team from Cebu as well. Shout out. May mga round defense na magpupush lang sila ng dire-diretso, no? Peak matches, playstyle, and they make it work, no? Especially in that first map in Ankara. If they can make that happen in Compound as well and repeat it multiple times, Gaon are gonna find themselves in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, actually, parang nagkaroon ako ng light bulb sa ulo ko. Syempre, hindi nyo kita. Like, figuratively lang. Pero kasi parang gusto ko lang i-share na I feel like there is this certain pressure wherein Team Acceptance couldn't handle. So, if ever that Gaon Gaming would be able to actually power through, be more aggressive, be more fast-paced in terms of their plays, most especially pagka nasa blacklist end of things sila, I feel like there will be better chances that they would pull this off into a third game.
Yan natin, Gaon. I think one of the issues that Gaon faced, no, is that mid-rounding. This time, Acceptance was just a step ahead of Gaon. No, they failed to realize the amount of preparation, if I could say that, on the BL side dito ng Team Acceptance. But enough about that. Alam ko mas maraming masasabi dito si Polar tsaka si Sneaky. So panel, take it away.
Maraming salamat, Mochi and Daedom, for that wonderful first game. Alam mo, Sneaky Frog, habang nag-aantay tayo for us to transition in, at ayun na nga, Sneaky, nakita ko na ang sarili natin dito. Unacceptable and Team Acceptance na nakita natin on that map. Sneaky, ang ganda ng pinakita dito for the very first matchup of the day.
Wait lang, I'm just checking. Pero
yeah,
okay.
Andito na tayo, brother.
yun nga. I was freezing a bit dito sa panel natin. Pero yun nga, I didn't expect yung arrival dito ni Ared to have this much impact, no, on Team Acceptance, pare. And as soon as he came back, yung mga ibang long-time teammates na rin ay nag-step up dito. Yung big shoutout dito kay NL. It doesn't really, hindi madalas nangyayari that NL does have a breakout game exactly like this. Pero alam nila rin na, hey, Ared is back. I know this guy has my back. He's been my teammate for a while now. So, parang mas safe sa pakiramdam para sa side ng Team Acceptance having a Red back in their roster. At the same time, ramdam din yung pagkawala dito ni Dre, no, on the side of Gaon, especially dito sa kanilang BL side. Granted, they did get some good entries sa start ng game, but the slow adjustments dito ng Team Acceptance kind of just made it very difficult para sa kanila, pare.
Yeah, very much so. Yung formidable composition kasi ngayon ng Team Acceptance, you can definitely see it. Naging confident sila, tulad nga na sinabi mo, NL, alam niyang someone has his back. So, slots are filled, hindi niya kailangan mag-abang pa kung mag-double think in a way. So, he definitely has that in his bag. As well as CJ, si CJ sobrang dami niyang lurk spots, ang dami niyang ginawa against Gaon Gaming, and all throughout the game nakikita mo it was impactful. Pinag-usapan din namin kanina behind habang nagkakasilamuchin sila dito na CJ at the very first start of the game until round number 5, yung timing niya was impeccable against Gaon Gaming. Gaon Gaming couldn't see kung ano nga bang gagawin dito ni CJ, and if nandun si CJ, si Ared naman yung second na babackup sa kanya. So once he got that in, there was always a backup plan for Team Acceptance, but you also gotta give it out for Team Acceptance because NL was playing for Gaon Gaming, to correct myself, Jegpan was playing out of his mind as well as Ellison, nakita mo natin. But Ray as a sixth man for Gaon Gaming, again, hindi naman natin siya pwede compare kay Dre, but him going fragging out, and especially na nakita natin siya on round number 12 ata, nakita natin yun. He was 10 kills with two headshots, which actually was very surprising and was something to look out for. But right now, habang nakikita na ngayon natin, Sneaky, ang ating set summary, it was a back and forth, but ultimately, Team Acceptance held it all throughout the game.
Yun nga, very, very nice game galing dito kay NL, 1.40 KD, 0.93. Kills per round, pretty high on the headshot per kill as well. I also want to compliment itong si Zenny or Zen1. He has had some very, very good rounds pagdating dito sa mapa ng Ankara. I mean, his entries, very, very nice. 9 on the AP, 0.83 on the headshots per kills. No? So, yun nga, Team Acceptance, every time they hit a site at makakuha ng isa or dalawa itong si Zen1, I mean, you already know that the round was over.
Yeah, very much so. Alam mo, once he was in there, Team Acceptance just went all out. Sabi nila, guys, tara na, let's go. But, you know what, for the side of Gaon Gaming naman, they had a lot of good, promising rounds. Nakita na natin on the first half of the game na they were basically tinitikman pa nila labanan against Team Acceptance. They didn't really have a set plan, but going up towards the mid-game before the first half, before the switch up ng first half natin, they had some promise, but ultimately nabigay lang nila talaga lahat ng leverage and lahat ng pwedeng ibigay for Team Acceptance. I'm sorry, nawawala ako kasi ang ganda ng laban na pinakita dito for the very first matchup of week number 3. But right now, let's look at the set MVP. Tama na ang pag-uusap about the teams. It's time to highlight key player, and it's no other than NL. Sabi mo nga dito, Sneaky, na sobrang ganda ng pinakita niya to the point na he came out with a 1.4 KD.
Yun nga, grabe ka na, boss Nicolas. 1.40, 0.93. Pretty solid stats all around, no, para dito kay NL. But it was a team effort para dito sa Team Acceptance to get this dub. But yun nga, no, without NL dito, pare, this would be quite the different story pagdating dito sa mapa ng Ankara. As we take a look at the highlights, obviously NL, no, so much lurk flags actually para sa kanila dito. I like yung composition dito ng Team Acceptance where there is no definite na roles na nakikita ko. There's probably like 2 or 3 dudes who can entry, 2 or 3 dudes who can lurk. So, ayun nga, no, ang dami silang pwedeng gawin dito sa mapa natin. Just depends on what the call is siguro.
Yeah, very much so. Magdedepende na lang din yan talaga mamaya pagdating ng ating set number 2. Pero, Sneaky, kung spicy ang first map natin, yung second map natin medyo mukhang madugo at maganda ang labanan, seeing that it is gonna be compound. Team Acceptance did pick this map out, but it's unusual for us to see them picking this out against also for Gaon Gaming. So it's gonna be a spicier one this afternoon. It's currently 4:54 in the evening, and in the afternoon pala. Mukhang napapaagang mga laban na natin, but we'll go for a little bit of a break. Tayo magbabalik-balik, Sneaky. Kanina ka pa dyan, pero mamaya tayo magsasaya. Magkita-kita tayo in just a little while.
kung sino ang huling team na makakapasok sa ating group stage.
And will end the game with a win.
And they win against Pacific Masters.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Masters will be your 3-time champions of Cfs Ph Masters.
At dahil dyan, tayo ay nagbabalik after that very first set against Team Acceptance and Gaon Gaming. In just a little while, magkita na natin ang dalawang teams na to maglalabanan sa mapang compound. Something to look out for. Tulad nga na sinabi natin beforehand, it's gonna be spicy and it's gonna be even spicier as the rounds go by. But still, we are your panel for today. Ako po si Bipolar together with Sneaky. Sneaky, onting kamustahan muna tayo dito habang tayo ay nagre-ready for the next map.
Ayun nga. It's been quite the game pare. Didn't expect Team Acceptance to come out of the gate swinging no. Dito sa game natin. Granted they didn't. Tingnan nga, ang ganda na simulando ng Gaon but a better recovery from the Team Acceptance side really tingnan, just kind of set Ankara back in their way. Compound is very interesting no kasi Gaon Gaming actually picking itong BL side muna instead of GR. So, they're really banking on yung kanilang second half na performance na matatapos nila yung mapa na to on the GR side at the same time na they would get enough rounds dito sa first half na hindi nila masyado problemahin yung mangyayari dito.
Yeah, very much so. Medyo maganda rin talaga ang pinaumpisa dito ng ating Team Acceptance, by the way, Sneaky. Medyo may onting throwback na pinag-uusapan with the help of Salvatore last time na it might be the the comeback ng Gaon Gaming against the entirety of Team Acceptance. Naalala mo ba yung 9-3 sa mapa, tapos biglang na-turn around. Nakala namin ganun yung mangyayari kasi medyo may momentum yung ating Gaon Gaming. But ultimately, Team Acceptance, sabi na hindi na namin ibibigay ito on the very first matchup. Let's throw it to our casters. Tama na ang yapping ko dito, Sneaky Frog. Let's throw it to Mochi and Dado.
Ayan, tayo nagbabalik. Well, Dave Dom, may mga expectation ba tayo para sa ating kalawang mapa?
Compound. Nakita na natin tong mapang to no, for Gaon last week, I believe, when they faced up against Fervid, if I'm not mistaken, no, Ellison popped off in this map. But one thing to note, Ellison popped off nung nasa GR side sila. This time, it's interesting to me. Sabi nga ni Sneaky, no, this map is interesting because ang pinili na panimulang side dito ng Gaon is that PL side. The map where they didn't perform as well as they did in last week. I mean, not to say that they performed bad. Maganda pa rin naman yung BL side nila, no. Mas malakas lang yung GR nila last week, no. So, they're kind of banking for that latter half of the GR side, which is interesting because I don't get the rationale for that, no. Team Acceptance, they will be starting off on the GR side, which as many say in Compound is the easier side, the statistically more successful side dito, no. So the problem for Gaon Gaming is kailangan mapigilan nila yung GR na makapag-ipon ng rounds, kumbaga, ng Team Acceptance dito, which is not gonna be easy considering na Team Acceptance are on a roll from Ankara.
Ang daing dating ang question mark, no. Wait lang, pinili ni Team Acceptance si Compound. Tapos, magaling si Gaon sa BL side na to. So, sa GR side na to. So, anong tinatry nilang gawin dito? Like, is this the adjustment na ginawa nila since nawala si Dre, nasabihin si Ray for the time being? Like, diba? Ang daing nating questions and I'm pretty sure na masasagot ito once that we jump in dito sa main match natin. But for the meantime, this is going to be Gaon Gaming's deal breaker. If they would manage to win this one, there is going to be a potential for like what do you call this? Like a sweep, diba? Pero, tignan natin kung mababaliktad or with Team Acceptance still actually win this with a 2-0.
Here we go. Team Acceptance on the GR side. A lot of LB control. And ito na nga yung double sniper setup. Team Acceptance, no stranger to the meta. Zen1 and Heck both playing the AWM. At magkahiwalay nga sila dito, no? LALB, both a fortress para sa Team Acceptance. Ang lalim din ang posisyon nila dito, ha? In control of pillars as well. Gaon Gaming might be surprised pag nakita nila si NL dito. Vincent pushing up and did not see NL. But Vincent still found a red, so that's a 1-for-1 dito sa pillars.
Grabe, no? Kung merong steel door, merong bolts of steel. Dito galing kay Aren. Pero, with the pillars, parang meron na nga mga nagbabalakitakan dito with a couple of members na meron dito sa Gaon Gaming, but there will be some trade-offs. Successfully being taken down by Frey, pero dalawa pa ang kanakuha, which is wonderfully done here from Gaon. Pero, pang winnable pa ito for Team Assistance. Pero, also din wait lang lagi tayo may mga kasagutan. Ellison will be able to take down CJ, and it's all up to Zen1.
Ooh, what a shot from Zen. Just before the smoke covers up mid. One shot, Zen again finds one, this time with the AK. At si Frey na lang natitira with 1 HP left to spare. C4 right in front. And Zen1 has the advantage in terms of HP, pero naka-sniper dito si Frey. Who will win the round? Is it Team Acceptance or Gaon Gaming dito, Mochi? Hindi ko makita ang laro, but there's still a good amount of time remaining para dito.
Ayun nga, sa akin din, wala akong makita. Pero paano ba to? Ayun!
Ayun na nga, Frey! Gets the shot in. And Gaon Gaming strike first dito sa ating compound map. Because apparently dead round din nangyari dito, Mochi. So bear with us, guys, as we try and give you the best broadcast possible. Konting segue muna tayo, no? Guys, by the way, minsan nag-feature tayo ng comments or questions na nalalagay nyo dyan sa baba that we will try to answer with the panel. So make sure to show, or rather ask us questions. Sasagutin namin yan ni Mochi with the help of Bipolar and Sneaky Frog. Pag maganda yung tanong nyo, i-feature natin yan. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. And recap lang, guys, ha. This is just the first series. And it is Team Acceptance who won set number 1 Ankara in a decisive fashion. 10-5 yung score natin up against Gaon Gaming. At ngayon, nasa compound na tayo. Magsisimula ng map number 2.
Sim. Pero merong bumubulong sa akin, Didom, Meron din tayong comments ngayon na possibly feature. Wait lang daw. Maya-maya na raw yan dahil magsisimula na raw ang ating laban. Kala natin mapapatanggal pero buti naman na-recover naman kaagad-agad.
Yes. Guys, show your support din, no, sa mga teams natin dito sa comment section. Nakikita din nila yan, guys. Sure, naglalaro sila. Pero syempre, nakatutok din sa live stream yung mga yan, no. Make sure to support. Show your support to the team. Sino bang bet nyo? Gaon or Team Acceptance? Sino bang bet nyong players? Sinong favorite nyong supportahan? Pakita nyo dyan sa baba para makita rin nila. And of course, share nyo rin yung stream natin. We are streaming on Facebook and I believe YouTube as well to show your support for Crossfire Philippines. At saka, guys, in case hindi nyo alam, meron tayong 2 ongoing events ngayon. Apart from Masters, Impact is also happening. I believe every Wednesday and Thursday. Tama ba, Mochi? Wednesday and Thursday yung schedule ng Impact games natin. And then pag weekend, Saturday, Sunday, it is Cfs Ph Masters. Tapos pag Friday, syempre meron din tayong pa-show. Make sure to catch the preview show every dito dami namin pinag-usapan. Uy! May comment tayo dito mula kay Sir J. Moleño. Tanong niya, which team is all hype? Teka lang, kinakabahan ako dito. Which team is all hype but keeps flopping when it matters? Are they choking or were they just overrated from the start? Boss! Parang ayoko sagutin to, Moch.
Ako rin. Parang natatakot ako, no? Parang dignidad tsaka yung reputasyon natin yung nakasalalay dito. Okay lang po bang next question? Charot. Pero siguro, pero alam mo, Jay, nakikurious din ako dyan minsan, napapaisip din ako dyan. Pero I feel like it's more on a matter na hindi talaga nila ina-expect na ganun kagaling yung mga nakakalaban nila this Masters. I mean, it's already na rin ni Coach Tanks or multiple players even na ibang-iba talaga yung vibe or yung atmosphere going into our current Masters and Impact right now. Ang daing nagsisibalikan, nagpapalitan ng players, some decide to just push through kung ano yung teams na existing or mga players na existing sa teams nila ngayon. Pero it all boils down into gaano katindi nila mai-up or mai-improve, matataasan yung standard heading into our group stage dito sa Masters natin ngayon.
Exactly. Not to mention, grabe din yung pressure na hinaharap ng mga players natin dito. No? I mean, out of 8 teams na nag-qualify sa groups natin, 4 lang ang magko-qualify sa playoffs. No? So, top 4 lang talaga. Tingnan mo yung teams na meron tayo. Siyempre, apart from our 2 international representatives, meron pa tayong Execration na ang ganda ng itsura ngayon. Team Secret. I mean, everyone in the top 8 looks really, really good. Right? So, I don't think flop is the right term. Matindi lang talaga ang competition natin this year, Jay. Pero maraming salamat sa tanong mo. Guys, keep the questions coming down below and we will try our best. No, make sure to show your support as well. Tsaka guys, i-follow nyo na rin si Mochi. Kita nyo naman yung at niya dyan sa baba ng pangalan niya, yung at mochicake. Meron yung Facebook, may Instagram, meron din yung Twitter/X. Syempre ako din at Matt Dadum on Facebook at saka sa lahat ng socials. Makikita nyo yan. Make sure to show your support. Not just for us, but also the teams and players.
Syempre.
Tanong lang kayo dyan sa baba, guys. We'll try our best to answer all of them.
Yeah, of course. And all the while that we're preparing dito, no, para sa mga teams natin, syempre gusto natin patas lahat and empowered sila or smooth sailing lahat once na mag-enter tayo sa ating mapa. We're just gonna be chilling here. Ipagkwentuhan muna kami sa inyo. And by the way, guys, singit ko na lang din. Mag-ingat kayo always kasi balita ko may mga lugar na dyan na parang binabagyo na. Kahit na wala naman pong bagyo, no? Iba na talaga yung panahon ngayon. Ingat kayo always.
Yeah, guys. I hope you guys are staying safe and dry. May bagyo ba ngayon, Mochi?
Wala Alam ko wala. Pero
meron atang low pressure area. So guys,
may
make sure
LPA.
Yes, stay safe, stay dry, and huwag kayo magpapatuyo. Pag nabasa man kayo, magbihis na kayo agad. Huwag kayong papatuyo because, you know, it's rainy season again, so that usually means flu season na naman tayo sa Pilipinas, no? And it's the worst. It's the worst getting sick. So make sure not to get sick, guys, and make sure to hydrate as well. Kasi kahit umuulan, medyo mainit pa rin, no? Ayun, nakikita ko na mukha ko dito. We should be fixing up the game for you soon enough. Pero Mochi, tanong ko lang sa'yo, alam ko pinredict mo dito, Gaon win 2-1. Nagbago ba yung prediction mo after seeing that game 1? Is it still Gaon? Are you still predicting na Gaon will win this series? Bigyan ka ng second chance. Sige, second chance sa prediction mo dito.
Curious tuloy ako. Pero ako personally, gusto ko mag-stick kasi may paninindigan naman ako. Pero I really acknowledge yung greatness na pinapakita ngayon ni Team Acceptance. I just feel like they just need more time to actually adapt. I mean, once again, with the recent integration dito ni Ray, I feel like that's already pressuring enough, no? And how you will be able to suit your playstyle right after na nasanay sila kay Dre. So, ayun. Yun lang naman ang masisi ko doon.
Yeah. Tsaka din kasi, no? Sometimes, I'm not saying this is the case. Kasi, personally, gusto ko manalo yung Team Acceptance. No bias, kasi fan ako sa kanila. Pero, like, sometimes it's a case of that first game sort of jitters. Or, kumbaga one-off yung game na yun. Kasi, may chance na nagulat nila yung Gaon and then hindi nila ma-replicate in the long run, no? May chance na ganun yung nangyari, no? So, tingnan natin, can Team Acceptance work out that consistency that has been plaguing them ever since the year has started? Granted, grabe yung improvement ng Team Acceptance ever since the year started. Nakabot sila ng Masters, pasok sila sa qualifier, nilaban talaga nila yung qualifier day 2. There's no doubt na grabe yung talent ng players ng mga to. But the consistency has always been a problem for them. And makikita talaga natin yun sa madaming games, Not just in one game. So, in best of 3s, such as this one, or best of 5s, or maybe even longer series than that, doon natin makikita kung nag-improve na nga ba talaga ang Team Acceptance. But I do hope that they have, and I hope I hope we get to see all of that dito sa game na to, no? Gaon Gaming going up against Team Acceptance.
Kumbaga masasabi na natin na nice to see but too early to tell. But I feel like we're just gonna be diving right into the land of compound just in a bit. And ito na tayo, we're back in the ballgame.
Yun na nga. It is back to, I believe, 0-0 ulit dapat itong score na natin. If I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong though. As Team Acceptance, remember, starting on the GR side. And Gaon Gaming, curiously enough, pick the blacklist side to start off dito sa compound. Or rather, sa ating compound map. With 2 minutes, Gaon, saan nga ba sila lalaban dito, mga G?
Hindi ko rin alam, pero base sa nakikita natin yung wait lang, dead round ba to? Or are they just chilling?
I think game na to.
Game na ba to? Well, just gonna be prepping. We're just gonna be seeing these members. But, I'm having mixed feelings sa mga naririnig ko ngayon, Dado.
Okay. Smoking bomb wala dito. Team Acceptance creating a lot of space. And actually a bit of contact made, but not any full commitment yet. Team Acceptance, ito yung gusto ko nakikita sa kanilang adjustment, playing more towards the discipline side. But Gaon, they know all about that discipline. As a team, Gaon has always been very patient, and especially with full commitment, no, talagang kalkulado bago sila umatake. But the LA seems to be the priority for Gaon Gaming dito. Heck will be lying in wait. That's that setup I'm talking about. Dalawang actually, isa lang this round. That's Heck. In his hands is in A storage and Zen 1 will be taking down Jackban as well. The defense from Team Acceptance looking real good. With 38 seconds, kailangan na mag-push dito ng Gaon Gaming. Mahanap nila si CJ at si NL. Immediate double kill mula kay Ellison dito on the Colt as well. Zen 1 goes down. And A site is gonna be held down by Heck, who takes down Vincent with that entry. Ray taking control. Ellison picking up the kill onto Heck. It's a 1v2 for Ared. One of the most experienced players of Team Acceptance in a 1v1 against Ray. Coming in to sub for Dre. And Ared coming through. 1v1. The shot's not connecting. AK versus M4. Ray jumping up and about. May information si Ared, pero hindi niya alam saan lumipat dito si Ray. 27 seconds and counting down. Nakita niyo ulo. Shots connecting. Ared still alive for now, but time ticking out. Hindi pa sa taas. Hindi nakatingin. And Ared loses the fight. Ray takes it away. And Gaon Gaming take the round 2-0.
Grabe, ha? Ang tindi na. It's been quite a really far match, but it seems like that is a dead round dito, Dedo mo. Pero parang yun na lang yung masasabi nating nag-warm up lang yung mga players natin dito for our current map. And alam kong dead round yun, but just by basing sa kung paano yun in-address ng Gaon Gaming, it all boils down to a 1v1. I feel like they're off to a pretty solid start there. And most especially na on the defense, lalong-lalo na yung 3 kills na sunod-sunod na nangyari dito definitely might have caught Team Acceptance off guard.
Yeah, and you saw the performance of Ray as well, right? Not cracking under the pressure against one of the previous MVPs dito, no, of Team Acceptance, Ared. And these are good signs. These are good signs for Gaon Gaming. It goes to show you na handa silang tapatan ng Team Acceptance dito sa ating map at sa ating series for the day. So do bear with us, guys, kasi we will continue with the game in just a bit. So make sure to show your support dyan sa comments down below. May nabasa ako dito, Mochi, natawa ko ng konti. Sabi dito, buti wala si Andre Rivera today.
Wala ata lang si Jeppy Tot.
Ba't naman ganun? Shout out to my boy Salvatore, guys. Bakit naman inaaway pa rin si Salvatore? Wala na nga siya sa broadcast today. Mabait yon si Salvatore, guys. Promise. One of the kindest people I know.
Pranking dasan.
Salvatore, Pero ito, basta muna tayo dito ng comments, Mochi. Sino kaya ang nagtanong? Yan. Mula kay Boss Adam.
I hope we see our casters play as well like an all-star match. Alam mo, nako Adam, sobrang lugi kung kaninong team mapupunta si Sneak. Sobrang lugi. Sobrang lugi yung kalaban, men. Hindi ko alam kung anong gagawin namin pagkakalaban namin si Sneaky Frog. Pero
Feeling
siguro
ko-
that could have been fun, actually, if ever.
Ilan ba tayong casters? Tayo,
Dre,
ako, ikaw,
Dre,
Andre,
Snake.
Bipolar,
Polar.
Ramon. Oh, sakto! 6 tayo!
Ani-
Sakto, 1v5. 1v5. Sakto.
1v5 pala.
Oo,
3v3
Sneaky
lang.
lang mag-isa.
Ay, ito idea. Yung dalawang slot na extra, pro player ilagay. Ganon. O kaya someone na streamer, like, siguro mga coach natin sila, boss, nice ka tol, di ba? Pwede rin.
Pwede.
Solid.
Pero, Adam, just to give you context, si Sneaky Frog kasi ibang level
Ibang level na yun.
pwedeng mag-pro player yan kung gusto niya Lugi kami, ano lang Kami hanggang grind lang ng rank si Sneaky Frog.
Pwedeng
umagahan
ipang-compete.
yan, crossfire Pero yeah, that would be a fun idea, no?
Yeah.
Nakikita ko na kung gaano kaingay yung game na yun. Hindi na lang.
Parang doon marirealize ng mga nanonood, kaya pala sila nag-cast. Hindi sila naglaro.
Kaya pala hindi pro player. Exactly.
Oo.
Exactly. Yeah, pero keep the comments coming, guys. At we really like answering your questions dito. Yan na, sumagot na si Boss Andre Rivera dito sa comment section.
Ang sabi.
Sabi niya, tingnan mo na lang, Mochi. Ikaw na lang yung bumasa ng comment niya dito. Pero yes, guys, keep the comments coming. Kung may gusto kayo shoutout, ipa-shoutout nyo na dyan sa comments. We'll try our best to read it out loud, no? And make sure to show your support sa mga teams. Yeah, may nakikita na akong mga Team Acceptance fans, si Boss John Lee.
Yeah.
Noel, shoutout sa'yo. Team Acceptance fan ata tong si Jones. Hindi ako sure sure. Ito, Gaon Gaming mula kay Boss Ejong Mercado. Uy, mga fans dito. Make sure to comment, show your support. At kung may gusto kayong pa-shoutout, lagay nyo lang dyan habang tayo nagkakwentuhan dito sa ating comment section.
Parang dito na nila marirealize na ay parang baguhan nitong sila Dadong tsaka sila Mochi. Mamaya kasi may OG pala, tas di natin kilala.
True. That's true. Shoutout po sa inyo. Sa mga pillars of Crossfire. Yan, disclaimer guys, kakapasok lang namin ni Mochi dito sa Crossfire. And while we have been feeling the love, ang saya ng feeling. Ang saya mapasali dito sa Crossfire community. No? It feels like we've been here forever. It feels like we've been here for a long time kasi we are welcomed like family, no, ever since last year. I think that was regionals ba na nagsimula tayo
regionals.
Regionals or
Tama.
Impact fall, no, pero one of those. It's been very heartwarming mapasok dito sa Crossfire Philippines. And maraming salamat sa pagtanggap sa amin ni Mochi dito. It's been very warm. It's been a lot of fun, but sometimes it's been interesting. Sometimes sa Crossfire kasi may makikita kang mga bagay na dito mo lang makikita sa Crossfire.
Yeah.
I mean that in the best sense. No. For example, sobrang invested ng community natin, which I love. Like nakikita mo talaga yung support nila. Like ito pa lang yung fact na ang bilis bumaba ng comments natin. Ang bilis ma-fill up ng comments natin. Is already so happy. I'm already so happy to see that dito sa Crossfire community.
Yes, true. And once again, guys, we apologize. We're just really resolving some tech issues at the moment. Pero granted and given na rin yung ating scores na nandiyan ngayon sa ating headlines. Angas mo, may pa-headlines tayo. Kala mo mga nagbabagang balita. Maganda tayo dito. Pero angas lang din. Very cool.
Quick recap of today's matches. Actually, it is sa baba, Team Acceptance versus Gaon Gaming. Ang nanalo sa unang set natin in Ankara is Team Acceptance with a score of 10-5. Second map natin is Compound at 2-0 so far yung score after a dead round dito. Yung next series natin, it is going to be a banger of a series. It's gonna be two big teams facing up against each other. Pero sa ngayon, Mochi, magbe-break muna tayo. We will try and resolve things. Ako nga para sa Zaydom here with the one and only Mochi. Will be right back with Cfs Masters after this.
against Pacific Magna.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Magna will be your 3-time champions of Cfs Ph Masters.
Tayo ay nagbabalik muli. Ito na yun guys sa Cfs Masters 2025 kung saan kanina yan na saksihan natin ang pagkapanalo ng team acceptance kontra kay Gaon Gaming sa mapa ng Angkara. Pero ngayon, dadayo naman tayo sa compound and I believe ang score natin kanina ay 2-0 na, no? Tama ba, Dido?
Tingnan natin, no? The first round was a dead round, so tingnan natin kung makakount pa yun. But yeah, we're starting the lobby as soon as we can, guys. So maraming salamat for waiting and for your patience. Make sure to show your support dyan sa comments and maglagay kayo ng tanong. Kung makita nyo, may naka-pin comment dyan sa baba. Sabi ni Crossbar Philippines, what's on your mind? If you have questions for the casters and panelists, post them in the comments. Ayan, tanong nyo lang. Seryoso yan, guys. Seryoso yan.
Legit yan.
Baka
legit
ma-feature ang tanong nyo, ang comment nyo, if it is an interesting one. So make sure nagandahan nyo yung question nyo. So we will try to answer that later on in the broadcast as we head back into our game number 2. Quick recap lang, Mochi, no, ng ating set number 1. It was in Ankara and it is Acceptance who won that with a 10-5 scoreline. At ngayon tayo ay pupunta sa ating map number 2, set number 2 between Team Acceptance and Gaon Gaming. At magbabalik tayo sa ating round number 3. Here we go, Moch.
Ayun, so napasok din yung 2 points natin and singit lang natin habang syempre nagpe-prep pa to or sa ano yun to? Makuha pa ng intel itong Gaon Gaming bago sumugod pa. Shoutout daw kay Candy, nahihiya na. Ayan, shoutout po Miss Candy, hello. And hopefully guys, no, habang nanonood kayo ng Crossbar, baka pumapalag din kayo kung naka-dual monitor kayo, sana all. And sana meron na rin kayong merienda. Naku, ang sarap manood ng Crossbar habang meron kayong kapet, pansit canton at pandesal.
Mochi.
Men, sweet and spicy.
What?
Oo! Hala, bakit? Judger ka? Judger ka?
Ewan ko sa akin kasi medyo weird yung lasa ng sweet and spicy.
Diba?
Pero speaking of spicy, ito na, we're getting round number 3 of set 2 started dito with 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. Gaon Gaming losing Ray in the early encounter at mukhang magpupush sila dito sa may pillars. Team Acceptance though, andito si Ared at saka si NL. And we've seen them hold some sites before. Actually, two of the highlight players dito ng Team Acceptance from last game, no, NL becoming the MVP. Can Gaon Gaming push dito sa LB?
We are gonna be finding out that one, but as we have seen, there are some bodies on the floor already in the storage B extremity, while the rest of our players here will try to counter each other up. Meron mga babawasan dito ng konting HP, may mga galos, sugat at hinag-kiss dito from play, pero mga masusundan naman ng immediate commitment dito sa B-site natin.
Yep. We're gonna have to review kung aling team ang nanalo in that round, no? Pero mukhang successful push coming through.
Ooh.
Uy, teka lang. Kakatanim lang pala ng C4 dito. At we will see in just a bit who will win that round number 3. No, Frey down to 1 HP. CJ and a 1v1. 15 seconds left on the C4 timer. And it's playing around batteries. The defuse getting stuck. Ooh. And CJ going down. Means Frey wins with 6 HP to spare Gaon Gaming. 3-0 start. It is gonna be a dead round, pero I believe that counts. Gaon Gaming, 3-0 start na agad tayo dito on the BL side. And I'm a little bit surprised. At how good Gaon is on that BL side. Ang ganda na simula nila dito. And I think this is the reason why they picked the BL side to begin with. Ito sa ating set number 2 because they have a lot of strats planned in this particular map.
Parang ito yung pinag-uusapan natin kanina, like in terms of the map of compound, ano ba yung mga preparasyon na ginawa nila dito? Bakit to pinili ng Team Acceptance at bakit tingin natin na Gaon might actually have the edge on this one. And mukhang nagkakaroon naman tayo ng signs of answers, no? Kumbaga. Pero not that firm as of the moment. And once again, guys, dead round yun kanina. But we are starting to see kung ano yung pwede nilang may offer once na ma-finalize na yung mga rounds natin for this map alone.
Yeah. And for the most part, no, Gaon seems like they have worked out their kinks nung set number 1, no? Mukhang maganda ang BL side panimula nila at least dito sa ating second set of the day. And tingnan natin kung magtutuloy-tuloy ito, no? Team Acceptance. We've seen them in this same position in the last set. Nagsimula sila, I believe it was 0-3 yung simula or 1-4 ba? But Team Acceptance, they did figure it out as we head on to the deeper parts of the game kanina, no? So tingnan natin kung makaka-adjust sila this time or will Gaon Gaming force game number 3 dito or set number 3. Meanwhile, guys, comment lang kayo dyan, no? Pwede tayong magkwentuhan habang inihintay natin na magsimula ulit ang ating game. After that dead round, of course, we are just trying to give you the best broadcast possible and do bear with us. Tsaka balita ko kasi kaya tayo nagkakaproblema, Mochi, malakas daw ang ulan sa may south, no, sa may Cebu area. So guys, make sure to stay safe and dry as we weather this storm. Alam ko walang bagyo, pero pangit ang panahon. Kahit dito sa amin no. Sa inyo ba, Mochi, umuulan ba dyan?
Oo, may mga times na parang biglang babagsak yung ulan tas saglit lang. Ganon, like walang sense yung ulan basically, especially yung timing, minsan alangan din. Well, it's just quite unfortunate. I mean, kaya naman alagaan natin ang ating kapaligiran, guys. Wow! May pa ganun!
True. That is true though. It is true. Yes. Grabe na ang climate change sa ngayon, no? I am having fun enjoying the game. Are you enjoying the game dito? Team Acceptance versus Gaon Gaming. Listen, Mochi, I know you predicted a Gaon Gaming win. Pero sino ba ang gusto mo manalo dito? Yeah. Para hindi lang ako ang may fan na team. Ikaw din. Join me.
Ayo!
Ang gusto mong manalo?
Alam mo, pre, ako kasi maganda, for some reason kasi gusto ko na napuprove ako wrong. Napuprove ako wrong ng mga teams natin. Kasi that just means na mas nai-improve sila lalo as time goes by, ganun. And minsan kasi doon na-fuel yung kagalingan ng mga teams natin, no? Like, pagka sinabi mo na, 2-0, parang wala naman yun si Acceptance, wala naman yun si Gaong or whoever team. Pero, for some reason, they pop off. Ganun, di ba? So, parang nakaka-wow. So, they proven me wrong. Well, I underestimated it. Let's see ano pa yung mga offer nila after this round and whatnot.
Okay. Galing sumagot ni Mochi. Hindi sinagot yung tanong ko.
Play safe tayo, pre. Play safe.
Let's head back into compound. Round number 4 tayo dito. Gaon starting off strong with a 3-0 start. Team Acceptance, though. Lalim ng push na dito sa mid. In control of LA as well. Pillars, a lot of nades getting thrown. Ared, CJ, one apiece. And Frey and Ray going down. Yung C4 na control na nga nila dito. And this is Team Acceptance asserting presence sa LA.
Yes, of course. Quite a fast commitment. But unfortunately, in terms of the pickups, medyo naging lugi. Dito si Gaon na Zen 1 will be able to take out Checkman with the good switch-upper dito sa ating loadout niya. But also, Ellison and Vincent, quite dumbfounded kung ano ang kailangan nilang gawin dito. Lalong-lalo na they're being pressed. Then, even the possibility of being cornered. Muso na bahagya dito si Ellison. Puti naman, makukuha niya dito si Ared. Pero ang tanong hanggang kailan nila mo hold off yung pressure na ini-inflict sa kanila dito ni CJ and as well as ni Zen1?
Ellison, Vincent, now it's just Ellison after Vincent going down to the hands of CJ, who will take down Ellison as well. At yun nga, Team Acceptance with the aggressive play will take the round. And that's the first on the board para sa kanila. 1-3. Anong bagong strat ngayon ng Acceptance? Magpo-push ba ulit? Deep smoke down in mid. Hanggang doon sa may magic sarap. At immediately, mapipilitan ng Team Acceptance na lumipat sa LA. And a deep push as well from Ared. This is very aggressive stuff from Team Acceptance.
Totoo. And medyo kinakabahan ako ng slight, no? Especially in terms of for Gaon, these are the times where you would expect them to lead the charge, to dictate the pacing ng ating play. Pero sa kanilang behavior so far, it seems like they're just making the most out of the possessions na hinohold nila. Pero parang hindi nila expect na manggagaling si Arid sa CB area natin at mapipitas lang naman dito si Jackban while susubukan sana lang mag-tribo. Pero ang bilis ng alis dito ni Arid eh. The moment he takes that pick off, mamba out siya doon agad.
And that's what you like to see from Team Acceptance, no? Just the right amount of aggression, not overextending. Get the kill, get out, and that's the man advantage for you. And usually, pag may man advantage sila, madalas silang manalo, no? Gaon Gaming gonna have to adjust through that. And the key for that is to play together, push together, which is not what Vincent is doing. Good punishment coming through mula kay CJ, taking Vincent down to 1, pero si Zen 1 yung malalaglag. And Gaon respond in kind. May chance sila mag-rotate dito, ha? There's only one player playing around LB, that's Ared. And the C4 slowly making its way towards pillars kung saan nandoon si Ared.
Of course, as they try to inch their way dito sa pillars area natin, not quite sure kung i-expect ito ni Ared. I mean, kaunti na lang din naman yung oras, so wala silang choice kundi makapag-commit na rin. Tamang preparation ng lineup natin with the grenade, but Ared will be able to take a couple of people here in this current situation at baka tumatlo pa siya dito, pero hindi. Papatahanin na siya dito ni Ellison, papatulugin na siya momentarily, but once again, less than 20 seconds in the clock, they really have to move and put themselves dito sa site natin. Pero paano kakalabanin ni Ellison na tatlo? Ang sagot ay hindi at wala siyang tsansa dito.
Yeah, Team Acceptance, that's 2 rounds on the board for them. And the key has been aggression. Nagpupush sila dito ng mid. Tsaka ng... actually, kanina, isang tao lang yung nag-hold, no? Ared down in pillars. But a big moment para kay Ared. Picking up a couple of kills. Getting C4 control as well. And Gaon Gaming, they should adjust by just anticipating this push, no? From Team Acceptance. Intayin lang nila na may lumapit na player from Team Acceptance. And that's exactly what they're doing now. Moving together. About to walk into the crosshairs of Ared. A close corner. And that's gonna be NL to pick up the double kill. Make it a 3
Wow.
And that's the C4 in control of NL as well. Ellison fighting back with the AWM. But that is C4 spotted by Team Acceptance. And Gaon Gaming down to just Ellison and Jackban. What can they do?
Bro, ako ay na-shock. Ako ay na-shock sa ginawa ni Eldon. I could say that as a wonderful play. And I'm not quite sure how Ellison and Jackban would be able to handle this ones, but what matters is at least yung C4 malapit naman sa kanila. And they're just gonna put themselves dito sa entrada ng B site natin and hopefully that they can narrow down the numbers dito kontra sa Team Acceptance. But again, marami rin pa naman silang push forward to si Enel. May mamataan at mapipitas niya pa dito si Ellison. May kasama siya sa hukay, men.
Yeah, Jackban still alive, all alone. 1 minute to play with Heck coming through from batteries with the angle of his life. Men, hindi ko man lang nakita yung ulo ni Heck doon, but he still got the shot in. And Team Acceptance equalize once more. Nakita na natin to kanina eh. Gaon yung ahead and then na-equalize ng Team Acceptance. Ano nang sunod dito? It's the push. It's Heck picking up a kill, but it's Ared to follow through. All the players of Gaon falling down like flies. 1 HP na lang si Ray and Vincent running to the hills as the C4 gets pressured by Team Acceptance. Pillars is their playground and Zen 1 makes the most out of it. Ray, 6 HP. Ano pang magagawa mo dito, boss? C4 not in his control and Team Acceptance closing in. Oh, good play. Good double. What? Ray actually making it happen and CJ down to just a flank position. Pero tingnan mo yung C4, medyo malayo pa rin. Ray has to push.
Buti na lang ikaw yung nagbe-play-by-play. Ang sarap manood, Dadom! Kasi kita mo naman. Ang tindi na naging play ni Ray doon. But unfortunately is hindi niya in-expect that CJ ay magtatago doon sa sulok na yon. And kitang-kita naman din na hindi nagpapatinag both of our teams. But for the time being, seems like Team Acceptance, for some reason, biglang nag-online, no? switch on kaagad with just from Arid alone. Ang tindi ng mga pick-offs na ginagawa niya dito. It's either from the pillar or sa CB natin.
And he's not done. Arid, magpupush pa nga dito, no? Uses a lot of his utility. I think isang smoke na lang, isang flash na lang natitira para kay Arid dito, no? After pushing up. Uy. They're pushing against him. Frey, nakita na nga si Ared and will be taking down Ared for his troubles. And this time, Team Acceptance, 2 players down. Gaon Gaming, isa lang yung nakuha ni Ared doon, si Ellison. So, this is a hard round to recover from. Team Acceptance, hindi pa natin sila nakikitang manalo with a man disadvantage. So, anong adjustment gagawin nila? 2 players playing around B, 1 in LA. And I think that's a good idea, no? Kasi yung mag-isang player nila dito, it's Heck. And if Heck waits long enough, baka makuha niya dito si Ray.
Nako. Ang alam ko, ang values ni Heck or yung quote ni Heck is patience is a virtue. Kasi matindi siya mag-hold ng mga angles and positions natin dito on that so far, but it seems like iba ata ang balak ngayon ni Gaon Gaming as they try to put themselves dito sa bandang curve natin papuntang B, but Heck would be able to take down Jengban in the process as well, at hindi nila yung tatantanan. CJ and Zen1 would be able to take one for each as Vincent tries to survive for another day. Narrowed it all down with a 1v1 na lang. Vincent and Heck. Abay, sino ang manok mo dito, Dadum?
Tingnan natin. C4 in control of Vincent now. Si Heck medyo malayo pa. That lurk from Heck coming in from mid a long way around. So pwedeng magtanim ng C4 dito si Vincent. It's a good position para kay Vincent, no? Pero the problem is, Heck has no rifle. Just a sniper and the Colt to play with. Pero ang good thing is, only has to use 1 bullet to take down. Uy! Pinapcorn pa nga! And that's gonna be the defuse. Heck didn't even have to take the fight. A beautiful frag grenade to get the kill, and Team Acceptance tuloy-tuloy lang. 5 rounds in. At siguradong lamang na sila as we go to the second half.
Wow.
Wow.
Mga moments sabi mo na lang, wow. Pero, wait lang. Dahil pinapaulanan, dahil binabato, they're really pushing out Gaon from that area. And they've got no choice but to receive some damage here and there. Iba dito, sugatan, nakalmot, nakagat, whatnot. Actually, multiple of them. No? Lalong-lalo na tong si Vincent na medyo naging critical in terms of HP. Pero, once again, if they would be able to coordinate with each other and try to even take a pick-off galing dito sa Team Acceptance, seems like meron pa naman din silang panama dito. Pero undeniably, there is gonna be some amount of hesitation na manggagaling sa kanila, granted the damage that they received earlier on.
Medyo nag-tone down din ng aggression dito ang Team Acceptance, Moche, no? Kita mo yung position ni Ared. Hindi na siya mag-isa this time. Playing around A site instead. Grabe yung stack nila dito. 4 people holding to A. Si Heck yung mag-isa lang dito sa may B site. And they're about to enter B storage dito. Gaon Gaming making a lot of noise with the smokes. Heck spots Frey, gets the shot in, and that's 1 kill para sa sniper niya. It's more pushing along his way. Papasok na dito ang Gaon Gaming. Si Jackban nauuna and Ray looking to poke and prod, but NL has joined in on the battery's position dito ni Heck. And NL has found a nasty spot. Gaon Gaming is about to walk into NL. Wala pa rin tamang shot dito. Ray comes in, goes down to the hands of NL. The Colt comes out, and NL finds a double kill. CJ comes in as well. Ellison nakahanap ng isa, pero siya na lang ang natitirang buhay para sa Gaon Gaming. A 1v3 with 30 seconds left, and it is just no dice. Ared takes the kill, and it's a 6-3 score line going into the second half.
I mean, sabi nga nila, what is a king or a leader without his followers? Kung si Ellison na lang maiiwan dito at ganyan karami ang kanyang kaharap, it's gonna be more than difficult to try and recuperate doon sa sitwasyon that he finds himself in. But wow, that is quite of a really explosive encounters that we have seen, most especially from Enel. Let's put that spotlight, that crown from Enel himself. Ang tindi nung isang round dun, man. 4K and even damaged the last remaining person bago siya mamatay. Bago matapos ni Heck yung round na yon. Wonderfully done.
Yeah, exactly. And NL, you can see the confidence oozing from him from that game number 1. No? Guys, remind ko lang, NL was the MVP of that Ankara map.
Yes.
And ngayon, parang kukunin niya na rin yung MVP dito sa ating second set. No? And I can definitely see, Mochi, yung tendency dito ng Team Acceptance. They're a team that is very momentum-based. NL in particular, when he gets going, he gets going. At mahirap siya mapigilan. No? And that's the recurring pattern para din sa Team Acceptance, no? Nung first 3 rounds, hindi sila nanalo kahit isang beses. But then, when they won round 4, tuloy-tuloy na. Hindi na tumigil, no? Kanina, 0-3 yung score. Ngayon, 6-3 na in favor of Team Acceptance. And it's an even deadlier look for Team Acceptance, no? Kasi now, NL is online. You can see Heck hitting the shots as well. And can't wait to see how the rest of the game goes on. But the problem is, Gaon Gaming this time sila naman yung nilipat sa GR side, which is heavily favored dito sa ating mapang to. No? Guys, do bear with us. We're getting the game fixed up as soon as possible. But a quick recap, 6-3 yung score natin going into the second half of set 2.
Grabe, no? Really strong start here from Team Acceptance. Not quite sure kung paano ito i-handle ni Gaon Gaming, but I believe that we're gonna dive into our relobby right after that really powerful I don't know, plays na nakita natin from both of our teams. But syempre, talagang nag-shine through, no? Kumbaga, ang naging araw dun sa laban na yun is si Enel talaga. But let us see ano ang mangyari. What's going to be the changes here in our second half.
Yeah, yun natin. BL side for Team Acceptance. Uy, spread out approach yung C4. Nandun pa sa may RS nila dito. Power play mula kay NL. Nahuli ni Vincent doon. A good aggressive position from Ellison and Vincent, finding them 1 kill each. And ito na yung hirap when you are on the BL side for this particular map. Mahirap talagang makapasok eh. C4, iniwan talaga nila sa may RS just to try and poke and prod, find any kills. Pero baliktad yung nangyari. Gaon yung nakahanap ng kills dito, Mochi.
Yeah, and dito na rin natin makikita gaano kalakas yung global risk depensa ng Gaon. Considering that we have seen some encounters from here and there dito sa bandang EA natin at sa baba ng tower. But Ray will be eliminated short dito ni Arid. And not quite sure what they are trying to play from here on around. They don't even have the C4 in their hands. Siguro ngayon lang nila ito babalikan. Well, they try to narrow down yung mga areas kung nasan yung mga tao dito. Pero Frey would be able to use itong pader na ito or yung filler na ito in order to play upon his opponents as he gets 2 of them.
Dahil dun sa 2 kills na yun, CJ left all alone now. Coming down mid, hindi niya chinek yung corner where Frey is hiding. And that is the round for Gaon Gaming. 4-6 is our score. And yung napapansin ko dito, Team Acceptance, nahihirapan silang mag-react sa playstyle ng Gaon. They're really good at becoming proactive, but when it's time to react to the playstyle of the opponents, when it's time to be the defensive player, medyo hirap sila mag-keep up sa Gaon Gaming. So that could be the key for Gaon to come back here. 2 rounds ahead pa rin naman ng Team Acceptance, pero konti lang ang lamang nila dito. Gaon already securing a lot of the space here as Jack Ban will be left all alone to fend for himself. Team Acceptance papasok na nga dito sa may A side, but Team Acceptance will be going down either way. Isa na lang ang natira after Ray and Jack Ban pop off. 4 players destroyed. And Team Acceptance down to just Heck on the AWM. Sniper player on a 1v2. At mali pa nga yung angle na tinignan niya doon. The call comes out, but Heck wins the fight against Ellison. Jack Ban coming in. Mali yung angle. Heck has to anticipate which angle Jack Ban will be coming from. Nag-ikutan na nga. And there's still plenty of time to work with, Moji.
Pre, Ang daing nangyari dun, no? Naging sementeryo yung A-site natin. But we are yet to witness the objective being secured here. Literal na dumanak muna ng dugo bago nila nakamit ang katahimikan on this one as Heck tries to manage and see how would he be able to take the C4 ng maingat na hindi ito nalalaman ni Jackban. Jackban will just gonna take his time of day into securing every single nook and cranny na maaaring panggalingan ni Heck. Pero parang may idea na siya kung nasaan ito. Maaari pa nga sila magkita, but heck, amang bato lang dito ng kanyang smoke grenade. Good smoke, pero may butas nga lang, pre! Yun lang.
Yeah. Heck didn't really have an idea sa manggagaling sa Jackban eh. No, lugi siya in that scenario kasi narinig siyang tumalon eh to retrieve the C4. It was a good smoke, but wasn't fully anticipating the angle from up above. So there you go, Gaon with the round 5-6 in favor of Team Acceptance pa rin naman. But just slowly losing grip of this game, no? Heck, with the early fight, doesn't connect the shot. Ellison taking down to around 20 HP. Still alive and kicking though, so may AWM pa rin dito ang Gaon Gaming. And you can see the difference talaga sa GR side, no? Gaon, isa lang yung sniper nila dito in the hands of Ellison, but he is oh so deadly with that sniper.
Sim. And all the while, you're just gonna be putting themselves in a better position here para sa Team Acceptance as they try to get any additional pickups na maaaring manggaling dito sa Gaon Gaming. But so far, they're pretty passive in terms of their positions, no? Maingat sila ngayon, walang nag-extend at walang nagnanasa na makakuha ng pickups. What that really matters, or you can see that what really matters for them right now is yung kumpleto silang makakapag-retake if ever na kailanganin ng sitwasyon. Pero ngayon, nagsisimula na tayo dito with some blockage in terms of the smoke sa bandang EA area natin, while some people will try to keep the storage A para sa kanila. And yun nga lang na with some changes in terms of positioning here, medyo kinakabahan ako kay NL dito.
Flank from NL in tower.
Good flash.
Good attention drawn, pero si Ellison papalo, finds
Wow.
CJ. Wow, good shot from a red, but Frey enters the fray, finds a kill. Si Ray kasama niya pa nga. And it's down to NL and Heck, who does not have control of C4. Good shot, good push mula kay NL, pupunta ng EA, papasok dito. No utility to speak of. Jackban finds NL and Ray finds Heck. That's the round for Gaon, 6-6. At Gaon nakahabol na.
Habol na nga sila. Lapit na laban natin dito, David. You are certain and we all know how Gaon really wants to win this one to pull it off for our third map. Well, once again guys, third map natin is sport. So, very interesting. Pero ngayon, kung magkakadikit ata yung mga member natin for Team Acceptance right now. Tamang tsacha lang at sayawan dito. Parang wala atang nakakapasok sa Team Acceptance ngayon sa storage natin dahil before they even set foot, nalalagas na sila kaagad. Vincent though, ganda ng hold niya dito. Malamang sa malamang makuha, makita niya si NL, pero NL would pull the trigger first. And instead, they would be able to get more time para makapag-rotate dito. Pero si Jackban on the flank, medyo deadly ito. Lason to, Dedong.
Nasa RS na siya, oh. And NL, anticipating the angle. Nakita na siya. NL has to win the fight. And he does. Jackban going down. That's a way that Team Acceptance can take papunta sa LB. But they have to be careful still. There's still the in play para dito kay Ellison. Nandun pa nga siya sa may battery sa B side. Pero meron pa namang oras ang Team Acceptance dito. 1 minute, 12 seconds to play for. They can still find ways to isolate. I love it. Team Acceptance showing a lot of discipline despite losing 2 players early.
They're really, really trying to put the subs together, which is good din naman. And there's still some more time para sa Gaon to understand kung ano yung kailangan nila pagkomitan dito. And seems like they're doing the right call right now, putting their attention dito sa B-site na and we're in. Si Ellison lang ang naririto. Pero once again, si Ellison yan. Before they even commit dito sa bandang batteries area natin, maburad na sila dito agad. 30 seconds left sa ating clock. It's a better position to be in rin naman was that they secure the objective kasi maglalaro pa sila ng tagu-taguan dito if Gaon would like to offer a retake. But Everyone's already there.
Oh.
Super low. But they will be able to take out Ray here. Kaya lang
NL!
physically low na ito lahat. NL na naman nagpa-pop up dito at parang hindi siya nagpapatinag at masuportahan pa nga siya dito ni Heck. What a spicy play. Knowing na tigwa 1 HP na lang sila doon, Dadum.
And NL with another highlight round. Siya yung umubos sa players dito ng Gaon Gaming. Took care of the flank. Took care of the site. Taking control of batteries. Taking control of LB. Of the whole map entirely. And Team Acceptance, I love the mid-round adjustment doon. 7-6, hindi magpapaantig ang Team Acceptance. They will take the lead once more as we head into round number 14 dito, Moch. Both teams coming online. And this is where Team Acceptance have to show us what they can do on the BL side.
Ako ay kinakabahan para sa parehong team. Kasi sobrang lapit ng laban natin ngayon. And so far, I feel like parang pwedeng-pwede ng... Siguro ilang reels kaya yung ma-upload ni NL para sa mga highlights niya this series, no? Parang marami-marami. Siguro mga 4 yung ma-upload niya, pero...
Hindi lang.
Di ba? Baka sobra pa. Oh, Ellison will be going down the hands of Zen 1 and seems like NL would try to take another one more. Hindi daw yun enough. He's looking for more. He's hungry for more. Pero they're just gonna be taking their time of day dito sa bandang Windows area natin as Vincent takes NL down with an immediate trade from Zen 1 and they are yet to put themselves once again sa B-site natin. Pero ang dami na kaagad na mamatay.
Uy, Zen 1! Good catch onto Jack Ban, pero Ray will be answering back, taking down Zen 1. 2v2 tayo dito after such a confusing LB round. Daming katawan dun sa LB. Oh. But at the end of the day, both teams still 2 people left standing. Yung C4 nadala na sa A site dito through EA. Si Heck about to take control of the site, will be able to do so. Pero yung C4, di pa rin natatanim. Si Ray manggagaling mula sa itaas. Frey down to 1 HP. 30 seconds left. Or 35 seconds left on the C4 timer. Magagaling! Akyat! And it is going to be the kills being taken by a red Team Acceptance pull further ahead. 8-6. And a crucial mistake from Ellison na hindi natin nakikita. Medyo napalalim masyado yung sniper ni Ellison.
Tindi. Okay, tawa din yung util dump doon. Pre, ang tindi rin. Lahat ng mga rounds natin dito, imposibleng walang aksyon dahil laging mayroong mga highlights yung mga players natin dito. Depende lang kung sino o kanino dadapo yun. But ngayon, some shots already being let out here by Frey in hopes of finding someone. Pero medyo malayo-layo pa naman itong si Team Acceptance sa commitment na maaari nilang bigay from both of the sides, and it seems like they're just taking their time of day knowing that they have the edge, and the best that they could do is to not do any mistakes.
Yes. Si Ellison default back into B storage, which is a good angle, no? Just don't push any further, I feel like, Ellison. And should be safe enough to challenge with the AWM. Pero Team Acceptance, iniwan lang nila eh. Smoke lang nila sa Ellison. So they will be pivoting pabalik ng mid. All players huddling around the same location. Smoke sa EB. Uy, teka lang ha. Team Acceptance, very little movement. Gaon Gaming getting uneasy. Tingnan mo, ang daming movement na nangyayari dito for Gaon. Even without a lot of response from Team Acceptance. Papasok na sila dito. Jackban inside of the smoke. Good flash coming through. Jackban, walang matakbuhan. But Vincent is the one to find the double kill. Zen 1, CJ both going down. Big lurk mula kay Jackban who will take down another player. And that is Heck to fall away. It's NL all alone, who does not have control of the C4. Yun na nga, na wallbang pa siya ni Frey. And Gaon Gaming strike. 7-8 ang score natin dito.
Alam mo, I'm having mixed feelings nung una, yung positioning nila dito na hindi sila sure kung saan sila pupunta, knowing that they're on the global risk end. Pero yun din yung kinagandahan being here in compound. Mas madali mag-rotate here on the defense. And buti na lang din that they were able to cover for each other. Ellison with the powerful pick-off here from to Ared. Parang walang nagawa si Ared dun. Caught in the act. Sinusubukan niya tumawid and he has been able to do that. Hindi niya yan nagawa. Pero so far, wala pa man din kasagutan dito on Team Acceptance. They will try to look for a loophole na pwede nilang i-abuse from Gaon.
Good mind game mula kay Ellison doon. No? Palagi kasi siyang nagpo-position sa LB. This time, got an early
Iba
position
naman.
in LA and Ared was not expecting it. Good call mula kay Ellison dito. Who this time is receiving a lot of priority mula sa Team Acceptance. So, nagpo-push na nga ng B storage dito with the C4 in hand. NL leading the charge. Flash, not good. Ellison still unblinded and still holding on for position. Sila makapasok dito ng B entrance. And it is going to be the call from Team Acceptance. Did magko-commit ba sila o lalayo na sila dito? Flash still getting used. It's an indication na magpupush sila dito. And a good flash takes down Ellison. But Jackban is gonna be there to trade his teammate. Heck finds Frey. At pwede sila mag-rotate dito. But they're stuck in a hard place. Hindi sila makalayo because of the position of Jackban. But they will call the rotate. C4 taken away. But it's a bait. Mukhang babalik dito ng LB, Moji.
Babalik sila pero hindi ko sure kung merong nakakarinig ng mga footsteps dito ni Enel, no? Lalong-lalo na nasa kanya pa yung C4 but there's already a smoke grenade being thrown up to the entrance ng B site natin. And we can see that Heck is just making his way dito sa A site natin. Hopefully, try to get a pick off or two. But once again, 20 seconds on the clock. They really better act quick on this one. Some shots being let out. Heck has been found out and we are seeing the gracious hold na meron dito ang Gaon Gaming. Wonderful defense, to say the least.
Yan na nga eh. Kapag wala nang utility natitira and it's just duels, Gaon are coming out on top 10 out of 10 times. That's exactly what happened, no? Super late into the round na kasi! Ellison Heck finding a piece, and NL pushing up, finding a kill on to Ray. Frey going down as well. The double kill for NL. Another highlight round para kay NL. And Pillars in control, pero Jackpan nahuli si CJ doon. So it will be a 3v2 in favor of Team Acceptance in this banger of a round. Wala pa tayong 1 minute mark, and it's already 5 people dead. But Team Acceptance, 1 man more than Gaon Gaming. So, kailangan mag-huddle up dito ni Jackban at ni Vincent. Wala silang choice kung hindi mag-retake, kung sa B-site mag-push ang Team Acceptance. And let's see if Team Acceptance can pull this off in this round number 17. Crucial round for both teams. 8-8 kasi yung score natin.
Legit. Di ko lang sure if they would do the possible or right call of putting themselves dito sa A-site natin. Naku, magkadikit pa naman itong dalawa. Jack ba siya si Vincent? So, medyo nakakakaba. And all the while that massacre broke loose at the B-site area, well, we are yet to witness kung magkakaroon ba ng salvation ang mga sakripisyo na ginawa doon ng Gaon Gaming, knowing that they are at a difficulty in terms of manpower. Not quite sure kung masasegregate sila dito. High low possession. They would be able to take some tries from here and there. Heck is just pretty low in terms of HP. Not quite sure how he'd be able to handle this one. C4 not in his hands. Napakalapit kay Vincent at isang pitik na lang si Heck dito. And I'm not quite sure how would he be able to counter him.
Lugi pa si Heck kasi naka-AK dito.
Naku.
Si Vincent, close corner, has to be taken down slowly.
Uy, nakita!
And Vincent peeks! And the shot not there yet! It's the mind games between Vincent and Heck. Who's gonna hit the shot? It is Vincent with the AK to take set point para dito sa Gaon Gaming. 9-8. Team Acceptance have to try and win the next 2 rounds.
Isang 1 round na lang, pare. Makuha na yung mapa ng Gaon and we will be able to go sa ating 4th map. Pero ang tanong ay hahayaan ba ni Team Acceptance na mangyari yon? Because you can noticeably see na medyo na babawasan na yung apoy na meron sila dito on the blacklist side. Medyo nagkakaroon ng hesitation, most importantly after the frequent massacres whenever they look into committing into a specific site. But now Gaon changed their behavior once again. They're pretty close to each other, so this might be another struggle for Acceptance again.
Speaking of struggles, Team Acceptance have to work hard to get past that last round, no? 3v2 kasi, tas natalo sila. Men, nakaka-tilt yun. And Team Acceptance, as a team, not as refined pa yung mental resilience nila compared to Gaon Gaming, no? So they have to get past that last round and move forward to the next. And the question lingers is, how is the mental state of the players now? They could have won that last round. They had the man advantage. Kaso ang ganda ng read dun ng Gaon no? They just double stack the high-low setup, sabi mo nga, and it has worked wonderfully. So now, Team Acceptance have to adjust. Going for the extremity control. Flash coming in down in A storage. That is Heck. Mag-isa lang siya doon. Meanwhile, it's Heck to find both kills! Oh my goodness! What a 1v2! Ray going down next to Frey. And that could be the call to rotate para sa Team Acceptance dito. Pero the C4 still in B. They could push right now, Mochi.
Yeah, I guess this is the time, no? Ito yung hudyat na pwede nila gawin dito, pero sobrang ingat pa rin ni Team Acceptance knowing that there's already a couple of people down dito galing sa Gaon and they are yet to set foot. They're really taking their time. At medyo kinakabahan ako sa existence ni Hek dito. Nasa A-site uli siya. And I wonder if meron siyang mamamataan. Eleson, makakatanggap ng mga bala sa kanya. Gonna be critically low, pero they are just gonna be using all of the utilities that they have to block off yung mga passages na pinanggagalingan dito ng Gaon Gaming. Heck, from the backlines, maaaring meron siyang makatch off guard dito. Ako ay kinakabahan para sa Gaon Gaming. Jackman and NL1 for each. Heck, not quite sure kung anong gagawin nila kay Jackman dito. Oh, it's just gonna be a mastery of play from Team Acceptance. Grabe yon, Dadong.
And we go into overtime for our second set of this first series of the day. Team Acceptance coming back off online. And what a hero play mula kay Heck doon. It was supposed to be na siya yung siya dapat yung bait pero nangyari siya yung umubos. Siya yung umubos doon sa LA off the back of an AWM into a Colt play. Ang ganda ng ginawa niya doon. One shot with the sniper, one shot with the Colt, taking control of the entirety of a site. And just like that, nalito yung players ng Gaon Gaming kung saan nga ba manggagaling ang players ng Team Acceptance. Di na alam na isa lang yung tao sa LA. Making it so hard for them to retake control of that round. 9-9 ang score natin dito. We're going into the first overtime of the day. And Team Acceptance still in this game. Team Gaon, Gaon Gaming still fighting for set number 3. But tingnan natin anong magagawa nila sa overtime dito.
Yeah, there's gonna be a fight for us to see. And what's really interesting and what I have observed is yung previous 4 rounds natin, we can see na medyo nagda-die out na yung energy dito galing sa Team Acceptance. But for some reason, they became really explosive during din sa last round natin, which pulled us over into this overtime. And I wonder if they managed to carry over that type of tenacity and as well as yung mga mind games na ginagawa dito nila kontra sa Gaon Gaming. Well, it's bound to be a different feat para sa kanila.
Yeah, the thing about Acceptance dito, Moch, they thrive off highlight plays. The reason why pop off sila that last round is because Heck popped off. So, naging confident bigla yung mga players dito. And they sort of have a reliance on those not on those big plays, which is not a bad thing, but it's also really hard to replicate. No? How do you tell your players na, sige, mag-double kill ka lang dito sa LA? You can't replicate that. No, it's down to the prowess of the single player. And from a strategic point of view, yes, you are able to find the results, pero hindi siya repeatable, is what I'm trying to say. So, yeah, Team Acceptance still have some sort of a hill to climb dito sa overtime. I'm not particularly sure how they're going to address that. But Heck seems to be online, so that's a good sign para dito sa Team Acceptance. But Gaon, they have to have some sort of plan going into this overtime, because remember, they're the ones who are fighting for their lives. Quick recap lang, guys, yung first map natin, Team Acceptance yung nanalo. So it is Gaon Gaming fighting for their lives dito sa ating map number 2.
Yes, and you can see the star players so far dun sa past map and as well as ang ating before mag-overtime dito sa compound is si Heck, si Enel, Ellison, and from time to time we can see some additional plays from each members of the teams as well, but kitang-kita din naman how badly they really want to get this point sa ating leaderboards, and pretty sure that there's gonna be more. Maganda na yung laban at mukhang gaganda pa from here on dahil nasa OT na tayo.
Yes, absolutely. Guys, by the way, pwede kayong sumali sa usapan namin ni Mochi dito. Make sure to comment questions or any messages you have dyan sa comments down below. Kung nakita yung pinned comment, nakalagay, sabi ni Crossfire Philippines, what's on your mind? If you have questions for the casters, post them in the comments. Pag maganda yung tanong nyo, feature natin later on. Pero ito, balik na agad tayo sa ating game. Overtime, Gaon Gaming on the BL side, and Team Acceptance nagpupush agad sa may mid. Ang daming smokes na ginamit. They're challenging the way they have for the past few rounds. Shot not connecting mula kay Heck. Frey getting spotted. Nakita rin ni Frey na ang daming players ng Team Acceptance dito in pillars, so they will be backing off from there. Gaon Gaming still 5-man strong. The Team Acceptance backing off.
Good call, good adjustment dito galing sa Gaon Gaming. Just nakaramdam sila na gusto kumuha ng mid-control nito ni Team Acceptance. Hindi nila hinayaan yun and force them to back away, back doon sa mga kanya-kanyang posts nila. Frey, Added, and Zen 1, they're just gonna be spraying there, praying, and Added will be able to take a couple of kills here in this extremity. Oh, galing lang dito sa EA area natin na marami na agad na lagas. Ellison is now left alone here sa Gaon Gaming. Hindi ko man nangalaman, I cannot wrap around my head kung ano ang nangyari doon, but all we know is merong kalamangan itong si Team Acceptance. Now that the C4 has been planted, Ellison will try to defend himself and the objective, and hopefully secure Enel out, possibly Heck, and he would be able to do that for himself as well. What just happened there, Daynog? What happened? Ooh. Anong nangyari dun, Min? Nakakatakot. Sa sobrang gulo ng nangyari, sobrang nakakagulat na wala ata yung partner ko. Pero check na natin ang meron dito sa ating susunod na round as we witness this sort of preparation. Na speechless na si Daydom. Mid-control already being cornered here by Gaon Gaming, and they are yet to put more pressure sa kung anong side ang kanilang pupuntahan. Zen 1 already good for 2. Vince will be able to shut him down, pero mas musundan dito ni CJ. Gonna be trying to secure him out, but Jeff Ban will also be falling down as well. Ellison all alone once again with no chance of winning against the 4 members. At ngayon, 10-10 na tayo.
Sasagot agad ng Team Acceptance. 10-10 is our score, and they will be shutting down that aggression mula sa Gaon Gaming. Pero balik agad tayo dito sa ating ball game, Mochi. Ellison starting off strong, taking down a Heck. And Team Acceptance have to find a way to get past losing their sniper player dito on the GR side. A crucial pick-off para sa Gaon Gaming. And Team Acceptance, again, gotta remind you guys, every time they lose a player early, ang baba ng chance na manalo sila sa round na yon, as statistics says. So, Team Acceptance have some adjustment to do.
2-2. And all the while that we're seeing really shocking plays from the last couple of rounds here in OT, well, you can see how Heck has already been taken off our equation in this current time. And we are yet to see kung meron tayong mga banat o kasagutan na manggagaling dito sa Team Acceptance. We're only gonna be seeing some blocks in terms of smoke grenades, and isang bala lang ang kailangan niya para ma-secure si Frey at si Ray. Ellison ay masusunod pa. Oh, Jack Ban and Vincent, medyo magugulat sa nangyaring yun, no? Hindi natin alam, medyo nakakapagpapagabag yung mga nangyari ngayon, pero Vincent, mukhang hindi ata tumatay mga shots dito at si Zen 1 na makakasecure sa kanya. 11-10 Team Acceptance.
My God, Zen 1.
Mind blown ka na lang talaga, man.
Yep. The 3 kills from Zen1 there. Team Acceptance. Strike back. And what a series this is. What a set this is. Tuloy-tuloy pa ang overtime dito. Switch of sides muna. As I believe Team Acceptance will be moving on to the blacklist side where it is favored for them. Nung nasa BL side sila, no, dito sila mas malakas, curiously enough, for Team Acceptance. So tingnan natin anong niluluto nila dito sa ating BL side as we ready up the lobby for you guys. Pero salamat, pinahinga mo muna kami, Direk. Thank you so much for that break. Kasi muntik na akong atakihin. Muntik na akong atakihin kay Zen1 Mochi. Triple kill sa mid. What was that? What was that?
Pre, ngayon ko lang naranasan na yung paghinga ko, manual. No, hindi auto, manual. Parang kumbaga sa kotse, kino-control ko na on my own. Kasi medyo, alam mo yun, like, parang, wait lang ha, kumalma muna kayo kasi talagang ang titindi ng mga players natin so far. Shoutout pala kay Ate CK, yung baby kicks ni Dadum na nandyan sa comment section ngayon.
Shout out. Thank you for the support, of course, as we get into our overtime. Second part ng overtime natin dito, 11-10 in favor of Team Acceptance. And Gaon Gaming, aggressive angles, pero they are leaving mid wide open. Team Acceptance, I think naaamoy na nila na walang tao sa mid for now.
For now. Ang tanong ay kung meron tatao bigla. Alam mo naman din yung magandang adjustment from Gaon Gaming and the priority of playing really close to each other, which has been a good adjustment for them so far. Pero let's not forget the fact na one more round, the Team Acceptance might actually take this piece of the cake, and given and granted their steps actually hovering dito sa bandang B side natin, this might actually be a struggle for them. Pero yun nga lang nga, with the risk of being sandwiched as well, I feel like they really have to get a pick off early on.
Yeah. Vincent. Gusto mag-pick dito ni Vincent. NL. Push it up.
Jackban.
Uy, nakita siya doon yung barrel. Zen taking the kill. A red finds Ray as well. And suddenly, Team Acceptance winning the war of attrition, taking control of that P site. C4, paplant na nga dito ng Team Acceptance. So it's gonna be a deadly retake scenario for Gaon Gaming. Ang hirap i-retake itong B site na to. One of the hardest sites to retake in the entire game. As Vincent will be coming in from RS. Actually, lahat ng Gaon Gaming will be coming in from RS. Walang manggagaling ng EB. And everyone just biding their time. Nades coming through. Wallbang coming in. And L finding a double! And Team Acceptance take the round 12-10. Isa na lang. Team Acceptance will be winning the map.
Isang round na lang! Gaon should really pick up the pace here. Lalong-lalo na that we have witnessed na kanina lang lamang sila, no? Lamang sila on the defense. Pero for some reason, nag-iiba ang ihip ng hangin. With some shots being let out here, a lot of shots rather sa ilong natin, we are just gonna be waiting for them to try and see kung meron sila mamamataan, some pickups from here and there. Gaon needs this so bad.
Yep. They needed to stay alive. It's literally the bare minimum to stay alive in this series.
Wow, bare minimum. Hello. Grabe, no? May mga nangyayari dito sa mga players natin.
Ubus yung sasabihin ko dahil
nag-react ako. Ay, sorry, boss. Bare minimum. Char. Ito yung calm before the storm eh. Tumatawa-tawa tayo dito ngayon, tapos biglang sasabog yung mga yan mamaya.
Biglang papasok yung Team Acceptance. So, line up, Yan na. Mochi, yan na,
Ambaan lang, Ano? Parang yung mga batang nag-aayon ng suntukan sa kanto, no? Pero, ito lang muna natin itong mga players players natin, they're really priming themselves, no? Actually, maganda yung position nila dito that they're trying to replicate what happened during the last 5 rounds. Heck, actually putting himself dito sa entrada ng A-site natin. Frey already good for 2. That's something we really did not anticipate heading on this one. At ito na nga yung chance nilang masandwich ang mga miyembro natin from Team Acceptance at mukhang ayaw lang nila patapusin itong laban natin ngayon lang. Heck, actually in a really good position alongside with Zen 1. These two impact players galing sa Team Acceptance, they are gonna manage to take a couple of people down. At nandito na nga tayo, Team Acceptance proving that their growth is faster than any other team that we have so far, garnering a 2-0 in our series kontra sa Gaon Gaming. Well played.
Beautiful performance mula sa Team Acceptance dito. 2-0 against Gaon Gaming. And wow, I love it. I love it. I mean, wow. I can't look for words, Mochi, kasi I am so happy that Team Acceptance won. And the way they did it as well, akala mo matatalo na sila no? Frey with a massive double kill, pero pumasok si Heck with a massive flank on that AWM, getting the site open para sa Team Acceptance and paving the way for them to win that round and eventually winning the game. 2-0 win for Team Acceptance. They take down Gaon Gaming, the team na sinasabi nila na pe-pressure sila, na team na kaagaw nila in one of the last few slots nung qualifier, now taking them down in a group stage. It's just a full circle moment dito sa Team Acceptance. They keep their playoffs dream alive because of that, and finally coming back off of a 0-2 slump, Team Acceptance needed that win.
Man, wait lang pag-usapan natin simula sa unang round natin ng mga pangyayari. It's been quite of a really shaky start para sa Team Acceptance. Pero for some reason, every 3 rounds, sobrang visible Sobrang visible ng kanilang improvement and kung paano sila nakakapag-adjust with what Gaon Gaming is trying to do. Most especially when it comes to the mind games na nung una si Gaon Gaming nga nag-i-inflict sa kanila. But for some reason, nakatch up sila. And it's really quite of an interesting call to have Heck put himself sa A-site natin from time to time. I mean, the strategy is on that book, but hindi nila ina-abuse. It's not being used enough to the point na mape-predict ng Gaon Gaming na ay baka may umaaligid na naman na Heck habang sama-sama silang nagpupush sa bandang curve area natin to either A or B. But wonderfully done here for Team Acceptance. We now understand where the hype is coming from. Pretty sure sobrang saya ni Dedum ngayon dahil bias niya yung mga yan. And ako, I am so happy that I get to cast such a series because wow, ang galing nyo pareho. Nice try for Gaon though. I still really acknowledge yung kagalingan ni Ellison and the rest of the squad though. I really hope na mas maging solido pa because may mga times na na-observe ko na iiwan si Ellison talaga. Once again, a leader is nothing without his followers. It's really important that they put themselves closer to each other or at least try to offer support sa isa't isa.
Yeah, credit where credit is due, no? Ang ganda pa rin ng performance ni Ellison dito. But the way Team Acceptance adjusted to Gaon is just unparalleled dito sa series na to, no? Parallel, napakaganda. Pinakita dito ng Team Acceptance, no? And it's not a fluke. Alam natin na hindi siya swerte, no? Kasi nangyari siya both games, naulit ng Team Acceptance. Kung matatandaan nyo guys, yung simula ng pareho nating set, 0-3 in favor of Gaon. Pero Team Acceptance nakabawi and they were able to win the game after that, no? And I love it. Team Acceptance showing signs of growing and maturing dito sa ating series. And what this means as well for not just the standings, no, but our players. This win is personal para sa Team Acceptance, no? They themselves said Gaon Gaming is the team that gives them the most pressure nung first week interviews natin because they're so closely matched. Sila yung standard ng isa't isa, no? Team Acceptance winning in a 2-0 fashion is certainly gonna give them a lot of confidence. And this team thrives on confidence. Nakita naman natin every time magpa-pop off isa sa mga players dito ng Team Acceptance, sunod-sunod yan ang nalong rounds para sa kanila, no? You can only imagine what that means para sa group stage ng Masters. It could mean na magpo-propel sila pataas, no, from here on out. And I can't wait to see what they have to show in the coming weeks. And it literally means a lot, no? Granted, it's just the group stage. Pwede pang makabawi dito ang Gaon. But I really think this is gonna set the standard for team acceptance. Lalo na ngayon, nakatikim na sila ng panalo sa group stage, Mochi.
Yeah, and I am pretty sure na mas marami pang masasabi dito si Sneaky Frog and as well as si Bipolar. So, panel, what are you waiting for? Take it away.
Dahil dyan, everybody, welcome back sa ating panel. Maraming salamat, Mochi and Daydom Sneaky. Alam mo, grabe yun. Ang tagal nating nag-aantay para sa laban na yun. But it was worthwhile. Sobrang busog tayo after that matchup between Team Acceptance and Gaon Gaming. Na-accept na finally ng Team Acceptance na sila ay 100% na, and they threw it all across the board. Kahit narapan sila sa kanilang match number 2 or set number 2, they went out with a bang, a 2-0. What are your thoughts, Sneaky?
I think na-underestimate ko yata yung impact dito ni Dre on the Gaon Gaming squad. Then I also underestimated yung return nga dito ni Ared going into the roster. I feel like Compound was a perfect pick para dito kay Team Acceptance kasi yun nga, no, reference sa interview na narinig natin kanina, Ellison was the specific target para dito sa Team Acceptance. And obviously, you know, place yourselves in a map na yun nga, the sniper cannot do as much as he can kumpara sa mga ibang mapa. Pero granted, no, Heck made it work most of the time dito sa game natin. Pero ayun nga, man, I mean, just seeing itong si Ellison struggle and the others to have to step up, no? I mean, ginawa naman yun ni Jackpan by the tail end na game natin. Pero Team Acceptance, no? I mean, they're just testing everything, no? Na parang all over the place yung kanilang laruan dito and hirap i-predict ng kanilang pacing, pare. Yeah, medyo naging favorable din sa kanila yung medyo wild playstyle nila today na everything is all across the board, adapting to everything. But right now, let's look at the set highlights kung paano nga ba sila naging dominating. And even though they were pushed to go to OT, nakuha pa rin nila yung momentum nila. And eventually, they got their win and nakuha nga nila yung gusto nila. 2-0 win. Isipin mo yun, Sneaky, na parang baka maging trend natin every week sa Masters na the first week is gonna be 2-0 all across the board. Next week, 2-1. Tapos ngayon, baka 2-0 na naman tayo sa lahat ng matches natin. For sure. Yun nga, 2-0s have been a common theme, no? As of recent. Pero titignan pa natin considering the next series is, ayun nga, no? Quite the banger. Pala, nakalimutan ko. Nakalimutan mo yung banger. Going up next, pare, which is yung TS versus itong EVOS. Pero back to the game, no? Ayun nga, I understood yung choice dito ng Gaon Gaming starting sa BL side, no? Kasi, just like how I said time and time again, this map is skewed papunta dito sa GR side as long as they know how to play it correctly, no? Pero, ayun nga, Gaon though, almost an attempt to get back into the game but unfortunately wasn't enough. And I really want to compliment itong si Zen1 as well, who, as a fellow entry fragger, pare, it's not an easy job to entry, especially dito sa mapa na to, and you know, he made it work para sa kanyang team, pare. Yeah, pretty much so. Even though na sobrang sikip ng mga corners and just the entryways of this map is very much, you know, global resided, nagawan pa rin nila ng paraan and they got at least some points in going to overtime. They tried to at least also frag it all out. Nakita na natin si Ellison with that AWM trying to do everything for his team. Kaso nga lang kinukulang talaga the mindset dito ng Team Acceptance na targetin palagi si Ellison. Once you get that pick, it's all across just sweeping motion na lang para sa ating Team Acceptance. But right now, I think we're gonna be seeing the set summary kung ano nga bang ang ating breakdown of the game. But before that, alam mo yun, Sneaky, looking back at these games na naging fragger all out talaga si CJ and as well as si NL. But heck, nakita ko rin nung last cam natin, yung player cam natin, napangiti kasi this is gonna be their very first win of the whole Masters. For sure. I would be smiling too, pare, no, if I finally notched one dito sa standings natin. Ayun nga, as we take a look at etong set summary, Heck with a 1.70 KD, pare. That lurk sniper really doing a number dito sa depensa ng Gaon Gaming. Para naman dito sa Gaon, it was only Jackpan who was realistically contributing anything sa mapa natin. Which is very unfortunate, no? Gaon, I know na meron silang compound. But unfortunately for them, I feel like they might have needed their actual entry this time, no, na nakalaban nila yung acceptance at full strength. And ayun nga, full compliments dito kay NL, man. He's had a hell of a series, just like how I said. It's not often na makikita natin si NL, no, on that MVP position considering yung nature ng kanyang role. Pero napagana na naman as we're gonna take a look at the set MVP. And I think you can roughly guess it dito pare for this particular set. It is most likely either itong si Heck or si NL.
Yeah, very much so. Alam mo, once we finally see the set MVP, feeling ko the contenders really are just Heck and NL. If either of them get on that board, it's gonna be no questions na. Alam naman natin they played all their hearts out. And as a team na talagang na-accept na maging 100% yung kanilang potential if they really just join forces and just all-out frag out. Feeling ko, we're not really gonna debate on whoever really is the set MVP. Pero if you're looking at NL, I'm gonna look at Heck kasi syempre, this guy has been around the Crossfire community all throughout the scene ever since he came in. Sobrang solid niya, pero may kita mo nga si Heck talaga ang ating MVP for this matchup.
Ayun nga, not many teams can make Heck work in all honesty, no, kasi sobrang different niya in terms of his sniper play kumpara sa mga ibang teams. He's more of the lurk sniper, looks for opportunities sa isang side ng mapa and makes his own plays happen, no. Which, yun nga, it is hard to integrate pero pag mapagana mo to, yun nga, this can happen. A 10-5 dito sa Ankara, a 13-10 dito sa Compound. Gaon Gaming, first or second loss para sa kanila dito as they end up 1-2 dito sa standings. So team acceptance. So this might mean they're finally out of yung bottom spot natin pare and they're no longer tied for 7th. So progress para dito sa team acceptance pare.
Yeah, this is really just a good start for Team Acceptance finally getting their footing. Wala na sila sa slums, wala na sila sa pits of hell. They're finally getting up there. Alam naman natin na mahirap yung mga next matchups nila after this week. But this is gonna be boosting them up. Mas marami silang may expect from themselves and we're gonna see a lot of more of them soon. But Gaon Gaming, very much a lot were expected on them as well. Even before week number 1. Alam natin we were talking about Gaon Gaming being the one that is on the top 4, at least top 5 spot. But right now, they're really going down the leaderboards right now. Again, may kita natin, it's gonna be match MVP, 1.28 KD with a 0.97 KR, yung headshots niya rin is 0.72. NL, playing out of his mind.
Yun nga, yeah, the output galing dito kay NL, especially in today's series, pare, was pretty insane. And speaking of NL, pare, we are gonna be talking to him in just a bit. And ayun nga, we're gonna be transitioning back dito sa screen natin. And hopefully we do see him. Pero ayun nga, acceptance, they can't really do it without their backbone, no, pare, na itong si NL. And ayun nga, ayun, si NL. He's on our screen. Hello, boss.
Hello po,
Nikong.
boss.
Long time pare. Kamusta men? Kamusta ang panalo?
Kamusta ang panalo?
Okay lang po. Ginawa lang naming lahat.
Basic lang ba?
Hindi. Lakas yung kalaban namin eh.
Okay. Sneaky, ano mga tanong natin?
Malakas.
Humble gaming lang tayo dito pare. Pero yun nga Nikong, yung nabalita mo medyo maaga na wala nga si Dre dito sa series natin pare.
Malaking impact yun
malaking
sa
impact
kanila
yun.
Malaking impact yun sa kanila. Sa Gaon, malaking impact yun sa totoo lang.
Ayun, I agree pare. I mean, Dre is a very big part ng kanilang opensa dito. Team acceptance, I mean, boss Nikong, knowing kasi yung Gaon, no, feeling ko sobrang dalas na naman naglalaro siguro, whether it is scrims or itong bet game, men. Going into yung series na to, men, kahit naglalaro dito si Dre, sa tingin mo ba magiging ganito yung result? Kasi naging maganda ba yung practice nyo bago to?
Depende sa laro. Sa gameplay. Yun lang po.
Mukhang nabunot ang ating mic natin dyan. NL, check muna natin kung
hello.
Ayun, rinig ka namin. Ulitin mo lang na onti, NL. We just wanna hear your words.
Ano po yun, Sneaky?
Ayun lang. We've it came and went yung mga question na yun para sa akin. Pero yun nga, men, obviously yung Gaon Gaming, no, sa sobrang dalas na mag-scream, sobrang dalas na mag-betting, pare. Kahit ba na naglaro si Dre today, men, feeling nyo ba na naging enough yung preparation nyo para
Sa laro namin, pag wala. Kapag bet game, panalo kami palagi sa kanila. Saka yung playoffs namin, yung yung qualifier namin, tinalo namin sila namin. 2-0 namin yun.
So,
yun naman pala.
pwede nating sabihin na confident din kayo going in towards this match, no? NL, last few words na lang, NL, sa mga supporters, sa mga fans ng buong Team Acceptance. NL,
okay lang
it's
po
your
ba
time to shine.
Bisaya.
Yeah, pwede ka bumati.
Dagang salamat sa nagsuporta sa mga og salamat pod kayo sa among amo na manager og si Siren Wong og Henry Baksal, Hani Baksal, sa mga supporters namin Matt Dis dyan ay sa Acceptance. Thank you. Maraming salamat. Good luck.
Daghang salamat din sa iyo, NL.
Daghang
Maraming salamat sa iyong time. Congratulations sa 2-0. Maganda tong start para sa inyo. Maraming salamat, NL.
Thank you.
Ngayon, tingnan natin yung kanyang MVP highlights coming in from NL. Sobrang solid na pinakita niya dito, no?
Ayun namin, ready na ang pang-post dito, pare, with the amount of highlights na
may pang-reels na.
May pang-reels na, pare. May pang TikTok na tropa natin dito. But at the same time, jokes aside, no, NL, overall, very, very nice performance galing sa kanya dito. Very solid ang kanyang output. It's very important to have a player like NL on your team that is willing to do the dirty work para sa kanyang squad, willing to be the guy that could possibly die first within the site, no? So, yung selflessness dito ni NL, men, is actually paying off para sa acceptance in the long run, pare.
Yeah, very much so. And with that said, again, Team Acceptance very much happy na bumalik na rin si Ared, and with their 2-0 win, di natin inakala na they were just gonna be dominating all throughout ng ating week number 3. But yeah, kitang-kita nyo naman yung ngiti dito ni Hex. Sobrang saya, pati na rin ni NL. Everybody, it's gonna be a fun rest of the day kasi after that very first match, mamaya may kita na natin ang highlight of the day. It's gonna be Team Secret versus EVOS. Kanina pa natin yan inaantay, pero magandang simula coming in from Team Acceptance. We'll be coming back from a short break. This has been Cfs Ph Masters. We'll be right back.
sino ang huling team na makakapasok sa ating group stage.
And will end the game with a win.
And they win against Pacific Masters.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Masters will be your three-time champions of Cfs Ph Masters.
After dominating 2-0 on Team Acceptance versus Gaon Gaming, isang labanan naman ngayon ang magmi-mix up at magpapainit ng ating mga gabi. Ito na nga ba ang labanan ng susunod na Dynasty? Pero nevertheless, it's week 3 pa lang naman, Sneaky. At dahil dyan, kami pa rin ang inyong panel for today. Kamusta tayo dyan, Sneaky?
Doing really well. Medyo unexpected nga lang yung naging result ng acceptance game natin, but it's a pleasant surprise, no? Why not, right?
So sobrang solid actually na everyone was expecting 2-1 na aabot pa tayo sa port map, pero ibang laruan dito ng Team Acceptance. Nakita naman natin a red on that board as well as si Heck. They played out of their minds, but yeah, sobrang solid ng ating mga games for tonight. A lot of mishaps, but everybody, we are doing everything we can para mabigay sa inyo ang number 1 na experience dito lamang sa Crossfire Philippines, especially dito sa Masters 2025. Our back-end team are doing their best and we are here to entertain you habang kami ay nag-aantay for these games. But yeah, it's gonna be Team Circuit versus Team EVOS right now. Alam kong this is gonna be something na magpapa-fuel up sa'yo, Sneaky. Ano ba pwede nating abangan dyan?
Ayun nga, if my bias I also have my sis pagdating mga players and teams. So obviously yun nga, Team Secret didn't do too well against itong pero ayun nga, did pretty well against itong Gaon Gaming. And after earlier, di ko talaga ba masabi na yun nga, Gaon is playing at the level that they're at, considering wala nga yung kanilang isa sa pinaka malaking contributions in terms of fragging dito sa kanilang team, which is itong si Trey. So ayun nga, maybe TS can pull something against itong EVOS, fully knowing na madalas na scrim partners yung dalawa na to kasi from my knowledge yung EVOS only scrims top 4 teams most likely, pero yun din yung tendency dito ng Team Secret to try and keep the level up dito sa liga natin. So definitely familiar yung dalawang teams na to. They do play very opposite na playstyles with yung pacing ng Team Secret a lot more faster compared dito sa EVOS, pero meron din silang similarity where they also rely on very very heavy setups from time to time, and it's just that itong Team Secret, they're a lot faster in terms of setting up dito, pare. So we see a lot of early timer executes galing sa kanila dito.
Yeah, na-embody talaga nila yung nag-trend dito sa ating 2025 Masters na the aggressiveness is there, and Team Secret is definitely one of those teams dito sa ating tournament that really does it well, and they really do it from time to time, and from round 1 until round 13 pwede na gawin yan. Right now, we'll be looking at their team introduction. This is Team Secret. May kita natin ngayon na sila A7J, Aiden, Gracifer, si MZ, and si Tetsu. Kaway naman tayo dyan, everybody.
Ayun nga, Team Secret in the bootcamp, ready and loaded to go, pare. Let's go. We haven't seen a Manila versus Manila matchup as of recent. We have had Cebu versus Manila, Cebu versus Cebu, then even Davao is in the mix at that point, pare. Pero ngayon, we're gonna have a El Clasico NCR challenge between yung dalawang teams, and we're gonna take a look at the stats. 1.27 para dito kay Aiden, one of the highest fraggers sa buong Cfs Ph Masters natin, and he has been nothing but impressive with his performance, man.
Yeah, A7J really doing well dito sa ating season ng CFS Masters, and one of those players as well na talaga nagpapakitang gilis is Tetsu on that bottom leaderboard with a 115 KD and with a KR or kill per round na 0.8. He really does well sa ating matches, even though they were against UBECMANIAC. I think that was their matchup, di ba? Tama, Sneaky, on the first week. Even though they were outnumbered or against a powerful team na talagang powerhouse kung powerhouse, talagang nagbibigay sila ng show na makikita natin na they are not backing down and they can put up the numbers. Pero also, think to point out, it's gonna be Aiden. Look at him with a 1.27 KD and 0.94 KR. But right now, moving on, let's look at the team data kung paano nga ba ang breakdown nila ng ating mga matches. Of course, napag-usapan natin kanina was their first matchup, UBECMANIAC, with a 0-2 loss. Pero yung maganda dito is sinabi sila na mismo nagsabi na they wanted to dominate the week number 2 and that is what they did against Gaon Gaming. They won by 2-0.
Ayun nga. Gaon, that 2-0 definitely a big spark para dito sa Team Secret considering yung kanilang schedule, no. I think Fervid gonna be slightly easier para sa kanila kumpara nga dito sa EVOS. And itong Execration, maybe team acceptance is gonna be very interesting, no, kasi at the moment hindi natin talaga alam yung true level na nilalaro ng team na yon. But I'm hopeful para dito sa Team Secret going into yung EVOS na series, considering na hindi pa tayo nakakakita ng pop-off game at all. Galing dito kay MZ at kay Tracifer. And para kay Tracifer specifically, no, this is gonna be a big challenge kasi considering katapat na dito si KSA and nakita naman natin yung nangyari last week against Fervid with him just popping off 15 KD at one point dito sa laruan natin.
Yeah, that was a crazy thing to witness as well. Pero ngayon, something even crazier is about to happen. It's gonna be the interview coming all the way from Team Secret at tayo ay pinagpala kasi kasama ngayon natin si Coach Buku. Coming in from Team Secret. Coach Buko, kamusta tayo dyan? Napaka-pogi mo naman, sir.
Hala. Ito, nilalamig. Lamig today eh.
Ay. Lamig nga today. Lamig nga today, man. Pero Books, kamusta yung preparation natin this week para dito sa EVOS? Anything specific na tinatarget natin on the EVOS side of things siguro?
Na lang, surprise na lang. Ready namin gulatin ulit yung CF community. Team Secret ka kaya secret lang.
Ganito na lang, bigyan mo kami onting insight. Gusto at least bigyan mo kami ng pwedeng paghawakan as a Team Secret fan or Team Secret fans out there. Kailangan namin paghawakan. Ano yung mga adjustments natin? Ano yung mga mindset na binigay natin sa ating mga players coming in towards, especially against EVOS, one of the really top 2 or top 1 contender ngayon sa Masters.
Siguro parang i-compile na lang namin yung mga natutunan namin sa screens with them, tapos yung recent match namin with UBEC and Gaon. Pinalish namin yung mga errors namin, then prepare ng counterplay na para sa EVOS talaga.
Yun nga. Bit of a curveball dito bipolar, no? Kamusta yung sleep schedule, Books? Alam kong Team Secret's sleep schedule is down the drain, pare. Kompleto ba yung tulog for today's set?
Mukhang may tulog naman lahat. Okay naman kami.
Yun nga. I mean, hopefully, no one staying up at 4:30 AM, pare, playing a certain game called Grow a Garden. Pero yun nga, any messages para dito sa Team Secret na crowd natin, men?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you sa Team Secret for giving us the opportunity na dalhin yung bandera nila dito sa Crossfire. And thank you sa mga sumusuporta sa amin na mga fans, tapos mga tropa namin. Yun lang.
Yun.
Simple lang.
Wise words coming in from Coach Buko. Maraming salamat po. It's a pleasure na nakita ka namin finally dito. Coach Buko, maraming salamat.
Thank you, Dave.
You can now go on with your team. Sneaky, alam mo, going towards this game, mukhang Team Secret talagang hindi tayo binigyan ng onti man lang snippet para makita kung ano nga bang adjust nila. Kailangan daw talaga secret shush lang daw tayo, man.
Ayun nga, it's a secret. We have to keep hush siguro, and I can't really blame them, no. You can't reveal anything dito sa EVOS this early dito sa series natin, especially na fully knowing how smart the players are on the other side of yung server natin. Ayun nga, no, going into yung EVOS na matchup, this is gonna be very difficult para sa Team Secret, no, considering na ayun nga, KSA has already had this pop-off game. Yobib obviously having to do less work, no, kasi meron na ngang Cetra, meron na ngang ibang mga players that are stepping up to the plate, and with Kellar's calling and yung kanilang na communication, no, it's gonna be very, very hard to counter itong EVOS pare, considering how clean their gameplay is so far dito sa ating tournament. As we take a look at the EVOS POV, are they gonna wave pare?
We're gonna be seeing the players coming in from EVOS Esports. Alam naman natin yan. These bunch definitely are a sight to behold. Alam naman natin they're a powerhouse at mukhang ready na talaga sila may pagbakbakan. We'll be looking at their team stats right now. Napag-usapan mo nga kanina na Yobib being one of the top players, and as well as the addition of etc. Just look at, parang ano kasi, pag tinitignan ko palagi team stats ng EVOS, parang hindi ako makapaniwala na ganito kataas yung mga numbers na nakikita natin.
For sure. Para dito kay Zetra, no, 1.43 KD, 0.91 kill per
I
round.
love you talaga.
Grabe, 31 AP. This is the kid that stood against the Legend Revenge dun sa kanilang earlier na series dito sa Week 1, and he did wonderfully against itong Pacific Esports. And the fact na wala ng doubts dito kay Zetra that he could actually perform at least on yung on the local level dito pare. I mean, pag Pilipino talaga yung kalaban dito ni Zetra, he will definitely pop off maybe on the international side of things na he is gonna be playing a bit more careful, but with enough reps siguro, no, dito sa Masters, we will definitely see him further improve dito sa tournament natin. But ayun nga, back to my point dito kay Yobib, having to do a lot less dito sa laruan natin, considering tignan mo naman yung stats ni KSA at ni Zeta. They're kind of leading the charge. Itong si Elvin at si Keller kind of plug in the holes pare.
Yeah, very, very much so. Yobib was once the player na alam natin na very much carrying a lot of weight. But right now, medyo shared na sila together with KSA and Cetra. And Cetra being one of the top fraggers right now, especially for EVOS, sobrang solid ng lineup nila. Parang hindi lang talaga si Yobib na lang kailangang tutuan. Kailangan mo din tignan if buhay pa ba si Cetra and si KSA. Pero right now, we'll be looking at their team data at mukhang buhay na buhay yung kanilang standings and yung kanilang statistics, because once we see this, it's everything is all about wins. Against Pacific Esports 2-1, against Fervid Esports 2-0. It's been a dominating scene so far coming in from EVOS Esports. Pero right now, against Team Secret, kaya pa ba nila matuloy yung train of wins?
I really think so, no. They're probably contesting for the best team in the Philippines. Kalaban nga nila yung UBECMANIAC, no, for that prestigious title pare. And this could be the opportunity para kunin ng EVOS itong first place sa ating standings. Granted, temporarily lang yun kasi as we take a look at yung week number 3 schedule, there is gonna be a UBECMANIAC versus Fervid matchup, and ayun nga, you already know what's gonna happen there. So, yeah, ayun nga, at least it's a bit more of a victory para dito sa EVOS, at least to secure a win against a very, very hard opponent is already very good para sa kanila dito. And at the same time, Team Secret is also a good team na testingan ng mga more complicated na strats dito. So, para dito sa EVOS, would be very, very nice para sa kanila dito.
Alam nyo, natatawa kami dito, pero hindi dahil natatawa kami sa sarili namin. It's because we are now almost in the presence of the cutest player coming in from EVOS. Oras na para i-introduce ang nag-iisang napaka-cute, napaka-pogi, nag-finger heart pa. Keller, kamusta tayo dyan?
Ayos naman, humihinga pa.
Yun nga. Yun nga. Man, big matchup, no? For today, Keller. Team Secret, obviously, Team Secret, no, na medyo madalas kayo mag-scrim dalawa pare. Ano sa tingin mo yung pwede nilang gawin this series, no? Kasi, yun nga, obviously, sila yung underdogs dito, kaya yung favorites, men. Ano yung sa tingin mo gagawin ng TS dito?
Tingin ko, masyado nila kami pinagandaan eh. Kasi sa sinabi ni Buko, parang nakakatakot ma-surprise eh. Pero tignan natin kung nasusurprise kami.
Uy, big words coming in from Keller. Ngayon na ready naman kayo sa mga surprise ng Team Secret. Looking back towards, kasi sa team data nyo, it's all throughout 2 wins. Ngayon, parang nag-expect ang ating mga fans coming in from EVOS na kaya pa ba mag 2-0 dito ng buong EVOS against now with Team Secret?
Siguro oo, kaya. Kaya namin mag 2-0.
Yun.
Kaya pa.
Sneaky.
Kaya yan.
Tipang questions. Gusto ko galing muna sa'yo. yung questions natin.
Ay. Ayun nga, men. Nangyari na yung week number 1 nung yung Pacific at itong EVOS, pare. Meron ba kayong napulot na aral doon, especially sa mapa ng port? that could possibly we might see, depende talaga on how the veto goes. Meron ba kayong napulot na aral na a-apply nyo dito sa TS, pare?
Sobrang dami nung naging aral na sobrang dami na napulot na aral dun kasi grabe yung halos ginawa namin lahat dun. Siguro mas naging better ngayon siguro kung sakali na malalaro namin yung port ngayon. Kaso hindi.
Okay.
Yun lang.
Maraming improvements. Maraming improvements coming from Kellar and the rest of the EVOS squad. Pero Kellar, it's your time to shine on onting shoutouts and mga gusto mong words para sa inyong supporters.
Shoutout sa mga supporters ng EVOS. Maraming salamat sa suporta nyo. At shoutout din sa Arcilia family at Arcilia mga manginginom. More alak.
Yun. That's
Thank you very much, Kellar. Ako po, Opa Kellar na natawag ko sa iyo, Kellar, kasi napaka-cute mo. Thank you so much. It's your time to get ready. At dahil dyan, Sneaky, ang saya ng mga interview natin ngayon. Hindi ko na-expect na ganito ang ating mga interviews.
Yeah, I mean, if you think it is interesting now, no, wait till tomorrow, pare, when we get to see second glimpse at Aljon's legendary haircut, pare. And we're gonna take a look at yung mga key players natin for both sides. I feel like it is Tetsu versus Etra, pare. And, hindi pala Aiden versus KSA, the battle of the riflers, pare. Low-key, pretty hype, high-key. Kinda worried para sa TS, no? Kasi Aiden, if he has a not so good of a day, pare, KSA has a free highway to a win dito, men.
Yeah, very much so. Alam mo, they're really playing on the edge of the cliff right now for Team Secret right now. Kailangan kasi nilang ma-utilize yung aggressiveness ni Aiden, and they are banking on a good play from him or a good game, at least in the set matches na pwede natin makita ngayon. But KSA being one of the formidable players coming in from EVOS Esports, just look at those stats. AP 47, 8.80 KR and 1.28 KD. That is something that you always look out for. And once na nasa kanya screen natin mamaya, we're expecting na he already has 2 or 1 kill every round. So, kaya medyo I'm concerned for the side of Team Secret, but I know na since marami nga daw silang sikreto, we might be surprised on what they're gonna be showing us later on.
For sure. And yun nga, if Aiden does have his usual pop-off game dito, pare, then yun nga, maybe we might see potentially a bit of struggle para dito sa EVO. So yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see. Hopefully TS is playing at a very good level today, no? Kasi it's not that I wanted to win. Given na yun, pare. Pero ayun nga, EVOS, obviously, this could be a very, very good series. Kagaya na nakita natin from yung EVOS PE1, from yung UMX, pare. So I'm just hoping for a very good show between yung dalawang teams natin, men.
Yeah, feeling ko din naman na all of the viewers right now are also hoping na tayo umabot ng game number 3 or set number 3, since it is a battle of the Manileños. And in just a little while, or right now, we are gonna be introducing your casters. Once again, it's gonna be Mochi and Daydum. Nasaan na kayo? Ayan.
Hi.
Hello, Mochi and Daydum. Balita ko, Miss Venezuela ka na daw, sabi ni Salvi, parang you're very much dito. Pero kidding aside, after that intense game, first matchup of the day, Team Acceptance versus Gaon Gaming, ready na ba tayo sa isang bakbakan na talagang inaabangan ng lahat?
Sasabihin ko lang, ang daing pauso ni Salvatore, Pati si Buko inaaway niya sa comment section ngayon. Pero yes, it's super crazy, no? Yung unang series natin, none of us even expected a 2-0. Lahat tayo 2-1. Yeah. Pero what happened? It's a 2-0 in favor of Team Acceptance. And right now, to be honest, I don't know what to expect since both of these teams star-studded. Super ganda. Every single individual player, meron kang masasabing maganda sa kanila. And although, given and granted na rin siguro yung mga pros nila in terms of the map picks that they might actually choose, well, I really do hope that merong substance yung sinabi ni Buko na yung secret playstyle na may offer nila dito in our series, since once again, we are standing on with no knowledge at all and what they can play against EVOS for this series.
Yeah. Ikaw, Daydum, any words again for these two teams na talagang inaabangan ng lahat after that very excruciating 2-0 win coming in from Team Acceptance?
Ako lang, Polar, super excited ako anong papakita ng Team Secret dito. Sabi nga ni Coach, it's a big surprise. Kasi I think we need a surprise from Team Secret right now. I mean, the status of Team Secret as it stands, medyo hanging. Hindi natin alam asan sila in terms of the rankings. They lost to UBECMANIAC. They won against Gaon. Parehong 2-0 yung series na yon. I think this match against EVOS will really set the precedent kung anong pwede natin i-expect from Team Secret from here onwards. So, tingnan natin ano yung surprise strats ni Coach.
Titignan talaga natin yan as we unveil some of the secrets right now para sa ating second match of the day. Let's look at the map. Vito, kung ano nga bang pinili ang mga binaan ng ating mga players. May kita natin ngayon. Sa wakas, Eagle Eye nga ba? And tama si Sneaky with one prediction. Take it away, Sneaky. Ano nga bang nakikita natin dito ngayon?
I did expect these exact 3 maps, pare, kasi alam kong ibaban ng EVOS yung sub-base considering TS is also very good sa mapa na yun. TS obviously respecting yung port ng EVOS, which is, despite yung nangyari dun sa week number 1, I still think they're the very best team dun sa mapa na yun. Ankara obviously a good map for both Team Secret and itong EVOS, pare. Eagle Eye, we've seen time and time again dito sa series ng TS, obviously failed against UM, worked against other teams. Pero Black Widow is a very interesting one, no? Considering na both EVOS and Team Secret have gotten some very close games dito sa Masters with this exact map, pare.
Kaya nga, maganda yung opener natin, Ankara, very much sided, not really sided for any one of these teams. Medyo, it's a 50-50 or coin flip for any matchup of the day. Eagle Eye is a good pick for coming in from Team Secret, pero Black Widow is very something na also interesting. Just like nung first match of the day natin, Compound, pinang-team ng Team Acceptance. Ngayon, Black Widow Decider, it might be a spicier game number 3 later on. Mochi, what are your thoughts on this? Anong feeling natin dyan?
Well, Eagle Eye personally, basing just from the previous matches na naglaro si EVOS dito, I feel like this is going to be their map, but it's really interesting how Team Secret actually chose this for themselves. But dito sa Ankara and Black Widow, parang dito talaga magkakatala eh. Dito mo malalaman kung ano na yung kalibreng inilalaro dito ng Team Secret as a whole, because we originally know them individually and how they play, but as a team, it seems like dito magkakaalaman, most especially if the pressure is already present, lalong-lalo na EVOS pa ang katapat nila.
Nape-pressure nga ba talaga sila? Doom in your side, nape-pressure ka na ba na baka umabot tayo ng game number 3 mamaya?
Hindi naman. Excited ako na mag-game 3 tayo. Hindi ako nape-pressure kasi feeling ko aabot tayo doon. Ito Ankara refined playstyle for both of these two teams. Pero the next 2 maps, Eagle Eye tsaka Black Widow, dito natalo ang Team Secret against UBECMANIAC. At anong sabi nila? Madami silang natutunan against UBECMANIAC. And I can't wait to see ano yung mga natutunan dito ng Team Secret against UBEC.
Yeah, sobrang exciting talaga yung gabi natin, especially lalo na tayo going into the evening. At habang tumatagal pang ating gabi, mas napapainit yan ng EVOS and as well as ng Team Secret. Feeling ko din na hindi lang naman to labanan ng mapa and labanan ng mga players. I think it's also labanan ng ating mga coaches and the minds behind the teams. It's gonna be Coach Buko versus Coach Shane. Kung tama nga ako, si 02. So, magandang din to. Magandang battle against the minds themselves. Pero right now, lalabanin muna natin yung sarili natin. Quick predictions coming in from panels and the casters. For me, mabilisan lang, 2-1 EVOS para sa.
Alright, I'm gonna be that guy sa broadcast, no? If Dadum can be openly biased dito sa Acceptance, I'm gonna be openly biased dito sa Team Secret. Let's go Team Secret 2-1 dito sa series.
Kulang na lang magbande. Iwagay mo yung bandera ng Team Secret, Sneaky.
Comment ko lang din, balita ko meron nag-comment, ay dating Vanguard si Sneaky, siguro Team Secret bias nito. Tama siya. Pero ako, pagmadalian lang, 2-1 in favor for EVOS.
Secret
Okay, I guess it's my turn. Ito, basing off of track record alone sa group stage, no, EVOS has been more steady. They've been more steady. 2-1 against PM, 2-0 against Fervid. I think it's gonna be a 2-1 in favor of EVOS this time.
Ay, nako po. Ina-expect ko sana mag-2-1 ka for Secret, Didum, kasi baka after ng broadcast na to, matanggal yung trabaho natin dahil kay Sneaky pag nanalo yung Secret. Pero it's alright. It's gonna be 2-1 across the boards, but in favor of different teams. I think this is still gonna be a great matchup. Possibly talaga, ito na talaga yung aabot tayo ng game number 3, unlike nung matchup number 1 natin for the day. Pero everybody, that is our predictions. Hopefully, we can justify that later on. Isang mabilisang community engagement tayo ngayon. There's a lot of comments na naging spicy din and na mamataan natin kanina. We were also talking about that. Ngayon, may kita natin dito si Joseph Barandon na nasa golden light, golden hour, bawi sa susunod, Gaon Gaming. Hindi nyo panahon ngayon. Grabe ka naman, boss. Pero papabor din sa inyo sa susunod ang panahon. Kayo naman ang magwawagi. Feeling ko dapat hindi ako nagbabasa ng mga ganito guys eh. Magwawagi hindi lang dito sa Pinas, kundi kahit sa ibang bansa pa. Wise words coming from Joseph. Anong thoughts natin dyan, Sneaky?
Yun nga. That's typical fan behavior, pal. You just gotta support your squad.
Yeah.
Make sure na, ayun nga, make sure na that support goes all the way, hindi lang sa local, kundi sa international, no? Granted, Gaon Gaming flying, no, would be very, very interesting for yung start natin for 2025.
Yeah, feeling ko it really is a different crossfire scene finally. Pag yung Gaon Gaming really have adapted para mag-qualify sa atin. Pero anything is possible, especially for them, for Gaon Gaming. Right now, I think there's also another comment, tama ba direct, na pwede natin mapashow sa ating live stream. And yes, meron nga ata coming in from Renzo Clarissa. Stop dropping hate comments mga broski. Magkalabad lang sa laro mga yan pero magkakaibigan pa rin. Mochi, mukhang hindi na tayo kaibigan ni Sneaky dito pag nanalo talaga ang Team Secret. Anong pwede mo sabihin dyan?
Parang iba pagka si Sneak eh. Pero hindi, totoo naman, no? Spread love, not hate. Tsaka yung nakakatuwa din naman din dito sa, comment section ngayon. Ngayon sa observation ko, mas tamed siya ngayon from the last year. Mas tamed siya, guys. And I mean it as a compliment.
Ikaw ba dito, may napansin ka ba sa ating mga comments dyan? Feeling ko kasi you have a lot of love dito sa comment section natin. May nagsabi nga kanina na may Harry Roque daw dito. Okay na sana ako sa Senbam. Pero dito, anong thoughts natin dyan? A little bit of words para sa ating fans going into the game?
Wala naman. Tama naman yung sinabi ni Clarissa nga ba? Yung name niya doon. Just spread love, guys. Support lang tayo dito sa mga teams natin and sa mga players. And keep commenting. Baka ma-feature ang comment niyo dyan.
Yeah, and with that said, everybody, oras na para i-throw sa ating casters. You are in our hands. Oras na para sila lumaban sa ating EVOS versus Team Secrets. Mochi and Datum, take it away.
Yan, maraming salamat sa inyo, Bipolar as well as Sneaky Frog. At kami muli yung mga kasama para sa ating ikalawang serye for tonight, wherein maglalaban ng EVOS and as well as ang Team Secret. Na tulad ng pagkakasabi nila, Dadum, ano ang mga saloobin natin dyan?
Ito, Mochi. Magsiset ako ng president for this game. President?
Wow. President?
Nung in-interview natin yung Team Secret nung week 1, ang gusto daw nilang makatapat ay Fervid. Kasi tinalo sila nung Fervid noong nandun pa lang tayo sa qualifier stage. Guess who has the record of the best game in group stage so far? EVOS. 10-0 win. Sino yung na 10-0 ng EVOS? Fervid Esports. That's my president for this series. Team Secret are climbing back up to take down Fervid. EVOS, dinurog ang Fervid. Last week yon. Set the record for the fastest game in the group stage so far. So Team Secret, they definitely have a lot to prove in this series. And I can't wait to see what they're gonna say.
Wait lang, pre, para namang masyadong matalim yung mga iniwan mong president doon sa time na yun. Pero, alam mo, true yan, na-observe ko din yun. Pero, let us see. I mean, a lot of things may happen after a few weeks. Most especially, garnering experience, trying to train from time and time again, scrimmages pa lang nila, or even especially tulad na sabi nila yung mga paghahanda na ginagawa nila dito that they aren't actually disclosing. Siguro ang makikita ko na lang na edge dito ng Team Secret is yung fact na ang dami nilang VODs na pwedeng pag-aralan and see how they play in specific maps. Maybe that's why they even chose Eagle Eye because they assume that they will play the way they usually play here in Eagle Eye. So that might be something that they're considering, but at the same time, once again, naalala ko merong caster na nagsabi, having a star-studded lineup isn't a star-studded lineup at all. Most especially is pagka sobrang tindi or sobrang, alam mong individually sufficient sila but the teamwork is non-existing. Especially na quite new or yung mga pagkakasama dito ng mga members natin from Team Secret.
Wow. Wow, what a quote.
Dawa?
From that
Daw.
caster. Yeah, that's true. I absolutely agree with you. What I like about this series in particular, Mochi, no, is the map pool that we have. Ankara, as we know, is parang ano na siya classic playground. So there's a lot of strats available dito on both sides of the coin dito.
Yes.
And I want to touch up more on the second map in particular, Eagle Eye, and the matchup between Team Secret and UBECMANIAC in that Eagle Eye map. I saw so many unique setups that UBECMANIAC has shown. In-innovate ng UBECMANIAC ang Eagle Eye. And I think natutunan yun ng Team Secret I think that's one of the secrets or surprises na niluto dito ni Coach Buko is that Eagle Eye map. I think they've learned a lot of the strats na UBECMANIAC pioneered in that map, and I think they're gonna show it here. I can't wait to see ano yung mga setup na meron in that map number 2. But unang map natin, Ankara, I believe is going to be a very drawn out series kasi madami na talagang available dito no. Parang Eagle Eye kumbaga is the new frontier kasi ito yung bagong pumapasok sa meta. Daming pwedeng gawin, especially on the BL side na. Ang dami ko nakitang bagong setups even with the sniper on the BL side taking control of mid and tower, and I can't wait to see ano yung gagawin dito ng Team Secret in that particular map.
Yeah, I feel like pretty similar to what you have said. Ankara is quite out in the open for any of these teams. It's not each other's best map, but I'm pretty sure that both of them already have some series of ways in how they can handle the Ankara map themselves. And I really do hope that we can see more of A7J. Lalong-lalo na is pretty good in terms of the one-tap capacity and as well of some sort of consistency na pinoint out natin kanina for Aiden because katapat ni si KSA doon sa head-to-head natin. And it's gonna be quite of a stretch for them, especially if they wouldn't be able to handle the heat dito kontra sa EVOS natin.
Although I do have to say, no, very impressive yung numbers ni Aiden. Considering na it is EVOS that was holding the record KDA, was KSA holding the record KDA of 15.0, no, kasama dun sa average ni KSA yung 15.0. Walang ganun si Aiden, pero halos dikit lang yung averages nila ni KSA, no, which is mighty impressive. It goes to show you how consistent the performance of Aiden is and the amount of impact of him as a rifler para dito sa kanilang squad, no. So yeah, definitely a very good head-to-head. Gusto ko rin i-highlight yung head-to-head na pinoint out ni Sneaky kanina, no? Zetra versus Tetsu, two of the best snipers in the league. Can't wait to see as well what they're gonna show us dito sa ating tatlong sets. Kung aabot man tayo sa set number 3. Pero ito na, start na tayo with map number 1. Set number 1, it's EVOS on the BL side. At atake agad dito on Team Secret. Mochi, a lot of presence. Started in LB, but Team Secret, they will not be too aggressive with their push.
It's pretty much an interesting positioning ng gagaling dito kay Team Secret. I feel like the main goal or yung motive nila during that slow push ng sama-sama is to hopefully get a pick-off, but instead, si A7J ang nakatanggap ng maraming sakit as he has almost been hit ng granadang binato dito by EVOS. But so far, they're pretty close dito sa Bundan Tower area natin. KLR might actually see someone in this while the rest of the squad will try to go dito sa bandang bypass to slide. Aiden will be pretty good. In terms of pick-up onto Elvin at masusundan pa ni Tetsu ito onto KSA. And seems like they're off to a great start here from Team Secret.
Team Secret and already a good start to this GR side ng ating first set of this series. KSA, Elvin both going down. Two heavy pieces of EVOS dito. Yes, besides still, it will be the priority para dito sa EVOS. Si Tetsu nga, nalaglag na rin from Team Secret as the C4 gets planted in the site.
Yes, of course. But at the same time, we are going to be seeing some adjustments coming from Team Secret as well. Despite the fact na sila ang mayroong kalamangan dito, Keller will be able to get that shot onto A7J and as well as MC. Actually, each by each, 1-for-1. Meron sa manukuhang shots dito but also the trades coming in from
Aiden!
EVOS has been so upfront. Aiden versus Keller. Sobrang low na ni Keller dito. Isang bala na lang eh. Matatapyas na and mukhang madedefuse yung paata. Ito kay Kapasikan na! Buti na lang, KR decided to push at the best time possible. First round, galing sa EVOS.
With 7 HP to spare, KR wins the round para sa EVOS dito. What a turnaround. Team Secrets, early frags, but EVOS recovering from that. With 1-0 start. Beautiful stuff, Aiden. We were highlighting his performance. Already huge in round number 1 with 2 kills. But has to reset unfortunately dito, no? As we head into round number 2. Bakbakan agad. Round 1 pa lang, Bochi. It's already really close. Came down to literally single-digit HP. As LA seems to be the priority of EVOS this time.
Yes, of course. Seems like some amount of utility usage already being expended here with some trade-offs na nangyayari dito from both of the teams. All equalize ang ating manpower with 3v3 pero hindi pa rin natatapos ang mga laban dito as mauubos ni MZ and as well as ni A7J ang mga naiiwan sa mga kalaban. Well, Team Secret seems like nagpa-flaunt sila ng kanilang kalakasan in doing fast-paced plays.
Yep. And this is signature, no? Signature Team Secret play style. Typically, they're a team that defaults back to that quick play style, which is very characteristic. UBEC finding a kill, A7J trading it out, and KSA going down to it. This is the second time around that KSA is picked off as the first blood of the round, no? So hasn't been able to play a lot. Ooh, Zetra eating a bullet, but it's MZ to take a kill onto Zetra. So again, Team Secret, that aggression is actually reaping its rewards para sa kanila, no? 4v3 in their favor.
Yeah, and observation ko dyan, parang iba yung talima ni MZ dito ngayon na considering na siya yung usually makikita natin on the support line of work. Well, currently is actually securing really critical frags here from EVOS. But Elvin, tamang pakiramdaman lang dito sa A-site natin in hopes of trying to put them off guard. But Yobe will be able to take out si Tetsu in the process. And now it all boils down to where would they actually commit? Kasi andito pa si MZ, never mind, mapipita siya agad dito from the hotel area. And look at that, libreng-libre yung B-site ngayon.
Yeah, hotel in their control as well. So alam nila na wala magpa-flank mula sa direction na yon. Yobib taking a bit of time before planting the C4. Drazy Fur mula sa likod ni Kel are not expecting the push. Yun na nga, C4 will be planted but Yobib, Elvin both taking control of that EB entrance. Uy, teka lang ha, Yobib providing a lot of damage. Aiden will be less than half HP or almost half HP now. Drazy Fur challenged and taken down by Elvin, and this post plant is just so deadly from Yobib and Elvin. EVOS, 2 rounds on the board.
Yobib, the main man, still showing that he's still present dito for EVOS, and it's been pretty much a really close call during that moment. Pero ito na naman sila, pupusha naman sila dito sa second beam natin, Dadom! Kinakapala ko for the secret, pero Tatsu would be able to find out KSA, but KSA would be able to out-duel him at mukhang masusundan pa. The trade-offs actually being successful for them, but EVOS ay meron pa rin kalamangan in this extremity as they try to march on into the ating site. Yobib! Naku po! Kamuntikan pa siya doon! But he's not gonna be surviving for long as A7J will be able to take him out, pero mukhang palipat-lipat na nga lang din as Team Secret tries to put their attention into something else. Laging merong nakabantay, ready to pounce them out. A7J, lone survivor, what are you gonna do? It seems like you're not gonna be surviving for long as Elvin guns you down.
Yeah, grabe yung RS control dito ng EVOS. Di in-expect ng Team Secret na may manggagaling pa from that direction. Dinalwa pa nga ng EVOS. So, Team Secrets outmaneuvered by EVOS in that round. And that was a round straight out of a Team Secret playbook. EVOS taking a page out of their opponent and immediately pushing down the side. Good early pickoff coming through here from Tetsu. EVOS will be running forward without KSA. Again, first kill na naman dito sa KSA. Team Secret are really looking for that entry.
Man. Pero, to be fair, with the shots that Tetsu's been putting out here, it's definitely quite gonna be a struggle para dito sa EVOS, and currently parang wala pa man din silang kasagutan on this one. Although I really do feel na meron na silang idea and the whereabouts of some of the members here from Team Secret. It's gonna be quite a struggle for them to address this one, knowing na meron silang kakulangan in terms of manpower.
They have been able to recover before, but now it's a 3v3. Tira mo yung HP dito ni A7J. 1 HP. Isang ihip na lang A7J will be going down. He is holding on to an AWM though, so this contact from Elbin might be deadly still. Lapit nun
Naku, Bono. Ang daing side-by-side moments dito, ma.
55 seconds, Mochi. Konti na lang yung oras dito ng EVOS.
Of course. And seems like, decent amount of hesitation coming from EVOS as well. Quite unsure how would they be able to have a signified push. Pero mukhang meron na silang balak ditong gawin. B-site ang nais nilang puntahan, wherein A7J with the actually resides and might possibly spot someone in the process. Pero just as kukuhin niya sana ito with the sights, well, definitely di yata yun magagawa. And all the while that TS is trying to navigate their way dito sa B-site natin, objective is secured galing sa EVOS.
Planted. Tracy first spotted. Yobib taking the spotlight and Tetsu going down. Yobib taking the top of the leaderboard para dito sa EVOS. Well, Team Secret, they shout down KSA, but Yobib steps up.
Wow, steps up, Char. Matitindi. Yung mga playstyle dito ng EVOS, and it seems like Team Secret, even though that they said na pinaghandaan nila itong matchup nito, evident na medyo nahihirapan silang kontrahin ito, but Tetsu, he's so good in terms of getting these pickups na hindi talaga na-expect ng EVOS. It's just a matter of how would they be able to handle the mid-game or rather the end game ng kanilang round once that they get that pickoff done and dusted.
Yeah. Suffice to say, Tetsu is doing a phenomenal job of taking the early picks. And it's making the round a lot easier for Team Secret, but not easy enough, no? EVOS still ahead, despite Zetra being shut down consistently. KSA papasok na nga dito. That's the entry. Flash is coming on, pero hindi na flash si Aiden. Okay lang! KSA wins the duel of the Riflers. And it's gonna be the execute down into A site. Elvin pushing in. Na-shutdown ni A7J. Double kill with the Colt. Yobib left alone. And will be taking down A7J. Colt comes out. It's Yobib versus Tetsu. The sniper versus the Rifler. And Tetsu with the quick scope takes down Yobib. And it is Team Secret to win the round 2-4.
Definitely undeniable that Tetsu is online. The only IGLN sniper that we are looking out for here for Team Secret, and hopefully that the rest of the squad may follow in putting out these types of efforts though. But they're just gonna try to go through dito sa ating second mid once again, but to no avail as wala silang may ispatan dyan. Quite na passive position nitong si EVOS while still trying to get control for our mid area.
Y'all are looking for potential angles dito ni Tetsu. You could see EVOS becoming wary of the position of the sniper. Speaking of sniper, Zetra finds A7J. Yobib wreaks havoc again in the map. Nahanap niya si MZ doon. And the sniper shot from Zetra does not hit Dracifer, who will win the duel. 3v3 ulit tayo dito for starters. Pero nakakatakot dito, Mochi. Buhay pa si Tetsu.
Totoo. Which is pretty crazy. Because you can see just by that bypass encounter, talagang matindi yung mga trade-offs sila dito. But Keller will be able to take off Tetsu at mukhang madadagdagan pa. Team Secret is definitely falling apart in this current point in time. Tracer is yet to do some manhandling kontra dito kay Keller as well as kay Yobeb as they try to secure the objective here. Pero parang anticipated na ni Keller kung saan manggagaling itong si Dracifer. And he would be able to get Keller though. Caught off guard, definitely. And he's gonna make his way dito through the vents area to serve as his own source of cover. But Yobeb getting some amount of damage here. Ito.
Yeah. Ganda na position ni Yobib dito. Basically, unlosable from Yobib. Can play around time, can play around the defuse, and there you go. Pwedeng umikot lang siya, no? Yobib, that was really nicely played, no? Just disciplined all throughout. And lugi talaga yung si Dracifer doon, eh, no? When you had to retake, and Yobib has the higher ground. Alam niya yung information. Just has to play around the time, and he did perfectly. So that's Yobib winning the round para sa EVOS. 5-2 agad tayo dito. A7J, MZ finding one each. Yobib, Zetra going down. 2 key players. Pero si KSA papasok dito. MZ able to survive after that encounter. And EVOS losing 2 players. At wala pa silang napupush na area dito, Mochi.
Wala sila masyadong control dito sa mga spaces natin for either ends. I mean, they could have gotten the mid area pero once again, tulad na sabi mo, meron na agad na pita sa kanila dalawa which is not a good sight to see, especially you're on Blacklist, end of Ankara. But also, our hotel area is already being gatekept by Team Secret. Sabi ni A7J at ni MZ walang papasok dito. And alam namin na meron sa yung kalugihan in terms of manpower muli, which has been quite of a subject na nakikita natin from the past few rounds, no? Laging may napipick up dito kay EVOS and I feel like they're starting to cook here, Daydum.
Well, ahead na nga sila. Going into the second half, no? Sure ball na lamang na dito ang EVOS with a 5-2 score. Potentially, even extending that lead. But mahirap yun this round with 2 players down. But MZ playing around in hotel is not gonna let KLR push through. Uy, teka lang. Na-jinx ko hata si MZ doon. KLR taking him down. And 40 seconds means kailangan na mag-decide ng EVOS saan magpupush.
Totoo. And meron pang chance na medyo masandwich sila dito sa B-site natin kung hindi sila ganun mag-iingat. No, it's better if they can actually get someone here in the process. So maybe Tetsu, maybe A7J. Pero this is quite gonna be a strenuous task to do para sa kanila. While Elvin, medyo malayo ang kanyang positioning here, no? Might be anticipating some any possible flank ups, but some shots will be like out by Tetsu. Hindi ko connected. KSA will be able to take him down. A7J, not quite sure kung magiging expected siya dito. Naku po! Nandun lang siya isang sulok and Keller will be able to take him down. Quite unfortunate para sa kanila. Ina na Dracifer, buhay na buhay pa. KSA will be taken and pulled apart here by Dracifer. And they are yet to offer that retake na pinagnanasa nila. Elvin going in a much more elevated positioning which is quite interesting.
Oy, Elvin!
But it seems like it's gonna be a point for Team Secret.
Ang gulo ng round na yun, ha? Medyo nakakaito. But
It's so chaotic.
They played it smart. EVOS, I like their mid-rounding, no? They create space dahil lugi sila sa manpower, no? They cannot play together. So they just pushed separately. And it worked out until Team Secret went for the post-plant. Very disciplined post-plant for Team Secret. Hindi sila naghiwalay, taking each fight together. And that's how they won the round, no? Just going for the objective. Team Secret, strike back, 3-5. They're still a little bit behind dito. But they are adjusting the way EVOS are addressing each and every round. KLR taking down MZ. Tuloy-tuloy lang ang push niya dito. Peek muna kay A7J as Elvin gets taken down by Dracifer. Hotel, a point of contact. KSA, saan galing yon as Aidan gets taken out. And the C4 walking away from LB. A7J lumapit na rin. Hindi ko alam anong nangyayari mo, Chi. But it's a 3v3 and EVOS are not getting the plant yet. Dracifer nahanap naman si KSA. What in the world is happening?
Everything is falling apart here for, I don't know, maybe arguably both teams. Kasi for some reason, pagka meron silang ginawang play, may mga pick-off, kailangan sumagot ng isa, makakasagot naman, and they have to take through again kung anong kailangan nilang gawin. Pero ngayon si Yobib na lang ang naiiwan. He will be able to take someone down here. Tetsu, mabubura dito sa ating entablado. Dracifer and A7J buhay na buhay pa, and they are yet to see if this is going to be a good side for them to actually go on a defense, because Yobib can actually rotate onto B side here right now. Walang nakabantay doon, readily available for him kung pag nanasaan yung pumunta roon. But for some reason, he's anchoring this down. He's holding.
Risky kasi pag umikot pa siya sa kabilang site, and Yobib does not have information. Mas maganda nga to kasi pwede niyang i-isolate in case na mag-peek si Dracifer. Yun nga lang, sobrang
Kaya
si
lang.
Dracifer, no? Hindi siya nagpipick siya dito from vents. Flash coming out. A7J is playing from the site. And Yobib pushing up. Ang ganda ng angle ni Yobib na kinuha. Yobib might be able to go into EA. Hindi nila alam. A7J starting to walk away, and Yobib already inside of the site. Knife out, gun out, gun out. C4 getting planted. Yumuko na nga that sa C4 planted. A7J has to win the duel. Kaso natalo siya ni Yobib dito. 35 seconds is a lot of time, but Yobib already has the better position. Nakita na natin to kanina. Mochi and Yobib has to play time. He will. He wins the duel as well. And Yobib with the second clutch of this game. Take EVOS to 6.
Bro, pag sumisigaw ako sa mic ko, napuputol na. Ibig sabihin, ganun ka-intense yung nakikita nating laban ngayon. Ang crazy nun, Yobib, for the clutch has been so crazy. Definitely showing na siya yung anime protagonist dun sa round na yun, no? Sobrang tindi. May plot armor si kuya mo. And I don't even know how Team Secret will be able to counter that one. Pero A7J papanimula na magandang pick-up dito kay Elvin. And they are yet to secure any additional spaces, and Cetra would be forced to back out from that one.
Yeah. Yobib showing us that he is still the Yobib of old. Still the same guy who is back-to-back MVP last year. Now in a revamped roster. Now in a much more convincing look. Zetra taking down A7J. Another good start para dito kay Zetra, who is now on the GR side. Zetra is gonna be rejoicing with that this time. Team Secret have a mountain to climb, 3-6. But the good thing is, nakuha nila ang B site dito, Mochi, so the C4 will be planted.
Tama. And they even have Tetsu on the lookout for any possible people that would go past through his line of sight. But Cetra will be able to take item down. Wow. Which is not a good thing here dito para sa Team Secret at all. Oh, is everything going down here dito sa spawn area natin? Yung spawn natin, naging sementeryo bigla. Life has been exchanged for death, and now Dracifer and Tetsu are looking into hunting KSA down. Pero once again, this is KSA. Not quite sure how would they be able to handle this one. Magpapasayawan ng chacha na lang muna itong dalawa. Be able to find each other out, actually delaying them further from defusing the C4 here. Wonderfully down by time dito from Dracifer.
Yeah, recovery from Team Secret, no, despite the early pick from Zetra. And just the post plant played again with a lot of discipline. Team Secret, I'm impressed that they're barely making any mistakes. This time they anticipate Elvin, a good read on that bridge push mula kay Elvin. So again, Team Secret doing their homework on the EVOS playstyle is what's keeping them in this game.
Yeah, the scoreline's pretty close, no? Not bad for Team Secret. I mean, seems like it's true that they really did their best to understand how EVOS plays and think some counter playstyles on that one. But Cetra will be able to take off Tetsu yan sa bandang bypass natin, and they are yet to find an answer. A7J already good for Cetra here. Oh, everyone is just outdueling each other. And it's pretty interesting how they were able to segregate each other out, no? Hindi man lang nila sinasama ni isa't isa, but for some reason, the trades are actually phenomenal for both sides. MZ, everyone, I don't know how to even try and narrate what just happened. It's an explosive one, and EVOS have been able to get that round for themselves.
Yeah, with KelR and the Yobib combo. 1 kill for Yobib, 2 for KLR, and EVOS put themselves to 7. 7-4 na tayo dito. And EVOS 3 rounds away from securing our first set. And LA seems to be the point of priority para sa Team Secret dito.
Tama.
Hindi na nila gusto mag-punish ng mga peak from EVOS. Pero si KSA playing a very close angle in EA.
Medyo kinakabahan ako sa kanya dito. Baka mangyari uli sa kanya yung nangyari kay Elvin kanina. Pero hindi mo ba here! And being supported by Yobib in the process as well. Every single one has fallen apart here from the attempted entry na ginagawa dito ni Team Secret. Mukhang masusundan pa! Talagang dinudumog lang ni kayo sa yung mga miyembro natin dito sa side of Team Secret. Hindi ito nagpapatigan. Tuloy-tuloy lang siya. Tetsu all alone. How would you be able to get the seat for yourself? That shot throw from Yobib, napakalutong! Parang chicken joint ang not sponsored.
Oh my goodness. Yobib and KSA silang dalawa against the world. Beautiful defense. And we said it too, ang ganda ng angle ni KSA. Zetra this time taking A7J down. And EVOS riding a high. Men, tinan mo yung kills ni Yobib, bre.
Grabe!
20.
Get that 30, men. Parang kaya pa ata, no? Kaya pa sumampo. Hintayin natin, antabayanan natin yan. Pero sa kabilang banda, Aiden will be able to take down itong si Elvin. Team Secret is actually in a good shape right now, undeniably. But the question is here, nung kaya ang niluluto na estratehiya dito ng EVOS in order to segregate them? Wala silang estratehiya, men. Ang sagot nila dyan, Yobib. Yun lang daw, sapat na yun. And you'll be able to take down itong si Aiden. And now, numbers all equalize here. Yung iba sa kanila ay merong mga sugat at nakatanggap na mga bala side to side. Yobib will be able to take down the Dre Super once again. And they are yet to put the C4 down in whatever site they may please because medyo taken aback sila sa mga nangyayari ngayon.
Oh my goodness. 2v3 to still winnable position para sa Team Secret. Pero dahil mabababa yung health bar dito ng EVOS, they're playing it safe, going for the retake, which is a good idea. Pero si Tetsu pag nag-peak, will be taking out KSA.
What?
So it's a 2v2 pero si Yobib down to literally 1 HP. Para sa naman gagaling sa exit. Zetra still in RS. Almost. MZ peeking. Okay, good shot against Zetra. And it's Yobib to go down as well. There's the round. Team Secret's looking for 5 to 8. And they're drawing closer, staying alive in this game. But is staying alive enough here, Mochi? I don't know.
Ko din. Ang masasabi ko lang ngayon dito, they doom, this is peak crossfire. Matindi
Yes,
yung
sir.
laban, matindi rin yung laban sa comment section. And everything is chaotically beautiful. Pero Team Secret though, they will try to get their ample control here dito sa mid area natin. And I'm pretty sure that they're bound to get a pick off here or two. If not, rent beings discovered dito ng mga miyembro natin, specifically itong si Keller and as well as si Elvin. So they better watch their backs on this one.
Yeah. Better watch out. Tuloy na. Ito na. Dracifer taking a little bit of damage. Nakabahan ako dito sa exit.
Ako din.
Secret.
Na-anxiety tayo, pre.
Kahit isang ihip ng hangin, wala kang maririnig. KLR! Nice anticipation coming through, but KLR stays alive. MZ, nagpakita ng ulo, but will be running away with his life. It is Tetsu to take down Zetra. Wala na yung sniper dito ng EVOS. Elvin coming through from hotel, and now it's the pincer move mula sa EVOS. Team Secret have to commit to the site. Kailangan na lang pumasok, pero si KLR papasok na rin. MZ takes down KLR, and MZ creating that space for the C4. Naitanim na nga dito ng Team Secret ang C4. KSA has to emit presence soon enough. Pero EVOS down to the last 3 players dito, Mochi. They have to push.
Yung gagawin na adjustment dito ng EVOS, lalong-lalo na medyo lugi sila dito in terms of the retake, no? And most especially that we're seeing MZ doing great things. Aiden will be able to take down Elden and mukhang magkakaroon pa tayo ng mga trades from both of the counterparts pero si Hobby na rin ang iwan. And eventually none. 6-8 at mukhang may kalamangan pa rin dito si EVOS pero Team Secret, ganda ng learning curve nila ngayon, ha?
And the key to it has mostly been due to the early picks. Tetsu taking down Zetra has really been a headache for EVOS dito.
Uy.
Yun na naman. As I'm saying, the duel of the snipers, panalo si Tetsu. Talagang Zetra hoping to live up to the standard that Tetsu is shaping. But so far, not good enough para kay Tetsu.
Actually, dito mo maiintindihan kung bakit yung Angkara sobrang nagtatribe dito si Tetsu, no? Crazy na mga early pickups niya. Pero once again, guys, kill check 23 na ang meron dito kay Yobib. Pito pa, mag-get that 30 na siya, no? Kaunti na lang. And 6-8 ang ating scoreline ngayon, wherein consecutively, Team Secret has been doing great adjustments in how they'll be able to handle EVOS out, but Elvin would rise up to the occasion, might possibly pull off this flank if pagnanasaan niya, no? Kasi hindi sila aware na natin si Elvin ngayon, pre.
Deadly position mula kay Elvin.
Nako.
You could see na ina-anticipate ng Team Secret, no? But they're not actually putting a lot of attention on KLR, who is at the corner box. Takes down two. Elvin strikes from behind. Aiden going down. And Team Secret has been dismantled. MZ, mag-isa na lang on the flank. Wala na siyang uuwi ang team, Mochi. 1v4 para kay MZ.
Hindi ko alam paano gagawin ni MZ dito, no? From the spawn, pupuntang batteries, but he is gonna exit, no? Sa heaven pala siya pupunta. And 9-6 na ang ating scoreline dito. One round away for EVOS to actually secure this map to themselves. Still wanted to recognize yung great plays na ginagawa dito ni Team Secret. Pero for some reason, kulang pa, no? Kulang pa.
Yeah. Wala na silang room for error dito, Mochi. EVOS set point 9-6. EVOS only has to win this round. At tuloy-tuloy na tayo sa ating set number 2, but Team Secret are giving it everything they've got. Tetsu.
Wow! Wow! What?
Takes down Zetra for, I think, the third time in this encounter.
Gusto ko yung tumawa ka na lang eh. Like, not again. Nangyari na naman.
Eto
And
na
look
naman.
at that, may masusunod pa doon. Si KSC sinama doon sa hukay na inalabag doon ni Tetsu KSA. Sorry. Sobrang tindi ng sniping capacity na meron dito si Tetsu. Muntikan pang sumunod. Buti nila si KLR makakakuha sa kanya while the commitment is already happening here in our site. Well, we are yet to see if there is going to be a probable retake na manggagaling dito sa EVOS, lalong-lalo na sa 3v4. After all, if they can get someone here from Team Secret, could have been a different story. Ayun na nga at nangyari na nga. SMJ sobrang low pa. Meron din naman sila kasagutan dito, but all this time, it's already Yobib and Dracifer. KLR from the sideline. What is happening, Killer? Parang kaya pa nga ata na mag-close up on dito kay Dracifer, but Dracifer might actually try and conquer this matchup. Yobib side by side. Tara lang! But Yobib would be able to outplay si Dracifer at that instant. EVOS taking our first map. Definitely showing no sweat. Tignan mo naman sa mukha ng mga players natin.
Si Yobib, men, nagwala.
Wow.
25 kills. I think even more than 25
Maybe
kills.
even more.
Even winning the 1v1 against Dracifer na nasa batteries. Men, context ha, batteries one of the hardest places to play against. Nanalo pa rin si Yobib with time pressure. What a game from Yobib, showing us that he is still the same guy from last year. What a performance.
Yobib being Yobib, I guess. And it's really awesome how you can see na despite the fact that there are some negativities though, like mas marami yung deaths minsan rather than the kills, you can see that all of the support that Yobib needs talagang sinusupply ng team niya. And nice try for Team Secret. Props kay Tetsu. wow, crazy sniping skill, man. You've been crazy simula first half to second, mag-swap sides nang sa BL o GR ka man. Walang kupas yung mga pickups na kuha mo dito. I feel like it's more of a problem how they be able to do the same thing in handling the mid-rounds natin. Pretty similar sa kung anong nangyari sa Gaon kanina, actually, no?
Yeah,
I don't know if it's just me, but it resembles our earlier series.
Yeah, and what's the most impressive about that game for EVOS, no, Mochi, is in those mid-rounds that you're talking about, kahit lugi ang EVOS, kahit kulang sila ng isa, kulang ng dalawa, nananalo pa rin sila palagi. It's some form of magic. I mean, we keep praising Tetsu for the kills he's getting because he's always getting those first kills, always taking down Zetra. Pero despite the fact EVOS still wins the round. I don't know how they keep doing it. Even if wala silang utility, Mochi, even if lugi sila sa position, nananalo pa rin ang EVOS. And it is just super impressive how they're able to win it every single time, it feels like. Yung isa pang nakakatakot sa EVOS, di ba yung highlighted matchup natin was Aiden versus KSA, two of the MVPs of the two group stage games na meron tong dalawang teams na to.
Yes.
This time, KSA taking a step back kasi pinuntirya siya ng Team Secret. Guess who stepped up? Yobib. Kahit na shutdown yung mga key players dito, si KSA tsaka si Zetra, someone else steps up. This time, it's Yobib and KelR to take the reins para sa EVOS, and it's just so impressive how they're able to do this.
It's pretty crazy, if I may say din dito, no, sa mga players natin. And for some reason, like what you said, kahit nalugi sila in terms of manpower in the first few moments doon sa mapa, they always try to turn the tides around. May it be uutakan nila sa mga positioning nila individually, no? Or even trying to just conquer them head-on sa mga duels na minsan hindi na kailangan pag-isipan. It just boils down to the mechanical skills na meron sila as a player. I feel like ito rin yung pwede nating i-highlight dito. Nakakatakot talaga pag nandyan na yung synergy tas individually sufficient pa yung mga players mo. Hence,
exactly,
a crazy match. I don't know.
It feels like an unending opponent, no? But I'm pretty sure Sneaky and Polar have more to say about that game. So, Final, take it away.
A disgusting game number 1 between EVOS and Team Secret, wherein EVOS Esports roar sky high. Sneaky, what an intense game number 1. Pero mukhang game number 1 napunta agad sa EVOS.
Oh yeah, man. I'm really happy to see EVOS in a different form, no? In today's games. Na it kind of just proves na they're not really super heavily reliant, no, magper-perform dito si KSA or si Zetra. Or itong si Yobib, no? They can all take turns having their own breakout games dito, pare. But at the same time, I also do want to compliment itong si KelR, no? Na he has had hell of an M4 game as well dito sa Ankara. And itong first half natin, man, EVOS took full advantage ng kanilang BL dito. Team Secret, straight up struggling sa kanilang depensa, pare.
Yeah, very much so. Alam mo, looking at the first half of the game, when Team Secret was still global risk, nakikita natin na infiltrate agad ng buong EVOS Esports nang walang pakundangan or not even a lot of defense coming from Team Secret. So they got a lot of leeway na nakuha nila yung site nila with a lot of repercussions. And every time na they are up against at least 3 players coming in against Team Secret kung saan may unman advantage na ang isang side, they can still go frag out at nakukuha pa rin nila yung win against the end. And ito, habang nakikita pa natin yung last set of the highlights, nakikita rin natin yung every time na nasa A site tayo, Sneaky, there were a lot of highlights cooking up. Nakikita natin doon kung paano nga ba maglaro ang isang EVOS Esports.
Yeah, it's kind of disturbing para sa akin the amount of 5v3s and 2v1s ang napanalo dito ng EVOS, pare. I don't know if it is itong Secret not catching a break in terms of their luck or dito sa timing, but at the same time, you gotta compliment the guy who's clutching at the end of the day dito, pare. So it's kind of nice to see just a classic Yobib masterclass. Yun nga, it's been a while since we've seen it, no, dito sa Cfs Ph Masters. I think it's been around 2 weeks, so it's kind of nice na Yobib still reminding us na he's still contention for the best player dito sa country natin, pare.
Yeah, kulang na lang talaga sabihin natin this is Yobib Crossfire that you are watching because every time he is in this border, he is in this game, he is fragging all throughout. Kung tama ako sa narinig ko kay Daydom, he ended out with 25 kills, which was honestly just crazy, and these were one of the plays actually na gusto sana mag-take ng A-site coming from Team Secret. Kaso nga lang, iba ang positioning ng EVOS dito, their adaptability, their changes in playstyle, parang alam nila kung saan talaga sila pupwesto. And even when the retakes were happening, it just became a bloody bath and battlefield against these two teams. Pero wow, it's just crazy games from both of these teams, but EVOS is still rolling against Team Secret, and they will end up their first set with their first win. Ngayon, we'll move on to the set summary kung paano nga ba ang ating breakdown for these two teams. May kita natin ngayon, it's a topsy-turvy. 6-10 ang ating score. We ended that way. Magandang start from EVOS. Nakahabol ng onte ang Team Secret sa mga mid-rounds natin before mag-switch ng teams, before they converted into the blacklist side. But looking at the stat points of Team Secret, 0.71, 0.5, and a lot of 1.0s, 1.15, and 1.18 all across the board. Dracifer, nakita naman natin fragging as well every time for the retake, and doon naman siya to convert, and as well as MZ and Tetsu, they got their highlights. Kaso nga lang, once you look at the bottom of the set summary para sa EVOS Esports, nako po, Sneaky, parang it's another ball game. Parang iba yung nilalaro dito ng EVOS.
Yeah, for sure. And it's kind of sad to see yung performance dito ni Aiden sa Ankara, considering he also does well sa mapa na yun. And this is one of the moments no na we finally see Dracifer, MZ, and Tetsu activated at the same time. And it would have been nice, man, kung may katapat sana dito si Yobib or si Kel, or at least in terms of the frag department, no pare, which we expect galing dito kay Aiden. But he was nowhere to be found dito sa laruan natin, which really hurt yung chances dito ng Team Secret actually.
Yeah, very much so. But right now, let's move on and check kung sino nga bang ating set MVP dito sa ating mapa na ito. It's gonna be Yobib. Wala lang din. Di na kailangan tanungin pa. With a 2.78 78 KD, a kill per round that is almost 2, a headshot that is not even astronomically high. Pero the conversion, the kills are there, and the all-out fragging potential of Yobib. Si B-Boy, talagang siya na ang pwede nating masabing joke.
Yep, yun nga, then the lowest HK, or the lowest HK we've seen so far from the MVPs. Pero okay lang naman yun, he is an M4 player, the headshot is not required. The way you move is. Pero Yobib, we're gonna take a look at the plenty of highlights na makikita natin dito sa Ankara, pare, considering na he did score a 20 banger. And ito nga, I mean, it's the 1v2s, it's the 5v3s, pare, na natatalo dito yung Team Secret, where sobrang close na ng round. And ito yung sakit nila nung UBEC series as well, actually, na ito sa 5v3, meron na kayong 2-man advantage, but something goes wrong midway dun sa game plan nila, pare.
Yeah, very much so. Pero looking back at that MVP highlights, it was like every time na nasa 3v1 or 1v2 situation si Yobib, it felt like he was at home. Parang sanay na siya sa mga ganung situations. He is ready to take it head on, and ultimately that led him to get that 20 bomb na sinabi mo nga. And wow, just a great start for EVOS. Pero I think we're gonna be heading on to Eagle Eye later on. But for now, we'll be going into a short break. Magkikita-kita tayo in just a little while.
stage.
and will end the tour with a win.
And they win against Pacific Magna.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Magna will be your three-time champions of Cfs Ph Masters.
The night is still young and the battlefield is hot right now as EVOS take game number 1 or set number 1 against Team Secret. Mukhang magpapaulan pa nga ba sila ng bala or ilalabas na sa wakas ng Team Secret ang kanilang mga sikreto. Lalo na it's gonna be Eagle Eye, Sneaky Frog, and Bipolar at the panel desk. Sneaky, kamusta tayo dyan?
Sorry guys, I was pretending to not talk. Pero yun nga, I'm feeling fine siguro. I think yun nga, just a bit moved aside na Team Secret did lose that hard dito sa Ankara, especially the way na they did lose as well, no? Yun nga, the multiple 5v3s, yung mga 2v1s na natalo nila dito. I'm just thinking of a universe na, what if they didn't mess up? Pero there's no use moping in the past, pare. Eagle Eye 2.0, obviously Team Secret already played it against itong UBEC to varying success, pare. So there is already experience and we are aware itong Team Secret also likes to prioritize yung mapa na to, but we need to see some output, man, galing sa kanila dito.
Yeah, they really need to show themselves 100% pagdating dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0 natin. They had their takes against this. Sabi mo nga na it was medyo a 50-50 when they played it there, pero the experience is gonna be there. The adaptability might come in handy once they battle up against one of the top dogs, which is EVOS Esports. Pero oras na para i-throw ito sa ating mga napakaangas na casters. It's gonna be Mochi and Datum once again. Throw it away.
Hello everyone! Grabe naman yung throw it away. Parang, wag throw it to us, man. Paano dito? Paano? Ganun. Tayo nagbabalik dito sa Cfs Masters 2025. Mochi and Datum nga pala at your service. At muli tayong sasabak sa laban ng EVOS and as well as ng Team Secret. Kung saan kanina somewhat close but still too far since it's been a 1-0 still in favor of EVOS ang ating series point, which is quite unfortunate. Well, di na. Anong iyong insights dito?
Well, I definitely agree with the points na Sneak and Polar brought up earlier. No, there needed to be someone to answer to the Yobib and KLR rampage. Pero kulang yung sagot dito ni Team Secret. Si Tetsu lang yung nag-step up. We needed Aiden to find some semblance of success. Even A7J, we needed some form of fight back mula sa kanila, but we didn't see any. In Eagle Eye, this is an opportunity for innovation dito for Team Secret. Sinabi na natin, no, they've fought against UBEC in this map 2 weeks ago. While they lost, it feels like they've had a lot to learn in that map, no? Granted, it's only been 2 weeks. It's a little bit of a quick time to learn a new map dito. But the coach said may niluluto sila dito na expecting that's where they're gonna bring it up in Eagle Eye. Well, it is the only place they can bring it up. Kasi kung hindi tayo magma-map 3 dito, Mochi. And you gotta remember, EVOS, they won the first map, meaning isang panalo na lang, they will be ending the night here for us. So Team Secret, if you've got something new to show us, now is the time to do it.
Now is the time because it's now or never. Kumbaga, no? And I feel like it's gonna be quite a fast stretch here, most especially here in the Eagle Eye. I mean, we already know how EVOS plays in this one. Team Secret, we are yet to discover how would they counterplay EVOS on this one. So, once again, pretty sure mga comment section natin ngayon dyan, ewan ko kung may ongoing na laban din sila, ha? Pero, as far as we are concerned, well, it's pretty intense.
May
I guess.
Mochi, may dalawang 1-0 today. 1-0 EVOS versus Team Secret. 1-0 chat versus moderators.
Oo nga, ano, kamusta kaya yung mods natin ngayon dyan?
Hindi ko rin alam.
Hindi ko alam kung gaano sila kasipag mag-delete ng mga toxic comments natin. Sana okay pa kayo, ano? Sana rin nakakain na kayo, guys. Anong oras na ba? Time check, 8:17. Tama, 8:17 na yung gabi. Hopefully, nakapagluto na rin kayo ng inyong mga putahe dahil it's gonna be pretty much of a banger of a matchup.
Yes.
Most especially, kumbaga sa playstyle ng Team Secret ngayon, just by basing from what we have seen from our first map, medyo matabang pa yung ulam natin na niluluto nila dito. So they better add more spices into that one and hopefully they could manage to do so here in Eagle Eye.
Oo, nasa na nga ba ang betchin na hinahanap dito onto the side of Team Secret, no? So, kailangan nila ilabas yon in Eagle Eye para hindi sila malaglag sa ating best of 3 for the night. Guys, by the way, konting segue muna, no? Pwede kayong sumali sa conversation namin dito ni Mochi, ni Sneaky Frog at ni Bipolar. Nakita nyo naman dyan sa pinned comment down below. Pwede kayong magtanong o mag-iwan ng statement sa baba na pwede natin pag-usapan. Make sure na interesting yung question nyo at relevant na kasi mas interesting, mas mataas yung chance na ma-feature yan dito sa baba. Meron na tayong na-feature kanina, no? Baka later, meron pa tayong may pakita mga tanong dyan. Gandahan yung tanong para mapansin namin at para masagot namin. At speaking of which, yan na nga, may isang nag-comment dito. Tingnan natin anong sinabi niya mula kay Sia Soon. Wow, what a name. May ano pa nga, shoutout kay pangalan nito, si Heisenberg sa Breaking Bad. Shutdown lagi si Zetra kay Tetsu. Totoo yan. Totoo. Ang ganda ng duels sila kanina pero laging si Tetsu yung nanalo no much.
Yeah, which is crazy for us. And but unfortunate for Cetra, but fortunate enough for them to win. Most especially, Yobib has been able to take the charge and the lead on that one, and all they could do is offer support and in him doing so. We are yet to see kung mag-online dito si Cetra. Will Tetsu continue being the monster he is on that sniper? Or I mean, we are yet to see. I mean, si Elvin, minsan nakikita natin, nagpa-pop off na no? How about itong sila Aiden? How about sila A7J? I mean, there are some really crucial frags from time to time, but ang question is, we need more of it. Rather, it's not a question, it's a demand. We need more of it.
Yun nga kumbaga, na-shutdown si Zetra, pero panalo pa rin ng EVOS, no? So, despite the fact na ang ganda ng performance ni Tetsu, it needs more. Team Secret needs more for the upcoming match. Tingnan natin, no, kung makakabawi si Zetra in Eagle Eye or will Tetsu take the reins. But I have a feeling that Team Secret are gonna make some fireworks dito sa ating Eagle Eye map. I have a feeling, Mochi, na magtatagal pa tayo dito tonight. I have a feeling na mag-game 3. Magse-set 3 pa tayo in Eagle Eye. And there are some interesting setups kasi in Eagle Eye, particularly on the BL side. Kasi pagka nakuha mo yung angle, pwede mong makita parehong sight from the tower in mid. Which makes for some very interesting and very deadly and parang sort of one-way post plant siya. No? Pag nahanap mo kung saan ka dapat magpa-plant ng C4, ang ganda ng synergy when you have tower control. So I can't wait to see kung ano yung mga setup na niluto dito ng Team Secret. And it is even more reinforcing of the fact na Tetsu outclassed Zetra in that last game. Pag nagpatuloy yon sa Eagle Eye, parang pwede ko nang sabihin na pataas ng pataas yung chance na magkaroon tayo ng game 3 dito.
Yeah, that is true. Well, wait lang parang meron pa daw community question. May tattoo na kasi si B-Boy kaya additional strength daw. Uy!
Siya ulit yung nag-comment
si Yasun
ulit. May tattoo buff na pala si Yobib. Ano yan? Insider info ba yan? Exclusive ba yan? Iba pala. Kaya. Hindi na pala si Yasun. Si Renzo Clarissa. Ano kaya yun? Feeling ko, nagpatattoo siya ng M4. Isang M4 dito sa kamay. Feeling ko. Uy, nawala yung kamay ko dun.
Dito, no? Actually. Actually, ang cool nun, no? May kang tattoo dito sa...
that's actually sick.
Yeah, it's cool. Imagine. It's cool. Yeah. Di mo alam kung may tattoo or matato. Pero, actually, curious tuloy ako na yung tsura nun. Pero, Well.
Spam nyo dyan sa
crazy.
comments, guys. Yobib, tattoo reveal naman dyan. Baka
tattoo reveal.
baka sakaling makita natin. Kung totoo ba na may tattoo, hindi natin alam kung totoo ba na may tattoo na si Yobib.
Ito yung nakakatakot sa comment section natin. Hindi mo alam sino yung nagsasabi ng totoo, ng aasar lang. And I guess we will understand more of that pagka nagtagal tayo dito. Pero, alam mo na, nagtatanong din dito bakit daw hindi pa rin natin ini-start yung game?
Mochi, bakit nga ba? Bakit nga ba?
Ba't ako?
Click mo na kasi, Mochi.
Sira yung mouse ko
Ayaw. Ako, kiklik ko. Start. Start.
Hindi naman nagana Wala talaga guys, sorry
Guys, bakit yung tinatrato na kami yung nagsa-start ng game? Hindi naman kasi casters.
Guys, separate yun separate team yan. Para lang din
Pasensya na po. Ayaw ko pa i-start wala pa ako sa mood Ganun ba? Ganun ba yung gusto nyo sagot? Pero guys, I hope you're having a wonderful night. I hope you're having fun sa ating Crossfire Stars Philippines Masters 2025. Week number 3 pa lang tayo. Wala pa tayong kalahati sa group stage pa lang. So madami pa tayong tatahakin na Crossfire. Wanna give massive shoutouts muna sa Smilegate, of course, for organizing and making all of this happen. Grabe yung step up this year ng Crossfire. And tayo panalo dito, tayong mga Crossfire fans. So ang daming binibigay na Crossfire content para sa atin.
Very generous.
Meron pa tayong isang lucky commenter na may feature. Tingnan natin. Direct, pakita mo na yan. Sino ba? Ano bang comment ang sinabi dyan? Tingnan natin. Mochi, tingnan natin.
Ano yan? By Bismarck Tan, banded hair plus 100 damage kay Yobib. Parang sobrang lugi naman ata. Kung meron na siyang protagonist anime plot armor na plus 20, may 100 plus damage pa siya.
Ito, Mochi. Meron akong insider info. Dahil na-mention ang buhok, may insider info ako na si Sneaky Frog, magpapa-perm. Magpapa-perm daw siya. Magpapakulot. Tingnan natin kung totoo ang new hair buff. Pero inside secret lang yun secret lang guys. You heard it here first. Si Sneaky Frog
dito lang yun dito lang sa atin lang.
Imagine nyo yun. Si Sneaky Frog kulot. Man, I haven't even seen Sneaky Frog with short hair. Tapos magpapakulot. Abangan natin yan, guys. Abangan natin yan.
Kulot na white man. Hindi ko ma-imagine. Tropa naman yan. Okay lang sa kanya. Kulot na white man, man. Like, wait lang isipin nating maigi. Kailangan natin ng i-channel yung brain cells natin in trying to imagine yung kulot na Sneaky. Pero, wala mo. Matripan na ng mga fans.
Sabi ko nga kay Sneaky, pre, magpaano ka na rin. Alam mo yung Mochi, alam mo yun, cornrows. Alam mo yun?
Oo,
sabi ko, Sneaky, magpa-cornrows ka na rin. Feeling ko bagay, pre. Feeling ko bagay kay Sneaky. Tingnan natin Feeling ko pagka nagpa-perm na si Sneaky, magiging top 1 na siya. Na siya, ipapalit na kay Yobib sa EVOS. Yobib out, Sneaky in. Yun, papasok na siya. But let's see. Guys, I hope you're having a wonderful night. Mochi, kung may dinner ka na ulam, kunyari merong buffet ng lahat ng ulam sa mundo, tapos pipili ka ng isa right now, alin yung pipiliin mo? Lahat available. May chicken, may cebu lechon,
parang grabe yung cravings mo ngayon, Dadong. Parang gutom ka.
may Shanghai. Thought process. Theory crafting lang. Wow.
Ako ang pipiliin ko, cebu lechon, men.
Yun! Ang sarap.
Solid. Cebu lechon, hands down.
Tagyan ng cebu lechon Nakakamiss. Shoutout sa mga Cebuano fans natin dyan. Alam ko maraming taga Cebu nanonood sa ating comment section. Shoutout din sa ating caster friend na si Joswave. One of the casters dito sa Crossfire Philippines, no? He's from Cebu. Sana ikain mo na lang kami ng Cebu lechon, Josh, no? And of course, maraming salamat sa lahat ng Cebuano supporters natin. Actually, no, yun yung isa sa nakagulat ako, Mochi. Nung first time ko makatungtong sa Crossfire community. Nagulat ako, ang ganda ng Cebuano representation natin. Of course, apart from the teams na meron tayo, grabe din yung support na meron, no? So I'm really really happy to see that.
Definitely undeniable, yeah. Yun din isa sa mga na-observe ko. By the way, sorry, medyo napapatagal. Pinaprep lang din natin yung mga laban natin para ma-ensure na yung mga players natin is komportable sa kanilang mga laro. And hopefully, di pa kayo nagsasawa sa kadaldalan namin ni Dado habang we're waiting for their fight to actually resume. Pero, yeah, I feel like I haven't explored pa yung entirety ng Cebu the last time that I am there na inilipad din for another project nung nag-cast doon. Kasama ka. Ikaw kasi nasulit mo eh. Ako kasi di ko nagawa kasi may korpo pa ako. Sana all, di ba?
Teka lang. Ito may shoutout akong comment na hindi na natin i-feature. Sabi dito ni Boss Jerobel, sabi niya, ang ganda ni Mochi. Tapos, ang bait ni Daedum. Boss! Bakit sa akin mabait? Boss, teka lang boss ha.
Alam at ganun. Parang lugi.
Boss, thank you. Pero bakit ganun? Bakit si Mochi maganda? Tapos ako mabait. Bakit ganun, Boss Jerobel? Pero parang may napapansin ako ha. Teka lang ha. Mabait. I mean, thank you na mabait ako, pero Hindi ba pwedeng pogi din ako?
Boss, mabait.
Hindi ba pwedeng pogi din? Bakit na pogi? Hindi, sige.
Parang nasaktan na ata si Daedum sa comment ni Boss.
Medyo, we'll let that go for now, ha? We'll let that go for now. Shoutout din kay Coach Tanks na nandyan sa comments. Coach.
Hi,
Coach Tanks. Shoutout sa'yo, Coach. Sabi niya, grabe ka talaga, Jonela. Di ka lang magaling kumanta, magaling ka din mag-cast ng CS. Matik, hot shot running in my non-stop vertigo.
Yun! I-request ko pa lang sana isang piece of verse ng Marilag. Binigay mo na kaagad. Grabe talaga. Sobrang bait mo. Sobrang bait mo dito. Tama si Boss Jerome lang. Diba? Ay, nako.
Alam mo, ngayon lang ako nasabihan na mabait ako, na masakit. Sakit sa damdamin. Shoutout din, of course, to our production team na araw at gabi pinaghihirapan ng ating crossbar community. Hoy, kayo mga nagko-comment dyan na sayaw ka muna, Dado, mamaya na. Ginawa nyo na ako entertainer dito, mga bossing, ha. May napapansin na ako, ha. Si Mochi, sinasabihan nyo maganda, tapos ako pinapagsayaw nyo. Teka lang, mga boss. All kidding aside, I love the interaction. Comment nyo lang dyan sa baba.
Yeah.
Mga gusto nyong i-shoutout. Kung may gusto kayong isuporta, pakita ng suporta, or gusto nyong pabatiin, now's the time to do it. Habang nandito tayo waiting for the lobby to begin. A quick recap lang, no? This is our second set between Team Secret at EVOS Esports. At yun na nga, ang ating Eagle Eye now in full swing.
Yon, laban na laban tayo dito ngayon. Once again, Eagle ay ang ating laban ngayon, ang EVOS versus Team Secret. Pero A7J and Tetsu Petty low na in terms of HP. KSA lang naman na tumatrabaho dito, pero pinapasabugan sila dito ng mga granada. Pre, ang dahil nangyayari dito, somebody sa the floor here dito sa bangda inside natin. Pero this quite gonna be bad here para sa EVOS dahil si Elvin na lang ang nag-iiwan. Pero tingnan natin, ano ang magagawa niya? Wala siyang magagawa. Never mind. Kakasabi ko pa lang.
At yun na nga, Team Secret starting off strong. Tetsu with the final kill in that round number 1. At mukhang hindi pa tapos ang Tetsu domination in the sniping department dito. And Team Secret, ito na yung BL side na sinasabi ko, no? The setups gonna be particularly interesting in this one. At Tracy Fur, yun na nga, the denial from Yobib and KSA to try and take control of that mid area will be countered by A7J and Tetsu. Problema lang, 3 players of Team Secret going down. So EVOS man advantage para sa kanila.
Zim, as A7J and Tetsu still try to put themselves under control here as on the blacklist side of things. Well, it's gonna be quite a stressful remark, especially that Keller is just gonna be waiting for if ever na they will try to go sa A site natin, but dahil pa naman silang oras dito. It's just that parang yung climax natin ay nangyari sa umpisa ng round na ito. Hindi ko sure kung nakita ito ni Killer. Ayun, namataan niya. Some shots gonna be fired pero hindi pa ito kumakonekta. We'll be forced to back out of that area. But that's more than enough information for them to understand that this might be a possible commitment. A7J and Tetsu, one for each. Wonderfully done as Elvin once again left alone dito sa ating B-side.
Another good start for Team Secret. But the round is not done. Elvin has a chance to turn it around. Hindi pa nga natatrem yung C4. They're just hunting him, which is a good thing for Elvin. Kaya niyang i-isolate yung mga laban dito. Tetsu retreating back to that A site. Yung C4 nilalakad na nga, pero Elvin has a chance to strike dito. Lumipat ng mid, hindi sila magkakakitaan, no? So A7J will be able to take the C4 planted. Has to be the retake dito. At manggagaling sa LA si Elvin. This is gonna be a hard retake, lalo na dahil naka-sniper pa nga si Tetsu. Flash available. There's the smoke as well. And A7J just holding the close angle. Very good, very nice setup from Team Secret. Tetsu gets chipped down to 20 HP. Papasok si Elvin dito inside the smoke. Hindi nakita ni Tetsu. Walang noise na ginagawa. Top walk is perfect. Elvin take down Tetsu. And A7J medyo malayo. I think kaya niya i-defuse si C4 dito. Cold comes out. A7J goes down and Elvin with the 1v2. Kulang lang sa oras. Team Secret 2-0 starts.
Ang lala nun, man. And look at that. I mean, dito na nagmamanifest yung sinasabi nila dito na talagang pinag-aralan nila. Pero once again, this is the map of Eagle Eye pinili ng Team Secret. But currently, Elvin, wala siya magagawa doon knowing na na-flash pa siya. But also, series of people here just gonna be falling down the hands of each other here. 3v3 na ang ating tema ngayon. Dito pa man din sa bandang hotel natin. Tetsu will be able to take down Cetra with the Colt. And guess what? Medyo tahimik uli ang ating mga paligid and this is all the more sign para sa Team Secret na mag-commit dito sa B-site natin. Ready para sa kanila. Walang tumatao, libreng-libre. And they can get time of day in order to prepare. Pero Aiden, hindi yan gagawin yon because he really wants to narrow down the numbers existing dito kay EVOS. Tetsu will be taken down by Yobib here. Naku, si Yobib pa ang naiwan dito.
But sila 1v2. Ito na nga, Team Secret. Good setup once more. Pero this time, it's Aiden who will make sure na walang magagawa si Yobib. 3-0 to start with. At ito na nga yung sinasabi nating secret surprise strategies ng Team Secret. Walang magawa ang EVOS, man. Parang hirap na hirap silang mag-defend dito sa Eagle Eye. Going back to the default reserved playstyle. And EVOS look like they are underarmed for this push, for this assault from Team Secret.
Yes, and of course. And we are yet to witness what is going to be the plan of action dito galing sa Team Secret, no? Lalong-lalo na merong possible struggle silang mamataan dito sa ating site A. But also Tetsu, with the positioning na meron siya dito, actually might benefit them in the long run. Patience lang ang kailangan nila. And all the while, seems like medyo nai-stretch ang EVOS dito, no? And probably being set at the edge of their seats.
Uy, may nakikitang ulo doon. Si Zetra. But so far, mas maganda pa rin ang performance si Tetsu, no? 5-2 on round number 3 ang KD ni Tetsu. So far, so good. And again, that setup on the BL side, yung tower position dito ni Tetsu, yung mid position rather, just so deadly. Team Secret. Uy, nagisa ng granada doon, KSA. Looking for stragglers, pero hinuhuli sila isa-isa ng Team Secret. One player down, that's Yobib. Last match MVP taken away. Team Secret about to commit to this B site. Galing LB, KSA. Walang naririnig dito, walang nakikita, pero nasa B-site na yung players dito ng Team Secret. Kill are overwhelmed and Team Secret again take control of B-site. A7J, nakuha pa nga yung kill kay KSA. And what is happening, Mochi? Team Secret are taking over the game.
Naku po, parang medyo nakakabato para sa mga EVOS fans natin, lalong-lalo na ang daming nangyayaring plays na talagang umuubra para sa Team Secret and stack sila dito ngayon. Not quite sure how Cedra and as well as Elvin will be able to handle this one. Most importantly, they're against a huge amount of numbers. Critically low na ibang mga member natin dito, Irene, 7J, pero mukhang magkakaroon pa tayo ng magandang counter from them. Team Secret, seems like this round, kanila pa rin.
Nakikita ko naman nung humingiti si Sneaky Frog.
Totoo.
4-0 start for Team Secret. And this is where things went sideways for them in the first map. Dito nagsimula ng gumawa ng lead ng EVOS no? But this time they haven't even scored a single point. And again, that mid priority is so evident mula sa Team Secret. It's giving them a lot of information, a lot of space. This time, straight up push. KSA smoked away. Zetra having to back away. Look at the lineups of the smokes. Walang makita si Zetra on that sniper. Kaya hirap na hirap ang EVOS mapigilan ng Team Secret makapasok dito. And again, they take control of A site. Walang may palag ang EVOS. KSA finds one, but it feels futile. Uy! Good angle mula kay KLR. Buhay pa ang EVOS dito sa round na to.
Boy pa man din, sobrang low na rin ni Aiden, no? Actually, baka papapot pa nga kay EVOS ito. I feel like they're starting to understand how these members from Team Secret actually plays. Pero the downside of things is they are yet to put control dito on both of our sides. Beb will be able to take down Aiden. It's all up to Tetsu. Naku, si Tetsu pa ang iniwan nyo. If he is definitely good in terms of the pickoffs here, the question is, would he be able to segregate itong dalawang naiiwan mga member natin from EVOS as he tries to get the objective done with 1 minute on the clock still remaining. Medyo delikado ata siya dito. Di doon mampupuntahan niya. Baka makasalubong niya pa itong dalawa.
By willpower na turn around ni Yobe at ni KLR to. Tetsu getting spotted. And that's a nice startup for KLR to turn things around. 2v3 yun But EVOS managing to pull through by sheer will. Kumbaga, brute force approach from Yobib and KLR. Pinanalo nila yung duel so after the utility has drawn out. And kita mo kung gaano kahirap si Zetra. Kasi ang ganda ng mga smoke setup dito ng Team Secret.
Napakaganda ng playstyle dito ngayon ng Team Secret, no? And onto the side of EVOS, however, medyo nahihirapan sila in terms of the defense and usually being taken aback with the pickups na nanggagaling dito in each of Team Secret's teams. And yun din yung maganda sa kanila dito ngayon, no? Every single one has a share of the responsibility. But Yobi would be able to take a couple of people here. Literally unexpected dito sa entrada ng hotel area natin. Daisy Perry actually being falling down to the hands of Yobib once again. Already good for 3. And I feel like got no choice but to just receive all of the shots na nagagaling dito sa EVOS. Definitely not anticipating yung aggression na nanggaling dito kay KSA and as well as Yobib.
Yep, good fight back mula sa EVOS. They figured it out. Para mapigilan yung mga lineup, just push up. There you go, KSA and Yobib inubos. Pinapak ang players ng Team Secret. But they still have a bit of a deficit to come back from. 2-4 score natin dito. But Team Secret leading means EVOS have to repeat that success. Pero ngayon, in-anticipate na ata ng Team Secret ang push nila. Yobib not finding anyone yet. Nag-aabang lang sa may hotel entrance dito ang players ng Secret, waiting for Yobib to bite the bait.
Totoo, but some shots being inflicted on each other. KS actually doing the game of the century, the play of the century. 3 people down there in his hands. Team Secret, I feel like hindi na ata sikreto na mahihirapan sila dito sa round natin ngayon with all of the adjustments that they've been doing. A7J and Tetsu na lang naiiwan from Team Secret. Dalawa na lang sila, not quite sure how would they be able to handle the heat being inflicted on them. Grabe, dumaga si KSA dun sa moment na yun, no? But 1 minute and 30 seconds the clock, Shepard will be able to take out Tetsu. Finally, he's been able to win a duel against him.
Exactly. KSA taking his 4th kill of this round. And he is back. 11 kills for the record holder of the highest KD ever recorded in Masters. And EVOS 3-4, nakakabawi na dito ang EVOS Team Secret. Yung problema kasi nila, the moment na nag-push dito ang EVOS, they don't have a response. So this time they're gonna rush forward diretso hanggang malapit na sa RS nila dito. Pero Elvin, Yobib, and KSA will be melting the players of Team Secret. Yung C4 na sa kalagitnaan pa nga ng mapa. And it's just Tetsu will be finding out where Yobib is, pero hindi si KSA. That's EVOS immediately striking with the 4-4. Mukhang na-jinx ko ata nung 4-0 score kasi sabi ko dito na turn around dati. Pero ngayon EVOS na 4 straight rounds dito, Mochi. Naku po, Team Secret.
What's crazy is binibuild pa lang sana ni Team Secret yung foundation of understanding how EVOS plays. And thing here siguro na hindi natin na-note is in terms of adjustment, sobrang bilis mag-adapt ni EVOS. Before, it's a 4-0 and ngayon, it's a 4-4. And it's crazy how these impact players, kahit tig-isa-isa lang, no? Ito si KSA, si Yobib, and even ito si Elvin, I mean, so far, it's more than enough, or one of them is already more than enough to shake off itong si Team Secret. But on the bright side, Tetsu, mapipitas niya muli dito si Cetra.
Ay, medyo balik sa original setup dito ng Team Secret. No? Hindi na gumana yung rush nila kanina eh. So they're taking control of LA slowly. Yun na nga, smokes coming in. Flash from KelR to buy a bit of time as Aiden takes down Elvin. KelR, good play from down under. Gets the 2 kills. Pero MZ will be shutting it down. Team Secret find the round yet again and the advantage 5-4.
Nakapag-bite back pa man din itong si Team Secret. I feel personally it's a good half. But it's been pretty crazy to me how EVO's been able to catch up on that one. Well, I guess granted na rin yun! Yung flick yun, Cetra! That's crazy! Pero yun nga lang nga, trade off here from the MC from the bridge. Well, definitely evening out the numbers na meron dito sa dalawang kampo. But also, some shots being inflicted mula pa man ding nadadampian ng mga balang yon. Just all-out coverage in terms of the smoke grenade lineups na inalapag dito from both sides. Elvin is quite in a really interesting position here now, as well as Aiden dahil may posibilidad na mamamantaan nila dito sa ating mid doors.
And you can see the difference in setup already. No?
Ayun.
EVOS with the old kind of playstyle. Dracifer taking down KSA as Elvin finds the converter. Gives the man advantage over towards EVOS dito as they take the C4 and plant it up in that site. 1v3 ang laruan natin dito as MZ is isolated. Makakalabas pa nga siya nung into the site. Pero KelR will say no. EVOS, I mean, it's not as refined of a macro playstyle as Team Secret. Medyo luma yung setup dito ng EVOS, no? Pero perfected to the playstyle that EVOS does. And they execute properly with the isolated duels. This time, speaking of, it's KSA to win against A7J.
Ang nakakatakot dito kay KSA, makita niya lang yung ulo mo, tanggal ka agad. And as well as our snipers, but Yobib were able to take down MZ dito sa entrada ng talaga natin. But all the while, seems like Elvin is still gonna be here in this specific position. Wala pa man din siyang may ispatan doon, pero dito sa hotel area natin, nagkakarinigan na tayo dito. Mga balang binabato nila sa isa't isa. And momentarily, here is the calm before the storm.
Uy, muntik na.
Yeah, muntik na.
Oh, staying alive for now, Tetsu. Pero si Aiden yung papasok with the double. Yobib, Elvin, both going down. Just keeping control of that A site. KelR will be finding out where Tetsu is. Pero may isa pang kasama dito. And that's Dracifer, who will be swinging in to take down KelR. Zetra has to come up massive. But it is Dracifer who goes down in the hands of KSA. Aiden takes down Elvin. And now it's all up to the 1v1 of KSA versus Aiden. Nasaan yung C4? Hawak-hawak ba ni KSA?
Parang hindi. Wait lang hindi ko rin malayo-layo ata yung C4 natin dito. Tapos may kita pa ata. Wait, no! It's been caught in his tracks trying to find where he is and instead nautakan siya dito, man.
Na-timingan din. And the thing is, I think hindi rin alam kung nakuha ba yung C4 dito ni KSA, no? Which is why they're both scrambling for space. And EVOS just coming out on top. KSA with the timing. Speaking of KSA, siya naman ngayon ang paldo sa EVOS with 18 kills to his name.
For some reason, parang pinapasa-pasa lang nila yung pagka-online, no? Kanina si Yobib, ngayon naman si KSA. Sino naman kaya susunod kung mag-game 3? Pero parang ayaw na lamang mangyari yun. Yobib and KSA 1 for each. Masusundan pa Dre sa yun nga lang mapu-shutdown dito si KSA at this current instant. KLR makakasagot naman sa kanya while the rest of the squad will be following through. 7-5 still in favor for EVOS here. Once again, guys, nagsimula tayong 4-0 and ngayon 7-5 na. But ayon sa ating tagabulong, that is gonna be considered as a dead round.
Yeah. Man, let's talk about this game for a little bit. No, Team Secret, they had some nice setups on the BL side. Granted, nakakuha sila ng advantage, pero it was barely an advantage. It was just a one-round advantage going into the second half, 5-4. At parang naubusan na sila ng strats, no, going over to the GR side. Kasi that's the way it goes. Makakapaggawa ka talaga ng map plays. Mostly kapag nasa BL side ka, because that's when you have free reign. That's when you are calling the shots in the game. Pero pag nag-GR ka kasi, tas naging aggressive ka masyado, medyo mahirap no? So, it seems like yung surprises na meron dito ang Team Secret is mostly limited to the BL side. So, medyo hirap sila mag-adjust sa GR.
Kumbaga, wala kang choice but to try and play upon the things na nakikita mo na nanggagaling sa BL. And I feel like medyo nakukulangan tayo dito, most especially for Team Secret, and trying to address yung unstoppable force na inilalapag dito ng EVOS. And what's crazy is the unstoppable force is in a form of a single player. And it happens in spikes, in series, in between these rounds. And I don't know how this is gonna be adapted upon by Team Secret because once again, ang ganda na naging simula dito from the BL, but the question is here in GR, granted that Cetra might actually get some pickups here and there. Well, what's next after that?
Yeah, exactly. What is next for Team Secret? Malalaman natin yan pag nagpatuloy ang ating laro. Bit of a recap lang for our series so far. It's a 1-0 between EVOS and Team Secret, with EVOS taking the first map dito. And now we are in Eagle Eye with Team Secret fighting to get the lead back into the game. It's a 7-5 scoreline dito after a 4-5 half score in favor of Team Secret. Ngayon nakakabawi na ang EVOS, no, nung lumipat sila sa GR side. And yeah, it's been an absolute banger of a series between these two teams, no. Napakaganda ng mga pinakita dito on the BL side ng Team Secret, pero mukhang na-out micro sila, if that even is a proper term to say, dito ng Team EVOS. And Team Secret really have to fight back kasi 1-0 na yung map 1-0 na yung set points dito, no? So kailangan makabawi ng Team Secret kung gusto nilang mag-map 3 pa tayo.
Sobrang cheeky ng plays din nga ni EVOS to. From the past few rounds, sinatry ko kasing i-recall yung mga pinaggagawa nila dito. I mean, not only KSA and as well as UB, but every single one of them. Like, for specifically dito kay Elvin, napakahilig niyang mag-crouch at mag-abang dun in that specific box sa B-site natin. And dito naman kay Kel R, sobrang tinde ng kanyang mga respond or yung mga trade-offs niya, if I may say, especially doon sa bandang rather sa house natin. And there are even some moments na specifically dito kay Cetra, I mean, sometimes nahihirapan talaga siyang i-counter yung counterpart niya si Tetsu. Yeah. But parang lagi siyang may balik. If it's not a kill, automatically it should be some sort of information that would serve as a sacrifice of his life, or in exchange of his life instead.
Yeah, for sure. Zetra still finds impact, no? Despite the fact na yes, Tetsu is outperforming Zetra, that doesn't necessarily mean na walang naiaambag si Zetra. Maganda pa rin ang
Yes.
performance ni Zetra. Mas maganda lang talaga yung kay Tetsu,
Yeah.
no? But the same trend continues from the first map, no, Mochi. It's still not enough despite Tetsu being the superior sniper in this map.
Oo.
Kulang eh. As we see by the score, EVOS maintaining the lead thus far as we go into the second half dito. Something drastic has to be done by Team Secret. Hindi pwedeng yung normal standard playstyle lang kasi otherwise EVOS are gonna take over this game. Kailangan nila maglabas ng something na bago, a new strategy, maybe become aggressive, maybe go for a retake. I mean, I honestly wouldn't mind kung mag-full retake, mag-stack sila ng A, retake sila ng B dito. Kasi ang ganda ng mga lineups na pinakita dito ng Team Secret. I honestly wouldn't mind that. I mean, sure, it's unorthodox, walang gumagawa nun. But I wouldn't mind that, given how good the BL side of Team Secret was.
I feel like these are already the moments where you recognize it. Doesn't matter, no? Kung ano mang type of play, as long as it works, that's what matters the most. But we are gonna be diving right back in dito sa current state of what we have after the 10th round. Maraming mabubulag dito ngayon. And some shots will be received by Dracifer from UBIB.
Yan na nga. Team Secret getting a little bit aggressive, no? A lot of people playing around Hotel. It's 4 people pushing up, pero si Tetsu mahanap si Elvin. Good start for Team Secret on the GR side dito. And it's Yobib to 5, A7J backing on out. Yobib 1 HP but still gets a kill. As KLR takes the C4, plants it down, pero andito na agad si Aiden sa may LA. Zetra finding Dracifer, so this is still a stronghold for Team Secret. Can they keep this post plant in their control, Mochi?
Yes, and of course. And all the while that is happening, someone's just gonna be taking their time of day sa EA. Pero Aidan will be able to take someone out of that area. Pero not quite sure kung aware sila na meron tumatao doon. Nakakatakot yung posisyon dito ni Aidan. Mukhang masasandwich siya. At yun na nga ang nangyari. Killer and Kiss okay na okay ang kanilang naging depensa in that location. And guess what? You're already an 8-5 scoreline.
Yeah. Hirap i-retake ng LA because of that tower position, the sniper haven na meron si Zetra doon, and it's Zetra we're talking about. Good shots connecting. And Team Secret unable to go for the retake. I mean, I like the idea, no? Nag-stack sila sa hotel. At nag-retake ng A. Very similar to the idea that I was proposing earlier. But even if even when they do a drastic option, hindi pa rin nila na-pull off So this time they're gonna go to the standard route, standard defense, with Aiden pushing up dito sa hotel, hoping to make a big scene dito sa bar.
Yeah. And I wonder if there is going to be some casualties. Yep, there will be. Side by side with Killer as well as Yobib. And this is going to be their sign to push forward and secure whoever comes down their path. And this is actually the bright side of overwhelming every single person na mamataan nila dito from Team Secret, and also the downside and being in the GR.
Wow.
Kasi you guys have to occupy every single position and might be a risk na magkakahiwalay kayo sa isa't isa. But Tetsu will be able to take out Elvin, and all boils down to A7J and Tetsu living in contrary to the 3 more members from EVOS. Buti na lang may na-secure si A7J during that encounter.
Still doable para sa Team Secret to, no? A7J and Tetsu. Yun lang! Nakita siya ni KLR doon. And this suddenly turns into a 1v3 si A7J. Mag-isa na lang, and KSA ine-expect pa nga ang panggagalingan dito ni A7J. Just like that, EVOS will be securing set points. Team Secret still struggling on their GR side.
Oh my, Team Secret is in great trouble here. And once again, guys, 9-5 na scoreline natin. We're out away. And you can see, ang dumitikta ng pace at dumitikta ng istorya natin ngayon ay si EVOS talaga. And Dracifer will be able to get Elvin down with a quick trade here from Cetra. And once again, numbers all equalized, and they are yet to commit into a specific location. Pero what's crazy here for EVOS is sometimes they don't even look for the object, they just look for kills. They're hungry for the domination that is yet to come.
Teka lang pupush sila ng LB dito. Andito si Tetsu. This could be a big round for the Team Secret Sniper.
Pwede.
The problem is, daming posibleng angle. And Tetsu has to pick one! Tumama yung unang shot niya doon. Nade comes out. EVOS pushing up still. Pero Tetsu susubok ulit ng isa pang shot dito. Backing off a little bit, adjusting the angle. But Tetsu, nice! Quick scope onto Zetra, gets the one reposition. Tetsu looking for more, pero na-shot down ni KSA. Team Secret still holding strong though. 3v3, pwede pa to match.
Lutong nung AK kill na yun from KSA. It was crazy. MZ, Identity 7J. Kaya pa naman, no? They still have a good minute here for EVOS to commit, but also in terms of adjustment, at least Team Secret, hindi sila masyado nalulugi during this round. Question is, how would they be able to respond to each other? Lalong-lalo medyo malayo sila sa isa't isa. KSA will be able to take out MZ in this process. And instead, KSA critically low in terms of HP, pero humihinga pa man din, kill, or he'll be able to take down identities. Separate duels is the common denominator that we have right now. A7J immediately eliminated by KSA. Again, look at that, proving that they are the predators of this series. EVOS has been able to mull over Team Secret with a 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, and I believe, and I think rather, that second half is a demonstration of just fundamental prowess dito ng EVOS. No, they might not be as prepared on the BL side, but when it comes to the tiniest things about Crossfire, when it comes to dueling and, well, general Crossfire knowledge, it's EVOS to come out on top. Team Secret, I love the setups that they had on the BL side. Evidently, though, it wasn't enough, as we see EVOS back. I believe not losing a single GR side, a single BL side is mind-blowing.
Lala, no? I mean, yun nga din kasi struggle din having on the BL. I mean, we have mentioned din kanina na wala kang choice but to try and react on whatever you can see. I mean, you can initiate getting some information and some pickups, but it all goes down if they would be able to get the leverage and the capacity para makapag-commit into the site na nilang nanasa nila. E nagagawa yun ni EVOS time and time again. Minsan nauutakan pa nila. Actually, paano ko ba may explain? Parang prepare sila ng mga patibong for Team Secret to walk into. I feel like that is the closest way that I can describe everything that happened and what just transpired doon sa Eagle Eye 2.0 map natin. And nice try for Team Secret. You cooked, but seems like medyo medium rare pa, I guess, if I may say. So, nice try to Coach Buku and as well as the rest of the squad. But on the other hand, KSA is crazy. Tapos na si Yobib sa pag-online yung sa unang mapa natin. Ngayon siya naman daw. And with the rest of the squad being able to support him, it's been extremely phenomenal during this series.
Yeah, absolutely. EVOS looked in control the moment that they were in the driver's seats. On the BL side, that is, dito sa Eagle Eye, they just did not stop going. And it was beautiful to witness para dito sa kanila. No? Yung term na hinahanap ko, I think, Mochi, is finesse. They did that map with finesse.
Wow, finesse! Classy!
And it was really, really nice to see dito. No, I believe it was KSA that had the most kills this time around. So as you said, pinagpapasapasahan nga dito ng mga riflers ang the honor of getting the most kills in the game. But EVOS able to shut down Team Secret. As you said, daming ang niluto. Ang ganda ng mga niluto dito ng Team Secret. But EVOS adapt just a little bit better. Dare I say, dito sa ating Eagle Eye map was absolutely beautiful. Guys, segue muna tayo bago ko tawagin ang ating panelist. Comment lang kayo dyan sa baba. Pwede kayong sumali sa conversation natin dito sa panel and sa caster's desk. We will highlight the most interesting comments dito. Kaya wag lang kayo mag-away dyan, mag-comment din kayo, magtanong din kayo sa amin ng mga gusto nyong itanong. And if it is interesting and intriguing enough, pwede natin i-feature yan later on or maybe bukas, no? Even if that concludes our series for today, syempre pag-uusapan, i-breakdown pa rin ng panel natin yan later. So wag muna kayong aalis. Of course, gusto muna natin ng pasasalamat sa lahat ng nanonood up to this point, sa lahat ng players natin who played today, and of course, sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa ating mga players at mga teams. Big shoutouts of course sa Smilegate for giving us so much Crossfire content and so much Crossfire to watch. Actually, ang saya nga, no? Dami nating pinapanood, dami nating nakikita. May impact happening at the same time as Masters, and of course we have the show as well every Friday. Kung di nyo alam may impact din tayo every Wednesday and Thursday. So doon natin makikita yung iba nating teams that did not qualify for Masters, andun sila. And then on Friday, every Friday meron tayong show. So, dati lang siya parang Masters show, pero ngayon may impact na rin nakasama, no? So pinag-uusapan namin doon kami ni Mochi, ni Sneaky, and ni Bipolar, and ni Ramon, at ni Salvatore. Kasama natin doon si Boss Vil. Massive shoutout kay Boss Vil. No? Pinag-uusapan natin everything and anything Crossfire this year. Tapos meron din tayo mga guests, no, na nandyan din sa comment sa baba. Yung guests natin so far.
Boss nice
Coach
na tol
Shane,
nandyan
si Coach Tanks, tsaka si Coach Aris. Andyan sila lahat, no. Abangan nyo sinong guest natin next week.
Yeah, yun din yung nakakatuwa. Actually, yesterday, tuwan-tuwa rin tayo din sa... Ewan ko, for some reason, parang nagkipagkulitan lang din tayo sa isa't isa sa mga community natin. I feel like that's also something to note about the Crossfire community as well. It's pretty crazy in terms of growth. Like, sila na rin nagsabi, mga coach na rin nagsabi, sila 02 na hindi ganito kayabong yung Crossfire ngayon, and it's awesome that we're seeing this level up. Pero, guess what, guys? Hanggang dito na lang kami. Mochi at Dadum nga pala at your service ang naging caster nyo para sa ngayong araw na ito. Well, Bipolar and Sneaky Frog, take it away.
Umuhos nga talaga ng bala at sumigaw na naman ng malakas ang squad ng EVOS dito, going out with a bang, at tinutuloy ang ating trending team for week number 3, which is gonna be a 2-0 sweep against Team Secret. It's gonna be a crazy one, pero yeah, alam mo Sneaky, it's been a crazy day so far.
Ayun nga, quite a crazy day that we've had so far, no, pare. Obviously, didn't expect yung EVOS to be sweeping itong Team Secret, considering na, ayun nga, I expected something to pop out at least dito sa map number 2, but obviously that didn't work para sa kanila dito. Granted, there was some rounds na pwede bang masabi TS to straight up outplayed itong EVOS, no? Pero EVOS just seem to have more in the strat book para sa kanila dito, and may point nga si Dadum yung sinabi niya kanina, is the adaptability of the team as well. Granted, maganda yung sniping day dito ni Tetsu. Aiden having a slightly better game pagdating dito sa Eagle Eye, MZ having a really good day as well. It's not enough to beat itong EVOS, pare. EVOS is such a well-oiled machine na kung hindi mag-show up yung 5 players na nasa team mo, ay matatalo ka talaga, pare.
Yeah, very much so. Kapag hindi mo binigay A-game mo sa buong EVOS squad, and you don't, and if you let them take it away after those 5 few rounds sa inyong matchup, isi-sweep up lang kayo, and they will adapt to everything, and they will take control of the game you were playing na akala mo kayo na yung naglalaro, pero EVOS pala ang gagalaw sa dulo. And looking at the highlights, it was like 5 rounds wherein 5-0 yung score natin, and Team Secret ang nakakuha ng advantage na yun. But just like what you've said, Dadum, taking it out of our mouths mismo, na they are definitely the kings of adaptation. Talagang they know how to play these games even under pressure, even when they need it the most. They know how to conquer the battlefield, at dito natin nakikita kung saan talagang nabaliktad pa nga ng buong EVOS squads. We were saying also that Let's was playing out of his mind, but EVOS naman, I think just Yobed not really playing big here. He did put in naglagay pa rin naman siya ng effort niya, but it was a team effort at the end of the day. EVOS just crazy out here.
Kumbaga pre, parang nag-clock in lang dito si Yobed para dito sa Eagle Eye to give his team like 10 or 12 frags, pare. The standard Yobed day na nakikita natin. But it was itong si KSA who actually gave itong Team Secret natin one of their bigger problems as well. Relentless flanks galing sa kanya dito. And he had to make the play happen kasi yun nga, si Zetra, same pattern from map number 1. He was getting owned by Tetsuno most of the fights dito. But the way na EVOS just plays the map, pare, the way that they're so connected as a team, really is tough to just stop itong squad na to, pare, despite the 4v5. And we are gonna see dito sa set summary, of course, KSA another another big game para sa kanya dito. 3.13, 1.67 KR. Granted, HK is not that high. He is jumping around and trying to entry para sa kanyang team. But, yun nga, impressive pa rin. Galing ito kay KSA, pare.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's almost an understatement. Kailangan ata insane ang tawag nating word dito kay KSA right now. Again, given the fact that the headshot per kill is just 0.4, but the sheer KD ratio is just out of this world. Another 3 in the bag para sa kanya. Parang palaging nag-uwi ng MVP or possible MVP in head-to-head collision dito sa ating Masters. But right now, let's look towards the set MVP or basically the whole matchup MVP kasi 2-0 na. Wala nang iba. No, set MVP lang pala to. Never mind. It's KSA with a 3.13 KD kill per round. Palaging almost 2 in an AP of 27. We were just talking about this, but KSA is just crazy. And now, let's look at the MVP highlights kung paano niya nga na-infiltrate ang backlines and to get that 3.13 KD was just totally insane.
And yeah, someone who's running the exact same sense as itong si KSA, pare. Pahinga, when it just feels good. It just feels good, pare. Everything is hitting at the right time. Every flick, every headshot.
Yeah.
And there it is. The fact na wala pa siyang takot na mag-forward dito. Granted, that is his role. I mean, he does it very, very well para dito sa EVOS, pare. As we take a look at the match results, 10-6, 10-5. Mas disappointing para sa akin yung Eagle Eye, no? Considering map pick yun ng Team Secret. And Ankara, slightly less disappointing, pare. Alam ko na EVOS is really good on that map, but yun nga, I really felt like may laban pa dito yung Team Secret. It's just, they couldn't pull it out dito sa mga ibang rounds. Yun nga, they're losing a lot of clutch rounds as well, no? Napapansin ko dito, pare.
Yeah, very much so. Alam mo, kailangan lang talaga nila i-convert yung first few wins in those rounds and just take it out on the end game. Maybe that's how they can play the next few matches after this week number 3 para makasecure at again possibly a 2-0. We're hoping well for Team Secret. Pero EVOS Esports, it's time to introduce their match MVP para makita natin ang overall experience at kung sino nga ba talaga ang nag-shine from the roars of the EVOS squads. Wala nang iba. Ang nag-clock in sa game number 2 pero nagpakitang gilas ng game number 1. It's Yobib with a 2.18 KD.
Isn't it crazy na 3 out of the 5 players ng EVOS already has an MVP in their pocket, pare?
Yeah, bro. Grabe yun.
Zetra has one, KSA has one, and now Yobib will get one. Nag-waiting na lang siguro dito kay KLR at kay Elvin to get their own match MVPs, and we can have a full 5-man interview siguro as the season does go out. So yun nga, amazing performance galing dito kay Yobib. I mean, it is expected, pare. And speaking of Yobib, pare, I think we are gonna talk to Mr. Leo dito sa ating stream very, very soon dito, pare, once he does pop out. And, ayun na, there you go. And his big lead as well.
He's very happy, Yobib. Maraming salamat for giving us your presence for the night to end the day off as well. Yobib, kamusta tayo dyan? A 2-0 sweep against Team Secret? Planado ba yung lahat yun?
Hindi po eh. Parang normal day lang na magpa-practice. Ganun lang.
Yun lang. I mean, it is true. Yun nga, EVOS are in too good of a level at the moment, pare. Babe, last week actually, hindi ka masyado pumutok, no? Against itong Fervid na team. Ano yung difference this week, no? Ano yung may goal ka ba na gusto mong iset against itong Team Secret, pare, na nag-drop ka ng 25 nung isang game?
Ngayon, sa Ankara? Wala naman. Parang lang, nanggigigil lang ako sa kalaban. Kasi may surprise daw eh. Parang sila pa yung na-surprise eh.
Yung pala yung secret, para yung secret pala yung magugulat dito. Yun lang. Unfortunate para dito sa Team Secret. Polar, meron ka bang tanong?
You know what, Yobi? Parang kasi, balita ko talagang this is your bread and butter, itong buong crossfire natin. Gusto ko lang ng onting words from you na how have you improved so far in your perspective from the tons of games that you played? Ibang Yobib na ba ang nakikita namin or is it improving pa din ba up until now?
Ganun pa din naman po, improving pa din naman. Ayun lang.
Still the same old Yobib, pero padagdag lang na padagdag, no, Yobib? You know what? We'll give you the floor here. Bibigyan ka namin ng onting oras para mapasalamatan lahat ng supporters mo. Nakikita namin sa comments, sunod-sunod sumisigaw sila ng Yobib and as well as EVOS Esports. It's your time to shine. Oras na para magpasalamat ka sa inyong fans.
Madami-dami po ito eh. May kodigo pa eh.
May lista.
Shoutout kay Melanie, sa mama ni Kian, at kay AJ at sa tatay niya, at kay Lola Marie Kuriha, at sa Arcilia Pam at EVOS Pam. At na-surprise daw po si Coach.
Yun. Nabigla pare.
Nagulat daw siya. Nagulat si Coach at buong barangay na ni Yobib ang talagang pinasalamatan niya. You know what, Yobib?
Bali lahat kami kasi nagulat din.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, pre, yung series na to, nagkagulatan lang silang dalawa, men.
May secret talaga na nilabas dito ang EVOS. Yobib, you know what? Maraming salamat sa'yo. Thank you for your time. Congratulations, EVOS Esports, on your 2-0. Iwan ka na namin. It's time for you to celebrate your win. Let's look at the MVP highlights para mapakita natin kung gaano nga ba kalakas at gaano nga ba ka-dominating si Yobib from the first round until the second set.
Yun nga, it's the same old Yobib. Kagaya nga na sinabi niya, pare, it's not really a surprise na nakakita tayo ng ganitong performance galing sa kanya dito, pare. And ayun nga, he just keeps it consistent, no? When it is time to perform, you can expect itong si Yobib to perform, pare.
Yeah, parang he's the man to do it. Kung may John Wick tayo sa multiverse, meron tayong Yobib na kaya din gumawa ng mga ganong kinds of plays and mga milagro. Talagang kakaiba talaga. But right now, as we end off, Yobib showing off his prowess and showing how dominating he is in the world of Yobib, in the world of Crossfire. Natawag ko tuloy Yobib yung Crossfire. This is our match winner, EVOS Esports, Alvin Cal R, KSA, and Zetra, and Yobib. Alam mo, hindi, pag pinag-usapan kasi natin the entirety of EVOS Esports, talagang hindi lang siya one man, it's the entire squad na nagpapakitang gilas.
That's a casting call waiting to be said, no?
Yeah.
I mean, it's Yobib's world and we're just living in it, pare.
Totoo man.
So, would be sick if I'm gonna hear that in yung future EVOS games.
Yeah.
Yun nga, Secret already done with it, pare, so it does hurt a lot less now. Pero let's see, man, for the rest of yung season, EVOS looking very, very, very good. Parang nahirapan lang yata sila dun sa kanilang series against yung PE. But then after that, man, parang it's easy. And yung hardest nila na matchup is on week 7, the very tail end ng season na to, pare, which is that UN.
Yun nga parang pinag-usapan din namin ni Salvatore yun kanina na ano pa ba ang mga hadlang para sa EVOS Esports after that Pacific matchup? It's UBECMANIAC at the end of the road pa. So malayo pa nga tatahakin natin. It looks like it's gonna be a trend not only for the entirety of Cfs Masters but for EVOS as well, wherein there it will just be dominating at malalaman lang natin if may hadlang pa ba or secrets to be untold against EVOS Esports. But for the rest of the day, you know what, Sneaky, akala ko we'll be seeing a lot of game number 3s. We'll be seeing a lot of like topsy-turvies back and forth between these two teams or between these 4 teams. Kaso nga lang parang iba ang timpla ng ating mga players and ating mga teams pagdating ng week number 3.
Yun nga, maybe yung brew is a bit too strong para dito sa Team Secret, pare. And as well as itong Gaon Gaming. Pero hopefully we do see, better showing galing sa kanila going into next week. Obviously, unexpected results already happening, no, dito sa week number 3, pare. As I'm actually very excited para sa makikita natin bukas kasi it's a personal series. Personal series potentially, pare. Especially, nako po, pinahuli pa nila. Last series pa yung may personalan, pare.
Nako, feeling ko pwede natin mapakita yan no? If ever man kung yung matchup natin for tomorrow, later we'll be seeing that possibly or abangan nyo na lang tomorrow. Pero tama ka dyan, Sneaky. Isang fan service na naman ang mangyayari for tomorrow and it's gonna be a great one. And we're just here to basically thrive off the greatness of these Crossfire players. Pero ngayon ko lang naalala, caster pala ako bukas. Parang mas okay na lang na mag-panel ulit. Naku po, bakit parang pag baka na mga ganito, parang tayo yung napapasalang?
Ayun nga. Good luck, man. Kasi I'm here to be panel the entire event, pare. So, hopefully you do pull through, pare. I'll see you in path na lang kung ganito.
Yeah, baka ganun na lang talaga yung gagawin natin. But yeah, everybody, keep on supporting Crossfire Philippines and the entirety of Masters, pati na rin iba nating mga events. Of course, meron pa rin naman tayong impact. Keep on showing the love sa ating comments kasi syempre naman may kita nyo, minsan pinapakita namin yung mga highlights or big comments on this stream. You'll get to be exposed and isang magandang shoutout na rin yun para sa inyo. It looks like we can look at the team standings. Tama ba, Direk, dito? For our Cfs Masters, it looks like EVOS still on the top. Nandun pa rin sila with a lot of promise. Nasa ilalim lang nila UBECMANIAC, Pacific Esports is there still. Execration just holding on to dear life a little bit below them. Nasa top 4 pa rin naman sila. Pero something very much crazy to look at is that Pacific, last 2 weeks ago or last week ago, nasa bottom of the top 4 sila. Pero right now, pinalitan na nila yung Gaon Gaming on that 3rd spot. Pero Team Acceptance, kanina nga sabi mo kanina, Sneaky, Team Acceptance has a great start right now at mukhang pangat lang sila ng pangat.
Yeah, I mean, 1 and 2 para nga sa kanila dito as they have beaten Gaon today. Next matchup nila is gonna be up against which is not gonna be too savory, no? Para dito sa Team Acceptance, pare. So hopefully they do pull through. Secret gonna be right up next sa week number 5 and it is gonna be EVOS for week number 6. So yun lang, trifecta. Na-trifecta sila dun, pare, in terms of yung team standings natin at this very moment. And ayun nga, rest of yung table natin does look pretty much standard. Yung medyo na-irk lang ako na Secret is all the way up to 6. But after today, pare, maybe it is a deserved rank for now, of course. Pero titignan natin yung next na match natin. Man, you can hear me seething, Pero yun nga, tomorrow's schedule. And this is what I was talking about, pare. Granted, Fervid, huge favorites. Fervid, big underdogs para dito sa series number 1. Pero yung second series, pare, this is personal. Pacific Esports versus Execration. Reunion ni ZYK at ang mga Pacific players, man. And di lang yun, a third connection, pare. Reunion with Jamero as he was also on Execration at one point, pare.
Nako po, mukhang it's a battle of another pillars here para sa ating buong Crossfire scene sa Pilipinas. But again, first matchup, it's UBECMANIAC versus Fervid. Alam naman natin, Fervid is one of those underdogs na talagang nagpapakitang gilas and we were always surprised. So they might still surprise us, especially against UBECMANIAC. So if ever they get the chance to just put them into the ground, baka maging statement point yun at talagang mag-iba na ang timpla ng buong Crossfire Philippines. But yeah, isang fan service para sa inyong lahat. Pacific Esports versus Execration. Mukhang kailangan ko gumawa ng malupitang intro na naman at dahil nako po, kinakabahan ako, Sneaky Frog. It's time to wrap things up. Any last words bago ko i-throw sa ating mga viewers yung ating live today?
Just be there tomorrow, guys. Alam niyo na yan, PE versus Execration, not cinema waiting.
Yes, sir. Malapit na natin makita ang cinema moment at oras na para mag-clip na naman tayo, chat, sa ating next live stream tomorrow. But this is week number 3, day number 5 ng buong Cfs Masters. It's time to go and set a big break bago natin tahakin ang next day ng Cfs Masters. This has been Bipolar and Sneaky Frog on the panel desk and Mochi and Daedom on the caster deck. Once again, we'll see you tomorrow for more CFS action.
Group stage.
And will end the group with a win.
And they win against Pacific Masters.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Masters will be your 3-time champions of Cfs Ph Masters.